Please take your seats. Raphaël Liogier, merci. So welcome to this second edition of the Noosphere conference here within this beautiful room, the Dome at UM6P Ben Guerir. We're really happy to have you here, and I would like to thank each of you for being here, for making this happening. And I would like to thank the Human Energy Project, which became Human Energy, for setting this up. Last year, Professor Raphaël Liogier was invited to the first edition of this conference in Berkeley, and when he came back, he was convinced, and he didn't have a lot of efforts to make to convince us that the second edition should be here within the Global South, so we can give a perspective on this issue from our side of the world. So welcome to this event, which will last 3 days. We will start within a few seconds. You will have an opening remarks by Sheila Hughes and Raphaël Liogier. Then Nawal Shraibi, our executive director. But I would like to give the floor to Amin Al-Hababi, who's the head of communication of the university, to welcome you. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Saad, esteemed guests, distinguished speakers, colleagues, and UM6P community members. Good morning. While our president could not join us this morning, I am delighted to share with you, on his behalf and on behalf of UM6P community, our honor for this gathering of minds today. As a hub of innovation and intellectual exchange, UM6P's mission is to foster knowledge, creativity, and sustainability through a deep commitment to scientific progress and its ethical application. At the heart of this vision is Africa, our focus, our commitment, and our responsibility. We are here today as we believe Africa must be at the center of global conversations on progress and transformation. We believe that Africa's development must be guided by solutions that are both locally grounded and must be guided by solutions that are both locally grounded and must be grounded by solutions globally aware. UM6P is positioned to lead this effort by convening knowledge, expertise, and vision to meet the challenges of the present and to seize the opportunity of the future. Today's event is not only an opportunity to engage with thought leaders and innovators, but it also signifies an important moment in our collective journey towards understanding and shaping the future of our global consciousness, the Noosphere. The concept of the Noosphere, our collective human consciousness, has never been more relevant. As we face rapid technological advancement, environmental crisis, and profound social change, it is a time that demands a new way of thinking, a new paradigm that can help us navigate the complexities of the world we are creating and interconnected one. This year, #2 conference under the theme The Noosphere and the Global South offers us the opportunity to do that by bringing together experts from different fields to explore the question, what are we here for? And more critically, what are we for? This event, which brings together 35 distinguished speakers from diverse fields, is a testament of the power of collaboration across borders and different disciplines and perspectives. By addressing the big question, this event starts to find meaning and direction in our times of our humanity. The Institute for Advanced Science, IAS, the heart of this event academic structure, plays a key role in bringing together global thought leaders, researchers, and innovators. The EIS is committed to fostering synergies between UM6P and international experts, creating an environment that encourages cutting-edge research across a variety of disciplines. Its ambition is to elevate global knowledge by promoting Africa as a hub for scientific and innovation. Through a multidisciplinary approach, the EIS is shaping the future of global transitions, much like the themes we will be discussing today. On behalf of UM6P, I would like to extend my deepest thanks to Human Energy, our strategic partner, whose unwavering dedication to exploring the noosphere as a source of meaning in today's rapidly changing world has been invaluable. As you engage with the different sessions over the coming days, I encourage you to think not only about the technological, environmental, and social aspects of the noosphere, but also how we can foster a deeper sense of connection and purpose in a world increasingly defined by technological change. The themes we will explore here, synergy, sustainability, democracy, and the convergence of science, spirituality, and technology, are not just intellectual exercises. They are the foundation of a future that we are co-creating. I wish you all a stimulating and inspiring experience through the conference. Let us engage deeply, share openly, and work collaboratively as we explore the vast potential of the noosphere. Thank you, and wishing you a successful conference under the motto Empowering Minds.
Merci, thank you, Amina. So the floor is yours, Sheila and Raphael, if you want to start.
Of course, my iPad died, so I have some power. Please sit on the stage with me. He's too shy. Good morning. Bonjour. I am so excited and happy to be here today. We have finally made it. I want to share with you, I'm Sheila Hassel-Hughes, and I'm the Chief Operating Officer of Human Energy and a member of the planning team for this event. I want to share with you today a little bit about Human Energy, about the origins of our organization, about the work we do, a little bit about my journey with Human Energy, and some of the things that I want to call out about this week's events and that I hope you will pay special attention to. So Human Energy really began in 2017 as the brainchild of our founder, Ben Kassira. He was inspired by a desire to bring a sense of hope, optimism, purpose, and meaning in a rapidly changing world where our ability to deal with the pace of technological change was at great risk. And he was especially concerned for young people with their ability to be positive about the future and where we're headed as a species. He saw in the third story, as he called it, and we'll talk more about that, of the noosphere, a story, a narrative for understanding the trajectory of human life from its first origins to the distant future. One that is deeply rooted in a scientific understanding of evolution, but has a sense of meaning and purpose and a special role for humanity in steering the direction of human life and of our planet. Human Energy began as a project of the Kassira Family Foundation and spun off as its own independent nonprofit organization in 2021. Ben's vision for Human Energy is that we spread awareness of the noosphere broadly for people everywhere to come to understand that we are evolving towards greater collective potential and to inspire a renewed sense of hope, meaning, and purpose in this rapidly changing world. Human energy has multiple tracks. We began with a heavy focus on scientific research, and that continues to be an important part of what we do to understand the science of the noosphere. What is this thing? How does it work? How is it evolving? Where is it going? How should we understand it? We have a track in education, and I'm going to say a few things about that in a minute. That's especially close to my heart as a key means of spreading understanding and awareness. We have a track in dissemination, which is also about sharing that story. Events like this, the N2 conference, are a key linchpin in our dissemination project. Our YouTube videos, our masterclass, all of those things are elements that we use to try to spread understanding and awareness of the noosphere and engagement with actively steering it. And we have a new track in ethics that is still somewhat nascent, but we're excited about developing in the years ahead. My own journey with human energy has been an interesting one. I first met Ben Kassir when he came to my institution, St. Mary's College of California, to try to recruit some faculty who might be interested in doing some research, to try to establish the credibility, the veracity of this idea of the noosphere. I was intrigued, a little skeptical, but I decided to lean in. And I've got pulled and pulled and pulled in deeper every year since. I became a member of the Human Energy Advisory Board a few years ago, was invited by Ben to co-chair with my colleague Terry Deacon at Berkeley, our first N2 conference last fall. And coming out of that conference, I had been transformed. My understanding of the noosphere was significantly deepened. My level of excitement and energy accelerated, and my commitment to seeing this work forward solidified. In January of last year, I taught an intensive undergraduate course at my college about the 3 stories, culminating with introducing students to the noosphere. And I saw students transformed by this learning. Students went from saying things like, I didn't feel like I had a sense of purpose, and now I see that I'm part of something much larger, and I feel deeply connected, and that I have a role in shaping the future. I had one student say, a year ago, I was hospitalized for trying to end my life. Now I understand that I'm part of something much bigger, and I have a role to play, and I feel connected and optimistic about the future. And I have their permission to share these stories with you. That deeply inspired me to continue and to develop further our education track. Those students reported having a sense of belonging, of purpose, as part of the species at the cosmic level, of having a strong sense of purpose to know, to contribute, and to realize greater levels of consciousness. I finished that class at the end of last January, and on February 1st, I became Chief Operating Officer. This has been an incredibly exciting work. When we lost our dear Ben in a tragic accident several months ago, I had to pause and say, what's going to happen next? How can we go on without our founder, my mentor, my friend? And in a heartbeat, the answer came to me. We must continue. Ben is with us. I feel him on my shoulder, whispering in my ear. I feel him in this room. I feel the work is something that we carry forward together now, and I'm energized by that. I do want to say a few words about our education track, which we'll be featuring here at the conference. If you visit the Human Energy booth, which I hope you will do, there's all kinds of goodies there. There's stickers, there's brochures, there's postcards with a QR code that will take you to all kinds of information about human energy. There's also a slideshow showing about the education track. And so I encourage you to check that out to learn more about the work we're doing at all levels, from kindergarten through higher education. And if you have an interest in getting involved with us in teaching about the noosphere, developing curriculum about the noosphere, connecting us to teachers at any level, please reach out to us. We have a couple of folks here who especially are here to help represent the education track. One of them is Professor Ellen Rigsby. Ellen, you want to wave your hand? And the other is Professor Kimberly Lamarck-Orman, who I think is not in the room at the moment, but she's here. And so they're happy to talk to you about that work. I also want to acknowledge the Human Energy Youth Advisory Board. I was so inspired by my students and their level of engagement that I didn't want to lose that passion and that energy. I wanted to keep those young people connected. And I met other young people at the N2 conference last year who were incredibly excited and inspired. And since then, we've met more. So we founded a youth advisory board just a few months ago, and we have 5 members of that board who have traveled from the United States to be here. If you're a member of the youth advisory board and you're in the room, would you please stand? So the N2 conference was inspired at a workshop that we held at St. Mary's College in the spring of 2023. It was a gathering to build esprit de corps among members of the Human Energy team. And at that event, Clément Vidal, our team member, said, you know, it's the 100th anniversary of Teilhard's coining of the term, the noosphere. We should do something to celebrate this. And that launched an anniversary program that included an online masterclass taught by David Sloan Wilson, a number of other projects, and the first N2 conference at the University of California, Berkeley. And here we are. Coming out of that conference, we didn't know, will there be another one? There was excitement about that, but we're a pretty small organization, a pretty lean team. And so we wanted to take a moment to pause and figure out what our next step was. And then Raphael and his team knocked on the door and said, hey, we want to host it. Come here. And it was a no-brainer. The opportunity to come to UM6P, to work with IAS, to be in Africa, to be at the intersection, the crossroads of continents and cultures and languages and histories, and to raise these questions together and to open ourselves to hearing new responses and new ideas and new answers about what the noosphere means and how we should engage. And so we met by Zoom for many months. We started early last April. Raphael and Shima, who has driven so much of this event. If you don't thank anybody else before you leave, thank Shima. She's been amazing. But Raphael and Saad and Marwan and Nawal and many others from UM6P, from IAS, have played a crucial role in making this event happen, as well as members of the Human Energy team who've been on the planning team, Devin, my colleague from communications at Human Energy, and myself. We've been on Zooms every week since April and constant emails. And now, here we are, nous voici, ensemble, realizing the noosphere in a new way. N2, or N squared, as I should call it, is itself a product of the noosphere, of our collective imagination, our collective shared vision. We've brought this event together across the globe out of nothing. We made this happen by thinking it into being together. And now you are here to join us to take up that creative work as your own, together, collectively, to create a new space for knowledge, shared understanding, and problem solving to emerge. We're at the crossroads of continents, cultures, and languages in this beautiful, sustainable, and innovative new campus and creative space. I mean, how many of you had your minds blown when you walked into the dome this morning? Wow, so impressive. It's a space that hints at, that points to the grandeur of this shared vision and mission of the noosphere. I want to thank you all for making the commitment to be here with us today in person, at UM6P, in Ben Gurir, or wherever you are across the globe via the live stream. Welcome. bienvenue. I hope the next 3 days are rich and stimulating for you. Before I turn the mic over to my colleague Raphael and my new friend, I want to give a special thanks to the Human Energy members who have contributed countless hours and great personal energy to this event, especially to Devin O'Day, to Sam Sang, to Parham Purdavood, to Abe, for helping to bring this event to life. And to all the members of the Human Energy team who are here representing our organization and advancing this good work, including, as I mentioned, our advisory board members, Sadie, Sam, Beata, Kellen, and Francesca. Look for the Human Energy logo pins. We are all branded. We are ambassadors here to answer your questions and engage with you to help you learn more about what we do. Finally, I want to call out our Discord channel. It's relatively new. If you have not joined the Human Energy Discord channel, it's a way to connect with others who are here at the conference, with others who've been at our previous conference, with those who are interested in this work, who want to have conversations, who want to pose questions, who want to forge partnerships and collaborations. It's a space to comment and engage throughout the conference and afterwards. So check out Discord, look for Human Energy. If you visit our booth, on the little postcard with a QR code, there is a link that will take you to the Discord channel if you have trouble finding it. So join the live and continuing conversation. I'll end there. Thank you for your time and your attention. I'm so excited to be a part of the next 3 days, and I'll turn it over to my colleague, Raphael.
Thank you very much, Sheila, for that, for all you said. It's, I was wondering because yesterday when we were talking with few people that were around, they were saying, but I mean, that sounds interesting and that looks great, but what is Noosphere about? And I was thinking that even if many people will define what is Noosphere along this conference during those 3 days, I could say a little word about that, but not maybe on the point of view that was defined inside the Human Energy team and all that, but just why, in fact, I was convinced that it's so important to work on that, to research on that, to spread the news of what is the Noosphere. So I will try to say why, in fact, I thought it's really related to what we are doing here, in particular in the Institute for Advanced Studies, that is about transitions, and the plural is very important, transitions. So in my view, there are, in fact, 3 great meanings of the Noosphere. There is what we could call the metaphysical meaning or metaphysical dimension of the Noosphere. The second one will be the phenomenological dimension, and the third one, the ethical dimension, the dimension of engagement. Phenomenological, I take it for like description, the descriptive way of. So in the first one, the metaphysical one, I put it first because, of course, it's at the heart of it. And I will say there is, could say like the soft view and the strong view on a metaphysical point of view to think, as I could say, noospherically. So the soft view is very simple. It's just that evolution has a meaning. That's just that evolution has a meaning. And you will say, but of course evolution has a meaning. No, the dominant culture up to, let's say, 2010, 15, is that evolution doesn't have any meaning. And there is a very interesting book from a French guy that was Nobel Prize in medicine, that is Jacques Monod. And he wrote a very little book, but a very interesting book, because it became the dominant culture. It really became the dominant culture, even among people that have never read this book. It's called, in French, it's called Le hasard et la nécessité, in English will be, I don't know how it is translated, but something like randomness and necessity. And it is the most, depressing book that you can read, ever. And so I think the very idea of Noosphere is against this book, in fact. And what does say this book? You'll see how depressing it is. It says that necessity for meaning, like when there is a necessary meaning, like when you have the DNA, like the letters that compose the DNA are necessarily one behind the other. So there is something that is following. So there is a meaning because there is a stream, there is a direction. Necessity is about that, right? But he says, as a biologist, because he was also a biologist, it's true that life has a meaning in itself because we can see it. It's growing, it's has some kind of complexity, it's becoming more and more complex through the history of life. But this meaning that is life, here on this very little planet that is just dust, in the universe, this meaning doesn't have any meaning regarding the universe, because the universe is just about randomness. So in a way we're saying life appeared, but it wasn't meant to appear. So it appeared not even statistically one out of millions of billions of billions of billions. It's just this almost something, even if we can't really picture it out, one out of infinity. So life doesn't have any reason. So what does that mean? That means that when it appeared, it wasn't supposed to appear, so it just appeared one time here on this planet. And when it will disappear, and it will disappear for sure, is what he said, it's like if it had never happened. So even what we think as being our memory, culture, and all that will have never happened. Because if when something has a meaning, even when you die, is because there is something left, like your kids, or even culture, or books that are written. But he said, at one moment, there will be nothing, no one whatsoever to read anything, never. So he told us, don't think about it, just try to make it last as long as possible, thinking that there is nothing anyway. It's what I call in my work palliative ethics for humanity. It's just, you don't care, like, let's not think about it and just let's carry on. Yeah. So the noospheric idea from Teilhard and even now is no, it has a meaning, and even the universe in itself has a meaning. We know now, even on the physics point of view, that actually, even if he is a Nobel Prize, and he was a Nobel Prize, it was a big mistake even scientifically, because we know that the universe in itself, right from the Big Bang and all that, evolved in a certain direction. We can discuss the meaning of this direction, but it evolved, like only with what we call the element, the chemical element, are heavier and heavier, which means more complex and more complex and more complex. Through the stars, through many processes. So there is not, like, at one moment, randomness, and at another moment, a meaning that doesn't mean anything, because randomness will all, again, thing. So there is the metaphysical thing. And the soft way is to say just meaning. It's meaningful. We don't know the meaning, but at least we bet on the meaning. The strong way, the strong metaphysical way, will be the Hegelian or Whiteheadian meaning, or Teilhardian meaning itself. So, like, this meaning is the mind, like nous, the mind. So it's like if there was already, right from the start, some kind of a tendency to go towards complexities, towards more awareness. Right from the start, it's like if it was already there. That's the strong meaning of metaphysical way to think about noosphere. The second way is phenomenological, like description. It's what is more scientific, because science at first is about objective description of what is actually around us. So when some people here, they don't completely agree with this metaphysical, bet, that is Teilhard's bet, but they can see that phenomenologically, on a descriptive point of view, there is something to talk about scientifically. And the soft way to think about it is that we know that there is the atmosphere, like the sphere. We know that there is the zoosphere, the living world. We know there is the hydrosphere and so many spheres. But there is also a mind sphere, like a noosphere. And so we just need to describe it scientifically. And it's interesting to describe it in its own right, like we describe in its own right other kind of spheres. That's the soft way, like describing it like neutrally. And the hard way to describe it, of the description, is to describe it not as a sphere like the other, but to think, oh, this sphere, that's a hard or strong way, is different than the others. That's the most fundamental one, the most complex one. You can use all the words you want, like it's hierarchically more than the others. So it's the first. We have to work on this one before. If we want to change the world, for instance, to do something about the atmosphere, maybe we first have to change something about the mind sphere, about the noosphere. And the last meaning is ethical, so engagement. It's not only a metaphysical bet, it's not only scientific description on different layers of description, it's also a way to engage ethically, politically, socially. And in this engagement, there is also a soft way to engage and a strong way to engage for the noosphere. The soft way is just to see that, yeah, there is now like a global consciousness through the internet and through the new technologies that are available, and they will be more and more available around the world. But it could go in a bad way. There can be a bad tendency, like fake news and all these kind of things that we see. So it's for the worst somehow. This global awareness that is not really awareness, that is just circulation of information, but whatever information it is. And on another way is the circulation of knowledge, of science, of positive beliefs. So this time, this tendency is for the best. And so this engagement is engagement for the best, to try to engage against fake news and what it creates as on a global anxiety, global negativity, to make it more positive. And the hard now engagement is if you fighting for the noosphere is also to fight on a hard way against materialism, a nihilist society, the industrialization of human beings, the consumption society, and all these kind of things. Because of course, if we come back to the first like metaphysical point of view, if you say it has a meaning, mind is important, mind is first over the material world, the hard engagement that fit into that is fighting concretely against materialism, consumption society, objectivation of human beings and all these kind of things. So that's the reason why I was very enthusiastic when I was in Berkeley last year, and I heard all those people that came from physics, from astrophysics, from biology, and from anthropology, sociology, philosophy, all together trying to do something about it. And I thought, that was kind of a dream. I thought there was just something missing. That was the I will say, more plurality of point of views, like the S, like in transitions. And so I thought we can provide that, and we can provide this point of view if it actually happened here in Bulgaria with this university with such a deep energy, an energy to change, an energy to provide another point of view, not only a Western point of view, not only a Northwestern point of view, the point of view of the Global South. Thank you.
Merci Sheila, merci Raphaël. I would like to invite Nawal Shraibi, and I would like also to thank people who are following us on the live stream from Human Energy and the IAS. Thank you. Nawal.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous, chers partenaires et membres de Human Energy, chers collègues et amis, chère assistance. Alors, au risque de répéter ce qu'ont déjà dit mes collègues, je suis vraiment ravie d'être là ce matin et de lancer cette deuxième conférence autour de la noosphère, événement international et interdisciplinaire favorisant la collaboration créative pour orienter de manière intentionnelle et éthique l'évolution future de la conscience collective mondiale. Alors, comme vous le savez, cette conférence est co-organisée par Human Energy et l'IAS, l'Institute for Advanced Studies. Donc, je vais en profiter juste pour rappeler en quelques mots ce qu'est l'IAS, quelle est notre mission et notre ambition. Alors, l'IAS est un centre d'excellence multidisciplinaire qui accueille des chercheurs, des universitaires et des artistes de renommée mondiale pour des séjours en résidence de 1 à 10 mois, renouvelables une fois. Alors, l'IAS offre une variété de programmes permettant aux résidents de réaliser des projets destinés à contribuer à l'échelle mondiale à la réflexion sur les transitions au sens pluriel, comme l'a rappelé Raphaël à plusieurs reprises, en considérant cette fois-ci à la fois les écosystèmes matériels et humains. L'IAS a été créé en 2022, fin 2022, pour favoriser les synergies entre les chercheurs de l'UM6P et les experts mondiaux, visant à produire des connaissances de pointe grâce à une approche multidisciplinaire. L'ambition de l'IAS est de promouvoir la production scientifique et artistique en renforçant les échanges scientifiques avec les principales institutions de recherche, mais également des institutions culturelles mondiales, en servant de centre de production de connaissances axées sur les transitions mondiales et en faisant de l'Afrique un centre de savoir, de recherche, de culture et d'art. Alors, plus concrètement, et depuis sa création, l'IAS a accueilli une douzaine de résidents de disciplines différentes. Un appel à candidature est ouvert tout au long de l'année. D'ailleurs, je vous invite à visiter le site web ias.um6p.ma. Vous trouverez l'ensemble des informations et puis surtout les informations requises dans le cadre des candidatures. Nous avons mis en place un processus de sélection après évaluation donc, des dossiers de candidature. Et aujourd'hui, notre ambition est de labelliser notre institut d'études avancées et de faire en sorte qu'il rejoigne le réseau mondial UBIAS, University Based IAS. Alors, si on y arrive, ce sera le premier IAS du monde arabe. Avant de conclure, je souhaite remercier tous les participants ici présents. Nous sommes réellement enchantés de pouvoir, pendant ces 3 jours, échanger, réfléchir ensemble. C'est à travers des événements comme celui-ci que nous pourrons participer ensemble à l'évolution des connaissances et la construction d'un avenir meilleur. Merci encore et soyez les bienvenus.
Merci Nawal. Just for those of you who would need some translations, there are headsets at the entrance, but I think that our next speaker will be speaking in English, okay. So thank you Sheila, thank you Raphaël, and welcome again to this IAS-based event. I would like to invite Professor Yusuf Moulan from the Institute for Physics. His picture is here. And Thomas Velos. Where is Thomas? Okay. And we're going to start the content of the conference with these brilliant minds. Yusuf is a young professor. He came from, in fact, he's Moroccan. Pardon? Oh, sorry. So I'll let Sheila introduce them. Sorry.
Merci. It's my pleasure to introduce our first two speakers of the program. We have Youssef Moulan and Thomas Veloge. So I will introduce both of them, but then I will invite Youssef to speak first and then Thomas to speak after that. So Dr. Youssef Moulan is a research scientist in astrophysics at the Institute of Applied Physics at UM6P. He previously worked as a postdoc at Auburn University in the United States. His research focuses on the study of the physical and chemical properties of small bodies of the solar system, including comets and asteroids. He holds a PhD in astronomy and space science from Qadi Ayad University in Morocco and the University of Liège in Belgium from 2021. He's previously worked as a visiting researcher at the European Southern Observatory in Chile between 2019 and 2021. In addition to his academic work, he's also interested in outreach and educational activities in the field of astronomy for the public and a general audience. So I'm very excited to hear what Dr. Youssef Moulan has to share with us today as how his work connects to the noosphere. And our second speaker in this first session will be Thomas Veloge. Thomas Veloge, PhD, specializes in interdisciplinary mathematical modeling with a background in computer science, mathematics, and physics. His research includes chemical organization theory, where he established key mathematical results, and quantum cognition, developing methods to represent concepts in Hilbert space and uncovering quantum structures in cognitive and language phenomena. He's the founder and director of the Foundation for Interdisciplinary Development of Science, Technology, and Arts, or DICTA, collaborating globally to advance integrated knowledge and impactful social projects. Fascinating work. This is all way beyond my sphere of expertise, and I hope to hang on and follow them as they go. It's my pleasure to welcome them both to the stage and to invite Youssef to begin.
Thank you very much, Sheila. Thank you very much, our colleague from the Institute of Advanced Science here at UM6P for inviting me and the first one to talk. My name is Youssef Moulan. I'm from the Institute of Applied Science. Now it's turned to the School of Applied Engineering Physics here at UM6P. And by the way, I'm also from this region. So this region is Benguris or Hamna. So I'm from here. I got my baccalaureate and my college studies here in this region. So I'm happy to back to this region and to this university to contribute as much as I can to the advancement and the progress of science, and also for this new field that we are having, not new, but in Morocco, so astronomy and astrophysics is not common. We're trying to develop this field in Morocco. So today I will be talking about cosmic consciousness and using the role of Noosphere in understanding the cosmos and also in astrophysics, and there will be a bit focus on the astrobiology side. So first, I would like to, since it's Noosphere conference, I would like to start with this quote from Pierre Teilhard from his book, The Phenomenon of the Man. So he says that a particular biological entity such as has never before existed on Earth, so the growths outside and above the biosphere of an added planetary layer, an envelope of thinking a substance to which, for the sake of convenience and symmetry, I have given the name of the Noosphere. So this part is getting me excited about giving this talk because Pierre views this humanity as not just a biological entity, but a species that introduces a significant new phenomenon, which is the reflective consciousness, which is very important for us and in astronomy and exploring the cosmos. And that means the ability to think about our existence and our surrounding. So this is exactly what the humanity trying to understand. One of the most important questions that we have ever, but we still did not answer them yet, but we are trying to do our best to answer these questions. And maybe this not going to be only these three questions, maybe there are more, but I would like to pick these three, which I see that they are more relevant to this for this conference and for this concept of the Noosphere, and also for us as humanity to explore. So the first one is where we are in the universe. We don't know yet. So given all this advancement of technology that we have and all this thing that we have been doing, exploring and discovering, but we still don't know where we are. So we know we are around the star, planet Earth, around the star, which is in a galaxy. It's among billions of galaxies, which is among amas of galaxy, and then going on until the Big Bang, which we believe that theory that can explain where we are, but we still really didn't know, because Big Bang itself, it's still a theory. And this is really includes some cosmological prediction about the universe expansion. I'm going to talk a bit more about that, and the evolution and the survival of the intelligent life. And this is one of the most important axes to talk about in my talk. And also, this includes some philosophical implication of humanity for understanding its place in the cosmos. So the second question is, even we don't understand where we are, so we still did not understand how did all it begin, so how everything was started. And here I will pick the Big Bang that Raphael was talking about, theory that we have doing, and also we still did not completely understand the formation of the galaxy, for the star, for our planet itself, for the solar system formation, and so on. So, and also, which most important recently became, is the emergence of life on Earth and also beyond the Earth. And this is one of the most, what we call now, is the astrobiology. I will focus more on that by bringing the question of, are we alone? So among all of the stars that I have seen now, billions of stars in a galaxy, of billions of galaxies in the universe, so there is this Earth that we are in. So is there only this kind of life that we know, or there is many other kind of life that we don't know it yet? And now we are in the age to explore that, and the Noosphere, or the reflective consciousness that we have today, can help us to ask more questions and try to answer this question. So all these questions will help us to guide the scientific research that we are doing today in the cosmology and the astrophysics in general. And also, we will need some philosophical reflection. So this is very important for us to understand and aspire humanity to drive and to explore the unknown that we have today. But in this conference, I will not tackle all these three topics, because we need maybe a day or so. But I will just focus on this last act, which is, are we alone in the universe? I will not promise you that I will give you an answer about that, but we will try to understand where we are within this topic. Are we alone, or finding or looking for the life beyond the Earth? So we did not just started, the story of the science and the history of astronomy specifically. So the humanity, since its existence, tried to understand what's the surrounding and what's close to us. So this is a start from Copernicus and from what we call the ancient age, and people and paleontologists who proposed that the Earth was the center of the universe. And then we got the Middle Age, or what we call the Renaissance, so where we have a revolution about this topic. So when we got this, some other interesting topic, like that the Earth was not the center of the universe, but the sun, and the dynamic and evolution of the solar system, and so on. And until we got to the modern age, when we got, so in the Middle Age, we got also the gravity by Newton and so on, and then we got in the modern age the explanation of the gravity with different way from Albert Einstein, so who proposed the general relativity. So, and we got Hubble who explained to us how the universe expands and so on. So this was a really long story that drives us today for building the most powerful telescope that we have in the world, James Webb Telescope. And with that, now we can explore more the cosmos and trying to answer this question that I just shown to you now. So we have gotten one of the best picture, and also James Webb will help us to answer many, many questions, including the faraway galaxies, and also the existence of atmosphere around exoplanet, which I'm going to talk a bit in this conference. And also we have the first time in 2019, so we got the first picture of a black hole for the first time. So thanks to the technology that we have today, and also this reflection consciousness that we got to imagine what the black holes are. We know them in theory, but we never seen them. Recently, we can see them, and now we're building also a new generation of telescopes, including the ALT, which is most largest telescope in the world. Is going to be built in Chile, by the way, and I had the chance when I was in Chile to visit its first construction. Now it's going up, and I will talk more about that later. So, First, before digging into the topic about are we alone, or searching for life beyond Earth or astrobiology, I would like to give you this picture of the cosmos and the theory of the Big Bang that we are trying to understand or trying to define. So here I'm showing you this plot, which is, we called it the age of the universe, which is 14 billion years ago. And as you can see here, so everything we believe from Big Bang theory, that it started from this expansion, and then we got what we call the inflation. So this is something happened just a few seconds after the Big Bang, and we don't know what exists there, but we still observing now all the galaxies and expansion and so on, and we're trying to understand back to when the universe was a few years ago. And again, thanks to the technology that we have and to the progress that we got in all this time, so we will be able to observe the universe when it was baby, when it was 380,000 years old. And as you can see here, this picture was taken back just like a few years ago in 2018 by the Planck Observatory. And as you can see here, the temperature fluctuation when the universe was just 380,000 years old. Just think about that. Was really amazing. And now we're more looking in depth to that and trying to understand what's caused this fluctuation in temperature. And we believe that the inflation did that, but we still did not observe that. We're trying to do that through what we call the study of the cosmic microwave background and so on. So let's back to our galaxy. This is, if we want to talk to this topic, so it will take more time, but to just back to the question that I'm going to explore in this presentation, which is exploring the life beyond and so on. So first, let's start with our solar system, which is what's closer to us. So you know that in our solar system, we have the star, of course, which is among of billions of stars in the galaxy. I will tell you later how many we have. And we got the planet, what we call the terrestrial planet, among them our planets. And then we got the asteroid belt when we have this Rocky, which did my PhD. Then we have the gas giant planet and the glass planet because they are far away from the sun. And then we got the Kuiper belt object, or the comets, which also I have been studying during my PhD. So here, just to give you like a bit this picture to show you where we are in the universe and where we are looking for the life beyond Earth. So as Terrence say that we need to look for life beyond Earth, something closer to us. Of course, we need to understand the life on Earth and then trying to look for the life in Mars and other moons of the other planets in our solar system. But as I mentioned, so if we would like to look for life beyond Earth, we have to understand the life on our planet first. And I would always like to bring this slide because if we want to look for life beyond Earth, we need what we need for life, as we understand it on the Earth. And by the way, could not be only the life that exists in the universe. There might be other forms of life that we are not aware of it. So, but to search for something, you need to define your target. So, and I define always that with this criteria. So if you need a life, you need what we call the right chemical elements. As you can see here, the oxygen, the carbon that made us and made our food and everything that we need for life on Earth and for the plants and everything. And also we need the liquid water. So this is very important because this is one of the most of the driving topic in the exoplanet field. So we look for a place where the water is formed as a liquid, because you see, now we have in the South Pole and the North Pole, so we have water, but it's a glass, so it's very hard to sustain life there. So we need water as a liquid when we can establish a regular life, having plants and everything and growing things and so on. So also we need the right temperature range. Something is not cold, something is not hot. So we should be in the middle. That's also that we know about life. And also we need an atmosphere that protects us from all this radiation coming outside from the universe. You know, our magnetosphere and atmosphere is really protecting us from the solar wind energy and all this radiation that might kill us. And this is, if we want to look for life for somewhere else, we should also consider in that. And they will give you an example about Mars. And then we need an object that have enough gravity. It's not small, then we can hold things on, and it should be a little bit much bigger, so to have enough gravity, you can build things and grow up things, and so on. And if we combine all of this criteria, we can consider ourselves, we are in the habitable zone. And this is the very simple definition of the habitable zone that I can give. So there are many, because we have found many other planets in different regions and so on. But let's consider this. If we got this element or this criteria, we are in the habitable zone, and the place which has this criteria, it might host some kind of life which we don't know. So if we take it simple, so the habitable zone is a place which is not hot and not cold. That means it's not close to its star and it's not far away from its star. And also it should have like a size around the Earth or 2 times on the Earth. So because if it's much bigger, then it's going to be gas planet, and the gas planet it will be going to be very hard to host some kind of life. So if we want to do some small exercise about that, let's take some other stars, because you know in the universe, all the stars are not similar to ours. So they are big stars, small stars, and so on. So here an example how this habitable zone changed within the, given the size of the star itself. So you can see one, it's our sun. And you can see in that band, there is 2 planets there. There is the Earth, our planets, and also Mars. And I'm going to talk about that, the potential life on Mars. And then we have other planets that we have discovered so far, given their size of this star. And why I'm showing much smaller stars, because the giant stars, mainly they're going to have giant planets, and this giant planet, they're going to be gas planets, and it's going to be hard to find some kind of life. We need to look for life around some terrestrial planets. And this is why we look for small stars, then they can have small planets like ours, and it's going to be easy also to observe them. Yeah, but I like always to bring this picture. So this picture is taken for comet 67P. And why I brought that one, because answering this question about we still did not understand the life on the Earth. And you know, one of the most important questions we still did not understand as a scientist, how we got water on Earth. So how can the water resist all this dramatic event that happened to the formation Earth back 4.6 billion years ago? Even our colleagues from geology could not explain to us how we can sustain water on Earth for all this long period of time. We believe that comets might bring the water to the Earth, because these objects are full of water and also of organics. We found now that most of the organic that we have on Earth here on life, that's making life on Earth, they exist on this object. But this is still not clear yet. We are doing many, many measurements on different comets and trying to understand what is the potential role of this object for bringing life to the Earth. And the story is not easy, as I say no, it's maybe much complicated, and you will see that later. But we are studying this object not only for understand the life on Earth, but also we are studying them to be aware these guys, they might extend the life on Earth. And you know, asteroid, we believe maybe asteroid to be a potential object that disappeared the dinosaurs 60 million years ago. So we're trying to understand the composition, the chemical composition, physical property of this object, to understand how they contribute to the formation of the Earth, or to confirmation of the life on the Earth, and also how, because we call them the leftover objects, when the solar system was formed, these guys were ejected, and they stay like a leftover, and then they back to us, and we can use them to understand how the solar system was formed at all. And this will also help us to understand this object if one day we would like to defend ourselves and to define life on this planet. Why I bring this slide, because this is my topic. I have been doing that for like 7 years during my PhD, and I'm still doing that. So, and this is compared, I bring that to compare to the Los Angeles city. So actually we can compare it with other cities around the world, just to say how these guys, this is our 4-kilometer object, how they are big, and they are much bigger other objects that can risk on life on the Earth. And this is another topic that we are developing now in the community, which is called the planetary defense. So I don't have time to go through that, but I want just to bring that to you to know what's important in this kind of objects. So now let's back to the habitable worlds that we are trying to explore and to explore life around. So I'm bringing here some examples, of course, the Earth, and the life not related to the planets, but also can be related to the moons, like our moon, on the moon of Jupiter, the moons of Saturn. And I'm going to explore 2 potential places in the moons, which is Enceladus, one of the moons of Saturn, and also Titan, and which is more or less similar to Europa, which is around Jupiter, and also I'm going to explore Mars. So let's start with Mars. Mars is a very interesting planet. Why? Because it's closer to us. We can go there and explore. So we have spent a lot of money on that to explore the life. And we know by scientific evidence that Mars has supported life at some point. And we know that Mars has water, all these ages back to now. And Mars has a kind of life which we're still looking for now in Mars, let's say the leftover of the life on Mars. And we are sending a lot of spacecraft. NASA is doing that. The European, they are doing that to explore the existence, or the evidence of life that Mars supported. And why we are bringing Mars? Because Mars, it could be our planet. It could be Mars in the future if we did not care about planets. So Mars at some point has life, has an atmosphere, has water, has everything. Something happened to its system of the climate change, and it's lost its atmosphere, and it lost all this gradients of life. And then it lost life. And the future of our planet, if we do not care about it, then it'll be something like that. And that's really scary. This is why we're studying Mars, and we're caring about Mars to understand what's happened, then to apply that to our planet to avoid all of this. And then we have Titan. Titan, it's one of the most interesting moons in the solar system, which is only the moon that has an atmosphere alongside with the Earth. And imagine that Titan, it's full of lakes, like that we have on the Earth, but not of water, but of methane and many other chemical elements. So we have sent spacecraft, and this picture on the right, on the left was taken for a spacecraft that was died on the Titan, and giving us this nice picture. You can see the rocks there, you can see many other things, and also we explore its atmosphere. We have all the organics that we have on the life on the Earth, which makes its atmosphere, and you know how the atmosphere is playing a role in the life on the Earth. So this is one of the most interesting moons, and in next few years, NASA is gonna send one of the most important mission, which is called Dragonfly. It's gonna be a helicopter, which is gonna fly on the Titan, and the idea is to explore more its atmosphere and also explore many locations on the Titan to answer this question about the evidence of life that could be on Titan. So Titan is also closed, so if we will go there, we can go there and explore many places to look also the homogeneity of this planet, even not, and say how it's homogeneous of the supporting life or something like that. And this is one of the promising missions that we're going to have in the next few years. It's going to be taking a lot of time because it's very hard to fly something somewhere like millions of kilometers away from us. And now I will back to Enceladus. Enceladus is totally different. It's a moon, but it's full of ice. But we found recently that's not only it's full of ice, but under that ice, or shell or crust of the ice, exists an ocean. Water ocean, and this is when we talk about oceans, so we might talk about life. And the most important thing in this ocean that we have seen is the plumes that you see on the, I don't know how I can't point with this guy, but the plumes that we can see here. So these plumes, we found that they have organics too, which can support life. So where these plumes coming from, we believe that they are coming from the hydrothermal vents, that we have them also on the Earth, on the bottom of the oceans. And if we're talking about these vents in the oceans, so we're talking also about life, because we have that in our oceans. So we have many animals, they are living in this extremely difficult environment. So the question, so why they could not exist also on Enceladus? So this is some prediction or some reflection that we can say about that. But it's very hard to go there and check that because the crust is like 100 kilometers. And we still did not have that technology to go and dig and in this dive to this create a hole on that. And there is some reflection project that's sending a submarine to Enceladus and try to explore this life there. And this is kind of life. So when we say life, of course, I don't mean humans like us, but any kind of animals exist, so there is life there. And so Enceladus might support some kind of life like that we have in our planet. But this is about the object that they are very close to us. What about the other stars? This is a picture of our galaxy, but not a real picture, an illustration, because we have never been outside of our galaxy to take a picture of it. You might be wondering about that. But this is just an illustration of our galaxy. We observe it from the center, and we are somewhere here. And there are all the things, all the bright spots on the slide you see there, they are stars. So the question, how many stars are there in our galaxy? So we have up to 400 billion stars in our galaxy, which is amount of billions of other stars. So the question is, are there planets around the stars too, like our solar system? The answer is yes. And Nobel Prize was given in 2019 to Michel Mayor and Didier Queloz. And by the way, Michel Mayor was invited here at our university to give a talk, which one of the Nobel Prize. And they found the first exoplanet back in 1995 when I was 3 years old. So, and this was the first time we have reflection consensus about the existence of exoplanets, but we never detected them. And these two guys came and found them, and they open another door about this question, or trying to really find evidence or scientifically prove there is a life beyond the Earth, which is around other stars. Now you have also to think in your mind that when you go, maybe at nights, in Greer we have clear skies if you go far away a bit from EM6P. So when you see stars, you have to take in your mind that around each star, there is at least one planet, if not more. And we have now more than 5,000 exoplanets that we found. But the problem, of course, this exoplanet, not all are similar to the Earth. Most of them, or I'd say like 60% of them are giant planets, like Jupiter. Very hard for them to have life. But we found only a few percent of them, that's 4%. But that's enough to look for life around this exoplanet. So I want just to share with you how we detect these guys. The sample is very easy. It's by indirect methods. So we have a star. When the planet passes in front of us and between us and the star, so there is a dip in the brightness of the star, and we believe that there is something passed from there, which could be a planet. If the brightness dip if the dip is a little bit higher, so the planet is big. If it's small, the planet is small. And this is called the transit method, among other methods that we use to discover this kind of planets around other stars. But let's focus on this planet that they potentially maybe have life, and this is one of the kind of planet that we are interested in. And I brought you here a picture of many planets that we found. That they are in this habitable zone that I have defined just a few slides ago. So, and most interesting, the most closest one is 4.2 light years away from us. And just, I want to let you know that even we found life somewhere else, because we will be never able to go there. Just take care of our planet, and there is no plan B. So, why I'm saying that, because the closest planet that we have, it's 4.2 light years away from us. That means that if we want to go there, it will take us 4 years if we are going with the speed of light, which 300,000 kilometers per second. We did not have any technology that can go fast with this speed. We have now, I think, up to 1% of the speed. So we will be able to dream to go there. So with this technology that we have, we don't know what's going to happen in the future. But just to make sure that even we find life, or we find alternative planets, we will not be able to go there, so we have to take about our climate change and our planet. So among these planets, I want to point out this four one you can see in the middle, and they are similar, TRAPPIST. And why I'm bringing that? Because I was contributed somehow to the discovery of this exoplanet using one of the small telescopes that we have. The one in Chile, in La Silla, is called TRAPPIST South, was established in 2010. And the second one, by the way, it's in Morocco, here. So in Okamden Observatory, it's around Marrakesh, it's called TRAPPIST North. So the way we are using the two telescopes to detect this exoplanet and also to study the small body solar system, including comets and asteroids. And I have the chance to work on this telescope here in Morocco and also in Chile when I visited back in 2019. So what is most important about the system? It's a star. We found 7 planets at once, not only 1 or 2, 7. But the most important thing about the 7 planets, 3 of them, D, E, and F, the 3 of them, not only one, exist on what we call the habitable zone, which means that they support the liquid water, and they have an atmosphere. And now we are looking for that atmosphere using James Webb Telescope and so on. And this not only the system exists in our galaxy, but there are many others like this one, and this is create a really potential of exploring this world for life and so on. If I want to give you a picture of this, so if you look here on the bottom, they have the solar system with what we define as a habitable zone. As you can see, Mars and Earth, they are small. Actually, Mercury and Venus, they are not. They are very hot. They are not on the temperature range that they have shown, so the temperature up to 800 degrees Celsius, which is very hard for them to support any kind of life. And then all the TRAPPIST system, as you can see, we can fit it just inside of the trajectory of Mercury because their star is small. And then they might less temperature, and then they might can support some kind of life that we are looking for. So how to explore this life around this exoplanet. We detect them. So to do that, we have to look through their atmosphere. And this is very hard technically to do. So because we cannot see the planet itself directly, we just see it through its own star. And how to study its atmosphere? It's again through the light, because what we can observe in astronomy, we deal with lights. We don't see things with high resolution. So, and how to do that? It just we look for the light coming from the atmosphere, and this light, it excites or absorbs the atoms that are in the atmosphere. They excite or absorb the atoms, and then they give them this excess that we can observe in our spectrum, and we can see if there is which kind of element that exists on the atmosphere. And the way to do that, we use the technique called transmission spectroscopy. The same principle that we use for the transit method, but this time we observe it at different wavelengths, and that can give us different chemical elements. And yes, we did. And to do that, we need a giant and good telescopes to do that, because we cannot do that with TRAPPIST because it's small. We need larger telescopes to do that, and the humanity is also, again, they are exploring, they are trying to find that, and we are using one of the most powerful telescopes. James Webb have been already launched, and now it gives some one of the exciting results. And also we have the extremely large telescope, which have been being built in Chile, and it's opening gonna be next year. And I want just to give you information. This telescope, Morocco was a candidate to host it back in 2007. But unfortunately, we could not, because Europeans have a good agreement with Chile. So we was competing with Chile to get this one in back 2007, and they got it because they have already set up, they have already set a contract with them, and they have a good relation. So, and also Chile is one of the best sites in the world, as we say. But Morocco is close to Europe, but well, they win. So we're gonna use these telescopes to look for the atmosphere of this exoplanet, and actually we did. We found many other molecules, and we got water, of course, we got carbon monoxide, we got methane, we got sodium, we got many, many other elements. I don't have time to see all of them or to show all the spectra. And this is one of the first spectra that we got from James Webb telescope, and we are waiting for more spectra to come when the ALT is gonna be operating in the next coming years. But this is not only the thing that we are using to look for life beyond Earth. We are also waiting for some signals that might come from an advanced civilization somewhere else. China is looking for that, and they built one of the most powerful telescopes on that, which is a 500-meter telescope, radio telescope. It's fixed around mountains, and the idea is just to wait. The telescope does not turn, it stays like that, and it just waits if we receive any weird signals from some civilization that we don't know. And this is another path to look also if there is some life somewhere else that we are not aware, and we will need be able to go there. So the question is always still there. So if we understand how the life is built on the Earth, so we can similarly explain somehow how the life can exist on other planets, exoplanets. As I mentioned, comets, they might play a role. So you maybe ask, so is there other comets in other systems and other exoplanets? Yes, the answer is yes, and we found them, and we found even that the comet have some organics or some molecules that exist for life, like phosphorus, so the found in comets, and also we found it in star-forming region, not on our solar system. And this is also means that the comets, they might play a significant role of delivering the life. If it did it for our planet or our solar system, it might do the same for other exoplanets, and actually we found that. And I will be in a few slides. And now, this was normal up to 2017, a few years ago. And then we discovered what we call the interstellar objects. Yes, this is my last slide. And what the interstellar objects are the objects that's not coming from our solar system, but coming from outside of the solar system. In 2017, we discovered Oumuamua. It's an asteroid. In 2019, we discovered comets. It's called Borisov. And these two objects change the story about if the comet delivered the life to the Earth. This object, they are coming from somewhere we don't know, from around other stars, and they might contribute to the life on the Earth. So that's complicated the question about life. Life never been easy, and the life might come from elsewhere. So that's my takeaways, and thank you very much.
So we have a very tight program, And most of our question period will be happening in the informal time between sessions over Q&A. We will have some time for questions throughout the program, though. But I'm excited now to introduce Thomas Velos to you, to come and share his remarks with us. And Lisa, would you bring me my phone? Thank you.
So go back. 20 minutes? Yeah, sure, yes. Do you hear me? Yes, okay. So, well, to me it's an honor, really, to be here, and being a conference for the Global South is something special because I come from Chile. You can see there my affiliations. I work in Belgium, in Chile, and also I have a foundation. I will go fast, so to not lose time, but I want to really tell you that there is a strong emotion to be part of something like this, in a place like this, at this time of the history of mankind. So it's a very meaningful thing to me. So, okay, because the conference is about the Global South, and we know there are some conflicts or long-standing differences between the Global South and the Global North. Indeed, we are called different globals, just to start. So this is the typical, prototypical view of inequality, where the Global North kind of takes the resources and then creates some sort of happy world in the whereas the people in the South are suffering and so on. So that's a prototypical view, which I propose that we have to see with more nuanced eyes in order to think of something like the Noosphere, something more, let's say, cooperative or unitary. So geographically speaking, the relationship, it's more like a fractal. So there are patches of wealth and poverty everywhere, both in the global South and North. Actually, here we are in a patch of richness that goes much better than I have in Brussels. So yeah, that's a sort of fractal. Second, this is not just about money. It's not just about wealth. It's also about a sense of belonging and happiness. And in parts of the global North, we have higher rates of suicide than in parts of the global South, and people seem to be more happy and more relaxed and chilling and so on in the South. So this is not just about money. And also politically speaking, we see opposite trend forces. Like you can see lots of new trade cooperation agreements and so on. Like there is some sort of cooperation coming, but also there are domination practices in, for example, in the mining industry, and destabilization of many regions that are imposed by powerful countries from the North. So this is not just like one and another, two different things. It's a much more complex game. So this similar nuanced analysis can be made to many other problems, not just to inequality between the globals, but also to sustainability, war, migrations. Any kind of wicked problem you take for the world is going to be more nuanced than just like, oh, this is the picture. So this is just a careful revision, and this is the message of my talk. We must develop knowledge in a new way so we can build noospheric cooperation that can lead us to make a meta-system transition where these weak problems will seem primitive from this new perspective. This is what I want to get. I hope I have enough time. So let's think now about embracing complexity and interdisciplinarity, which I mentioned here in this slide. If I go back, yeah, we have to embrace complexity and interdisciplinarity first as something that, in order to understand these problems, we need to start thinking in terms of complexity and interdisciplinarity. Just to start, because this other typical one true form of looking at things is generally too simple. So let's look now how this is coming. The knowledge actually is not yet, or well, it's just getting complex and interdisciplinary now. And this picture, maybe I don't know if you see it, but it shows like the educational trajectory of the Western civilization. So we start with the Greeks and how, what were the things that were taught back in the day, rhetorics, music, geometry, poetry, and then with the Greeks you get like law became very important, medicine became important, and now in the traditional or current form of universities we have these faculties, departments, and knowledge has been somehow organized by this structure where you have leaders of departments that have, or faculties that put together some some areas which share methodologies, and then these different methodologies that are shared by the faculty are divided in departments, and then you have heads of departments and so on, and knowledge is given to the next generation according to this structure. But this structure has always played a role that has helped to sustain the current practices of the society. Call them like they could be colonizatory or dominative, or imposing or trying to foster consumism, or trying to foster whatever it's tried by the powers of the society to be sustained and maintained, will be reflected by the way in which the knowledge is organized and given to the next generations. That's the message I want to give. And this has to make us think a little bit about how knowledge is given. So this is the typical view of disciplines. But now if we want to put the Sustainable Development Goals, which are like the characterization of the wicked problems of the world that we have to face now, they don't fit actually in any faculty. You take no hunger, no poverty. Where do you fit that? In social science, in political science, in education, in medicine? Where does it lie? It doesn't lie in any of them and in all of them at the same time. So the actual structure in which knowledge is given to the new generations does not fit the challenges that the world has to face today. That's the message. It's very simple. You put them all, no one fits in any of them, so that will tell you, okay, things are complex, we need interdisciplinary cooperation. And if we take a problem now, let's just go easy with, like, the world is a problem, we need to solve the problem of the world. What do we have? Industry, we have cities, we have economic system, everything is intertwined. And it's just not just simply intertwined one thing with the other, but collectives are intertwined with other collectives. So it's not even like one-to-one, it's not even a graph, it's more complex than that. And actually we have to introduce other fields, so one will be industry or urban science, economics, but also biodiversity, well-being, politics, and the idea is to try to find some sort of encompassing view, and that view is given by complex systems. I'm not going to elaborate on that because that will be one talk on its own, but the main 4 features of a complex system are contextuality, meaning that interactions are not so linear and simple, then feedback, meaning that the interactions that things have with each other will impact their future interactions. That leads to self-organization, meaning that the collective, the parts interacting in this system, through their feedbacks given by contextual interaction, will create some stable behavior, some stable regimes, that in many cases lead to look at this stable behavior as an emergent feature, so something, a collective formed out of the feedbacks of the parts. So we must reflect critically on why structures of knowledge are positioned the way they are today, and why this is preventing complex and interdisciplinary approaches to flourish. Well, there are initiatives like this one, other IAS in general in the world have been trying to put this role in the Centre Leo Apostel at the Free University of Brussels. We also have that, and my NGO also tries to do that. So there are efforts, but this is not the mainstream. So I think we need to think of how can we get to put this type of thinking to the mainstream and change education somehow. And there is another major problem with knowledge, which is like this organization of theoretical knowledge, the way in which society and educational structures have put theory as the most respectable form of knowledge. So if we make an easy distinction, we got 3 types of knowledge. One is theoretical knowledge, the one you can put in a book. I give you the book, there is the knowledge. I can give to you, I can put it in symbols and pass it through. But the practice, learning to dance, learning to ride a bike, is not in a book. You need to embody this knowledge. It can be put in a book. You can read all the books about how to dance and go dance. You won't dance well unless you practice a lot. And there is another type of knowledge which is not even given by practice, it's just experience. So your best friend or like your relationship with your family is not given by a practice, it's given by something less structured than a practice, that is like a collective of multiple contextual experiences, and that's what makes to know, for example, deeply someone you love. You can have a script to know someone deeply and love it. You need to live with the person, and that's it. So this, if you look at this, universities and knowledge structures, hierarchies in general, put theory first, then practice, and then experience goes the last. Of course, the educational trajectory and the curricula gives importance to experience and practice, but that will not give you a degree. You need to have theory first. So there is a sort of hierarchy going on, and there is another division of knowledge which I find interesting, which is passive and active and creative. Passive is, I know something and I do not change that something I'm knowing. Like I look at the stars won't change because I look at them. But if you want to know, for example, something like the taste of a cookie, you need to change the cookie to know its flavor. You need to actually eat it. You need to interact with the cookie in a way that it's going to change. And giving another more clear example, if you go to try to understand a community, a small community of 10 people, you will be one of them. So they will change. It won't be that community. With you inside, it's another community. And there is a third type of knowledge, which is the creative knowledge. It's before you created it, it wasn't there. So that poem, that artistic creation that you do is created by you. It's not something and now you know it because you created it. So these are like a division, like if you look at the knowledge as a space, then you get this three-dimensional division, theoretical, practical, and experiential, in terms of certain variables, and then you get the passive and active and creative. So if you do an analysis of this, which I did, you can classify knowledge by these concepts of, can it be measured, can it be transferred, can it be repeated, and whether or not is it contextual. And that gives a sort of reclassification of knowledge, that different practices, different knowledge, like different fields of knowledge in the traditional academia, actually fall in different parts of this. Of course, there's a distribution. Some parts, for example, mathematics is much more theoretical, passive. You only learn truths that are there, whereas, for example, social psychology, which is a lot about interacting with people, will go more into the practical, active, and arts will be more experiential, creative, and so on, but everything requires a little bit of theory. So I look at I'm trying to propose a more integrative view of knowledge as given by theory, practice, experience, and also a transformation of your own reality by the act of learning. So, and this is changing totally the structure of academia I was showing before, and it looks like this in the other case. So that's what I wanted to propose. So now, to finish, one more. How to build noospheric cooperation, given that we have those questionings about education and about complexity and interdisciplinarity, I propose that we should learn from examples of cooperation in nature. So some lessons, and very general, the fact that we are a multi-level being, it's me, my body, or you, your body, but then you have your skin, which is another, somehow living being that is made of cells, which are also living beings. So and we are all cooperating at all scales, so we can sustain at the different levels as something alive. So this invites us to consider the other, whether inside me or outside me, as part of ourself in a given way. We are all kind of interconnected by the living processes we are part of at different scales. This allows to establish novel enablers and constraints. So that's how societies form. That's how, complex systems self-organize, basically. So this will invite you to think that the expected utility can have a different time scale than your own perception. So if we expect our utilities to come at a larger time scale because we might be working for the higher being that is going to allow us to have a more sustainable life, then we might change our idea of like invest today, get the return tomorrow, which is dominant, of course, today. And cooperation is much better than competition under the right circumstances. So how to build those circumstances? Those are the lessons. Now, the challenges and opportunities for the noospheric cooperation between the globals, given what I said before. So we got all the information today. This is the technological thing. Now we can communicate with any point in the world and so on. But the problem is that all this information is very scattered, so we can communicate with each other. But if you want to know something that someone said, whether someone has said something, you need to find that information, and it's not easy we can get lost in the ocean and information. And also the problem is that this, as we discussed before with other people, this is owned. most of the information now is owned by corporations, so it's not free. So we have to think that information is a little bit not so free. We got a lot of information, but we need to find a way to get it. So it's an opportunity and challenge. Institutions like the Noosphere, the Human Energy, this UM6P, and any other institution had priorities and funding schemes. So we can actually try to cooperate, looking at your opportunities, your priorities, your funding schemes, and how to cooperate, but that changes all the time. So it's difficult to keep up with, with all these political changes, now Trump and, like everything. There is always something happening that changes the priorities and funding schemes. So even we have the cooperation opportunities, it's not so easy. Another good thing is that people cooperate all the time, but then, as we are here, bubbles are formed. So it's very hard to become part of a bubble that is well formed for a long time. So you are an outsider, who are you, and this and that. So we prefer to cooperate with those we know, but there are actually many bubbles like the Human Energy Project that are looking for a transition, that have this idea, but they don't interact with each other. I know a few of them, and I always tell, look, you should know these other guys and so on, but who am I to make all these connections? So we need to, what I think is that these bubbles should be aware that there are other bubbles and try to put some role or someone that will help to make this. And if you do achievements in your life, these are sources of positive feedback, but in many cases, by the time that the recognition gets to a person, it's generally too late. It can get at a very advanced stage of your life when you got enough recognition so you can tell things to the world, but then you are you don't have the same energy you used to have and so on. So there is a little bit of building a chain, so the people with recognition will pass it on to the other people, and the power structure that this person holds can be passed to the other somehow, so bubbles can start connecting and so on. I guess you see the meaning of what I'm saying. So I will tell my personal journey very quickly. I started working in the desert of Atacama, where what you were mentioning. So I used to work there in solar power in a very small scale, and I had the luck to get a scholarship to go to Germany to learn how to install and work with solar energy, understood the business and so on, and get my diploma, and then started cooperating, managed to do some business and brought solar panels to the desert to work with the indigenous communities, and we actually created this after a few years. You can see like that white guy is a politician, and the other people are like from the community. So we managed to create the link between the government and the community through this project. So, and that's the moment where I was telling him, look, you should, what I'm saying now, I was telling back then to him. So this is another example. Then I made my studies, I traveled, I gave talks in many places in Europe, in Paris, in Germany, Max Planck and CLEA, and then I went back to Chile and started doing the same at a small institution and giving seminars and bringing my prestige of having done stuff in Europe, starting teaching people there, giving diplomas myself to others, then bringing important people because I already had connections like Bob Suter from IBM Quantum Computing, and bringing stars from the old times in Chile like Raúl Espejo, who is a famous cybernetician, and I was even interviewing Maturana. I got the stage to do these things because I was doing all that, and that's a nice picture with Maturana. Who knows Humberto Maturana? And that led me back to be able to start working with my own country, with the Superior Audit Court, and went to connect with Superior Audit Courts in other parts of the global north. So that's the Dutch Superior Audit Court, that's the US, the GAO in Washington. I met with these guys and tried to help how to do better audit for the country because corruption, because, bad people spending bad money. And that led me to create my own NGO, which is the Dicta Foundation, and we do projects with social impact. With the little money we can get, we help. Like this is a guy that is in a very social risk, his parents are in jail and blah, blah, blah. And he liked music, so we gave him the chance to really record music and have the experience, not the theory, but the experience of being a musician for 1 week in a recording studio and see if the guy will a little bit love his life a little more and try to become a musician rather than a delinquent or something like that. These are dialogues between scientists and artists in Spotify. This is a series of talks about sustainability to students of schools that don't have funding. And this is more like making workshops with scientists from the global north to later on make a book with Springer that will help to connect the professors in Chile and in many other parts in the world. And that led me to work with Francis, finally, in this project given by the Templeton Grant that led us to connect with David Sloan Wilson, with the Noosphere, and so on. Then I went to Japan, Artificial Life. I meet Anil Seth, famous scientist. So now I'm in this stage where I meet famous scientists, or not so famous, but with powerful somehow, and rock stars of science of different places. And I create my own group in Belgium. And then I was invited by the Filipino, Global South again, to give my talks about mathematical biology, which is the stuff I do. So they saw me and they thought, oh, now Thomas is someone important. We should invite him as a keynote. And now I'm speaking here. So you can actually build up, but you need to jump from, what I did was to jump from the Global South to the Global North, back and forth, and always trying to create this. And this is the model of university cooperation that I have for a future for the globals. Out of all this stuff I did, you need to imagine that you have two institutions, let's say 2 universities, and there are, in the bottom part, you have informal collaboration, which is what I did most of the time because I didn't have the credentials to do formal collaboration. So we apply to a grant, we supervise informally, or we do teaching in one course or the other course, or we try to do research together. But then if you can put it in the university framework through an MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, or General Agreement, or something like that, you can actually connect with the international office, with the academic research and development research and development or technology departments, and they can help you to connect with the scholars, and you can improve that cooperation through the academic, the university apparatus. That's very difficult to do, but it is possible. As I was telling before, this is not so easy because you need all these challenges and opportunities. Information is somewhere, you know. Everyone tells, okay, there is a development plan for the university and there is an implementation plan. But you try to find that. Try to understand all the acronyms on those plans. You start reading, oh yeah, I don't want to cooperate anymore. It's too hard. You need support. So I did some labs. I created my own research group within CLEA, and so far we have 5+ international PhD students. I'm building formal cooperations with the Philippines and also with my home country in Chile, always creating these agreements and trying to apply for grants and so on. So it works, but it takes a lot of time. And I'm also being a consultant for cooperation technologies using AI, and that's the more nuanced model that we are building now, a platform to discover, to mine cooperation between universities. You can download the development plans of 2 universities, and then you can find potential cooperations across their professors or their groups that you might find compatibilities that they don't know are necessary for both of them to do cooperation. So I believe personally, and this is like, that I believe that we have the conceptual depth through complex systems and interdisciplinarity, and also the data to make scientific and professional the concept of cooperation. It's not anymore like a thing, okay, we are you know, just good people. No, it can be made scientific and professional, and it's needed by the world. So at least by the Global South, but with the nuances of fractal structures. And we need to start the experimental phase as a larger scale. And I think that the Noosphere, human energy, these are fundamental stakeholders for giving credibility in the world to all these changes and to support the platforms that can lead to make this something scientific. So I think we should be informing maybe in a few months or years the OECD on how they should change, you know, the funding structures or what they expect from universities to be the form they educate people, other policymakers. So this is the challenge, and this is where I end, I think. Yes, thank you.
So we have about 10 minutes or so for coffee and questions. So we can entertain questions. Yes, Shima? Yes, we're going to start our next session at 11:45. So there's coffee out through these doors. But if you have questions for our speakers, welcome to come on up and have a conversation. Thank you.
Sorry. I was like having time. Yeah, I was given a lot of information. I know that people here may not specialize in astrophysics, but they just do try my best. No, I didn't get this question. So you're talking about the on Mars. Oh yeah, so you couldn't tell that it was risky unless it was completely different. Even then, you don't establish it fast because there's so much back and forth between the Earth and Mars. Well, yeah, this may be a possible way too, because but now our first goal is just to go first to find evidence of life that has been Mars, because we know there's water, there's all this criteria that will have. If they see evidence of life, you still won't know. Yeah, you mean the connection between the Earth and the Mars? Yeah, it's going to be hard. Yeah, well, this is a lot. Yeah, well, they're not like direct. Maybe they have some element that ejected Mars from Mars. Yeah. There were a lot of Mars particularly. Yeah, exactly. We cut them a lot. This is also a way, so we will never have like a really certain answer about how exactly like, even now we have many common questions. So, but we are sure that so Mars might support life. So first we will have to find evidence of that. So now there is a dimension to go through the underground and find if there's anything that's going up, something like that. And then we have that set up. So maybe right now we use this visualize to look for the connection between the other different planets. It might be, it might not. So we're not in certain. So we're starting meteorites on the Earth coming from Mars, and they probably somehow contribute to bring in some. Yeah, this is a bit different. Yeah, environment. Yeah. Based on the last panel, I think based on the last panel, it looks like everybody was sitting. I guess this way we don't feel as alone. Exactly. Oh yeah, yeah, I forgot to tell you. So if you go up to the media room, which I think is, which way I came in from, I feel like it might be that door. That's one of the side doors. And then you go up, you go past the translator, the translator. There you go. And then you go up. Actually, this would be the time you do it, or in between next the conference, because they can't check. They can't check during the talks. But exactly. They were the side stuff. Oh, you're up. Yeah. So that's a good hopefully. But yeah, you can. I mean, it's still for peace of mind. It would be nice to jump in. Yes.
Yes.
I'll be curious. I have an element of critique in my talk, so we'll just, I mean, but it's just trying it out. So I have to cite you guys as well. Yeah. I'll try to get more. You could say, now that I've heard this outrageous talk, I'm going to change everything to disagree with the first speaker. Los Angeles now. I'm at the Bruin Institute. Think tank. Yeah, but I work on the Noosphere, Gaia theory, and the different earth science concepts that have relevance for human planetary. And you're boundaries. Yeah, and the dean of the college. Yeah. And how long have you been? Many different cultural contexts for academia. Yeah. Research was not. Oh, my first position. Oh, wonderful. Well, no, early I was research assistant. Oh, you tested? Yeah, I grew up in Arizona, so not too far away. Yeah. So not too far away. And my kids went to boarding school in Hyderabad. Oh, yeah. Wait, I don't know. Near LA. Palm Springs. Yeah. No, I've never been, but one of our 3.5-year-old, her best friend, another 3.5-year-old, they go to his grandparents are in Idlewild, so they're always going. So we hear a lot about it. Nice spot. Oh, that's wonderful. Wow, what a small world. Small world. Yeah.
Hello. If we can resume, please. Hello. Sheila, if you want to introduce the guests. Monsieur Liogier. And I just would like to remind you that you can get headsets if you need some translation. Si vous avez besoin de traduction, vous avez des casques à l'extérieur. Ils sont juste derrière la porte si vous voulez vous servir. If you need any headsets, please take them before we start. And we're waiting for Professor Liogier. He's finishing his coffee, otherwise he cannot talk. It's tea, sorry. I made a huge mistake. Yeah, we need to be precise. Words are important. Donc, merci Raphaël.
So our next speaker for this roundtable will be the great Boris Shoshitaishvili. Yeah, that I met. Thank you. That's already such a deed to do that. Yeah, that I met in Berkeley last year, and he was. I mean, I've seen his presentation, and it was really great. He's working for the Berggren Institute. He's a Berggren Fellow, and he's specialized in evolutionary biology, comparative literature, and classical studies, and not so classical studies. So many things. And our beloved Bruno Gérard, who is professor here and is the director of the biggest college and of this university. No, it's true, isn't it? Yes. How many researchers in your college? 160 PhD students. You see already like the size of the thing, so you can imagine. And of course, we have Isabelle Delannoy, who is an agriculture engineer and strategic advisor, engaged in ecological issues for over 30 years. She wrote the film Home in 2009 and The Symbiotic Economy that I read. It's a wonderful, incredible thing. And I mean, she's working global emergence of a regenerative economy for living and social ecosystem. So basically, that's really very close to the concept of Noosphere. So I think we'll have a very interesting conversation. Go for it.
Thank you. Yeah, so I just wanted to say thanks to our wonderful hosts here at UM6P and to the Human Energy team and the Institute of Advanced Studies and the kind of sheer scale of collaborative effort that it took to put on this remarkable event. And I also want to say that it's an honor to be able to help commemorate Ben Kassira, who worked so tirelessly to bring the noosphere and ideas about the noosphere into the 21st century. And that really is what my talk, in a certain sense, is going to be about. I'm going to be drawing a connection from early noosphere thought, the way that Pierre Teilhard de Chardin and Vladimir Vernadsky elaborated the noosphere in the 20s, 30s, and 40s. And then I'm going to suggest some of the narratives that surrounded that early concept of the noosphere, and then ask to what extent we might need to shift those narratives, think about those narratives in the context of the 21st century. So I actually wanted to start with the word itself very quickly with the etymology. As many of you know, of course, that nous is an ancient Greek word for mind, but it wasn't a neutral concept for the ancient Greeks. It carried a connotation of a unifying and elevating form of thought. And at the same time, sphere, the other half of the word, on the one hand, it's part of the scientific terminology for planetary envelopes, but at the same time, it was far from neutral for the Greeks as well. And going back to Empedocles, it implied a kind of a perfect shape of inclusion, a moment when the force of love was at its zenith in the universe. Empedocles said that everything took the shape of a sphere. And this etymology was very much, I think, at play in Teilhard de Chardin and Vladimir Vernadsky's thinking as they coined the concept in the 20s. One way we can describe them both, I think, is scientist mystics, and in both these domains, they've provided us with massive contributions and provocations. The one thing that they did less of is they weren't as politically oriented in terms of the way that they thought. And reading Teilhard and Vernadsky, when reading about some of their reflections on the politics of their times, that I think is one of the places where in a certain sense, the 21st century it may not be as much of a match for some of the dimensions of their approach. But to start with really the kind of political moment that they lived through, they were really kind of coming up with the idea in response to the world wars, and especially in response to the experience of the First World War. Teilhard de Chardin saw this war up close. He was a heroic stretcher bearer on the front lines, and Vladimir Vernadsky was actually assigned by imperialist Russia to help in a commission that gathered all of the knowledge about geological resources in order to then think about what could be brought into war production. So they both were deeply impacted by the world wars, and they saw a lot of the suffering, and a lot of their scientific and mystical thought was formed in response to these immense conflicts. And one might think that being exposed to world wars would pose a challenge to a faith in technology and in mass communication, especially World War II, and as well with the notion of progress with a capital P. And they grappled with this, certainly. But if we read their writings, they end up producing and providing a very hopeful vision of the future. And this isn't. I'm not trying to. I don't want to say that this is a bad thing. I think what we might want to start teasing apart though here is that the noosphere, as they understood it, was three things. I think one, it was a scientific concept, a theory about planetary envelopes. Two, was an expression of hope in the future in truly dark times. And three, it was I think in some sense also a defense mechanism in the way that it was formulated against the kind of a global trauma that they and so many others had suffered in the first half of the 20th century. And what I want to suggest, and this actually connects to Raphael's opening remarks, is that the strong metaphysical idea of the noosphere as a narrative that is leading towards a new planetary envelope of mind that is harmonious and that embraces all of humanity, that there's an element of that narrative that I think we should approach with some caution. And I want to connect this to the political here. So one point to make before I move into the geopolitical dimension of the talk, is that our 21st century trauma is not exactly the same as Teilhard and Vernadsky's trauma. So one of the key differences is that, of course, their predictions ended up being almost more right than they knew. So when Vernadsky was talking about our planetary technologies expressing themselves as a force in the Earth system, that has indeed happened, but it's a very ambivalent result. You know, we all know the familiar list of climate change, mass extinctions, the Anthropocene. We also all know, you know, all of the interconnections and transportation networks that have also been forged. So it's not that it's a negative list, but it's that the vision that noosphere will be immediately harmonious in the way that, or will maybe not immediately harmonious, but is tending towards harmony in the way that Vernadsky and Teilhard mostly wrote about it, is complicated a little bit by the reality of the planetary technologies of impact that we have. And we could say something similar for the planetary technologies of information and communication. These two are now fraught. And you know, on the one hand, we are indeed more interconnected than ever. And Teilhard, I think, in some ways, his prescience is, we can recognize it when we think about our internet. At the same time, you know, we confront media bubbles, disinformation, polarized societies, everything that human energy has so usefully condensed into the description of the techno-social dilemma. So in that sense, they were right, but the structure of experience that the world that they predicted has taken on is a far more ambivalent one than a strong, maybe metaphysical narrative might suggest. So it can't exactly be our hope or defense in the same way as it was for them. I mean, we're living in a different moment. And the other dimension of this, where our moment and really the decades after Vernadsky and Teilhard were writing, faces a distinct challenge, is in how to envision the planetary political community. And what I want to do here is connect the narratives around the early noosphere to the kinds of narratives that emerged after World War II to think about divisions in the planetary political community that were beyond the national, beyond the divisions between nation states. These attempts, and this is ultimately, of course, going to lead back to the provocation of this conference, the pairing of noosphere and the global south, the incredibly productive, I think, suggestion. So I'll lead us through some of the narratives that are associated with developing and developed worlds, with the third, second, and first worlds, with that framework, and then with the global south and global north, and track what is happening to the narrative dimension here. And let's see else. Which slides? Here we go. So developing and developed world, as many people, or likely everybody knows, that it emerges really in this 40s to 60s period and then becomes entrenched among many intergovernmental agencies. Social scientists, becomes part of modernization and development theory. And when we analyze the implied narrative structure of the developing and developed world, we end up with really a single line of history with the proposition of a future that's shared among all political communities, and certain political communities are at different positions on this line relative to others. So you end up with a very kind of a direct and simplified narrative and way of understanding the relationship between different political communities. And I think in a certain sense, this implied narrative recalls the dominant strands of Teilhard and Vernadsky's visions of a harmonious noosphere, in the sense that if you have a perspective on the unfolding of the planet and its layers, and that unfolding is going to lead to one shared destination, one shared sphere of mind. And at the same time, in developing and developed, we see a narrative structure that has that same shape, that we have a shared future and a teleological line leading to that future. And this, of course, has been critiqued significantly, and I just what I want to do here is point out the narrative structures for you guys, and then something interesting happens when you set the developing and developed world framework in conversation with the three worlds framework, with the first, second, third world framework, and this was first proposed by the French demographer Alfred Sauvy, and in the early 50s. And what's interesting about going back to that initial text where it was first proposed is there's some kind of hints of complexity in that text beyond what the framework then became when it was actually adopted by, again, various social scientists and governmental bodies. So one thing that's introduced, of course, is the notion of conflict. So you no longer have a single future towards which history is tending, as you do implied in the developing and developed world. Rather, you suddenly have a bifurcated future proposed with two different types of communities. I mean, various ways of defining them, whether one talks about them as Western capitalist democracies, as the Soviet bloc. But you have these two different visions of the future. This, again, I'm only kind of trying to describe what's baked into this vision. And then you have a domain that is, again, kind of like developing and developed, positioned at a different point in history and then deciding which of these paths to go. But if we read the original article, you actually have a sense that as the developing and developed world narrative started being broken down and bifurcated, you have a little bit more of an opening of possible narrative directions for history. So V writes that you have two avant-garde, the Western and the Eastern, that have separated themselves from the present majority by a few centuries. Should we follow one of them or try another route? And I want to put emphasis on that last line of that rhetorical question. He's, of course, trying to put himself in the position of his kind of his self-styled description of the third world, and is again suggesting this line of history, the split line of history now, but then suggesting that there are other routes, that these may not be the only two. And so all sorts of problematic assumptions in the three worlds framework, all sorts of problematic assumptions in the developing and developed framework. But what I want to highlight between these two is that a single narrative structure of all of history tending to one place is starting to break down in Sauvy. And that brings us to the conjunction of our conference today of the Noosphere and the Global South. And in a certain sense, I think one of the ways that at least I've understood the importance of the typology of Global South and Global North against the earlier attempts at pointing to differences and divisions in the human planetary political community is that the Global South and the Global North steps away from narrative even more than the three worlds, and the three worlds we saw had a slightly weaker teleology than the teleological narrative of the developing and developed world. So the Global South and Global North amounts to one of the contributions is to say that before we try to fit a narrative of history, which of course always opens up the question of who's telling that narrative, who is seeing themselves as at what position in that narrative, who has voice. The Global South suggests first, and Global North framework, an attention to difference, inequities, and divisions before a commitment to narrative structure. And I think that is actually something that as we try to think about the early noosphere with its dominant narrative structure in Teilhard and Vernadsky, and think about the 21st century and how we think about the political dimension of human planetarity, I think here we can learn an important lesson for the noosphere from the framework of the Global South and Global North. 4 minutes? Great. Yeah, I think we're good. So what does this mean then for the noosphere? Well, I mean, I think as I just outlined, it means that maybe when we retrieve the powerful resources of that concept from the 20s, the ideas that we can take both kind of inspirational and reconceptualizing the planetary system and thinking on that planetary level. One thing that we might want to approach with more caution is the overarching narrative structure that Teilhard and Vernadsky tended to attribute to the noosphere and to the unfolding of the noosphere. And again, like maybe we approach the strong metaphysics with more caution in order to open up a plurality of futures. To go with, again, Raphael, the point on the S of transitions here. So I'll close with just giving 3 examples of starting to rethink, at least for me, the noosphere and the political in the 21st century. And I'll take 2 from the second half of the 20th century and then 1 from the 21st. Many of you will be familiar with Hannah Arendt's work and her attempts in The Human Condition to outline what the active life of a human being is, laying out her typology of labor, work, and political action. And in many ways, she was the philosopher who always insisted on the importance of the political and the importance of not losing oneself sheerly in the world of thought. But then towards the second half of her life and in her later work, she turned back to the vita contemplativa, the life of thought, and became very concerned with how to connect how one thinks with how one acts. And again, we're talking on this like higher metapolitical level. And so I think that is already a resource for starting to kind of think about the noosphere and think about the role of thought in political activity. That's one example. The second is a more direct historical political instance that is rarely discussed, but is fascinating, I think, and that's Mikhail Gorbachev towards the end of the Soviet Union when he was instituting reforms. He consistently described Vernadsky, who had passed away 50 years before Gorbachev came to power. He consistently described attempted reforms like perestroika, like glasnost, and then even kind of how Gorbachev conceptualized his role in relationship to a collapsing empire through Vernadsky and the concept of the noosphere. So it's an interesting example where the noosphere seemingly, I mean, Gorbachev's legacy is complex, of course, but the noosphere seemingly played a role in a world leader thinking about how to essentially step away from power and thinking about how to shift the narrative of his own, quote unquote, imperial structure, shift that narrative away from seeing the Soviet Union as at the forefront of history. And then the third example is 2 scholars who are familiar to human energy folks, is David Ronfeld and John Arquilla recently have started theorizing that as the noosphere develops, it's going to become not necessarily a harmonious layer in and of itself, but rather that layer of thought is going to bring in a different form of politics, a form of politics where narrative and information become the objects of contestation, become things that we have to navigate. And so there too, they're stepping away from a vision of the noosphere that almost moves quickly to the resolution of the very challenges that it might pose, and opening up to kind of higher level political theory, and even in their theory, in their thinking, the shift from realpolitik to noopolitik. So that is really kind of what I want to leave us with here, is the prompt to think about what the role of narrative was in early noosphere thought, what the role of narrative should be in the 21st century, and how all of this kind of connects to these higher level geopolitical and metapolitical questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What? 20 maximum.
Okay.
If you do less, it's fine.
So I think I've made too many slides. So I hope I will not get seasick by going through those. I introduced myself. I joined the university 3 years ago, and I was not in academia. I was in international research working in agriculture. So it's a chance, in fact, to land in academia at the end of a career. I think it's a blessing. I will go through slides. Some of them I will not explain because I was counting on 30 minutes presentation, not 20. So I was looking at the program, but as usual. So quite different presentation. I will talk about the Global South, but I will talk mostly about Africa. That's where I spent most of my career. And agriculture is at the same time life, but it's also a threat to the planet. The context of African agriculture, there are two large drivers of change in Africa. The demographic pressure. We are today 1.5 billion on the continent, will be probably 2.5 by 2050. And the change of that population going from rural population to urban population. So while there is an increase, there will be a large shift also, about 45% urban right now in Africa, and there will be 65 in 2050. So major changes and a lot of challenges related to that. The other one I don't need to talk about, everybody can witness it, and the climate change. And I think I remember, reading about climate change 20, 30 years ago, looking at those models, and you had the feeling that climate change was for the future, but not that we had time to deal with it. I think it's acceleration of it, and I think Morocco is really well placed for that. I think we are suffering of a major water crisis, but not only water. We have also increase of temperature, which is reducing the yields of cereals and the flowering of olive trees. So I think it's a complete shift. So I think the challenge is enormous. The other point is that 60% of the active population in Africa directly works in agriculture. Unlike Europe, unlike the United States, where it's 2-3% of the active population. You can see the graph there. It's maybe written very small, but I think South Africa is the one with the least active population in agriculture, and countries like Niger or Burkina Faso, you have more than 70-80% of the people living from agriculture. So food security is a concern for Africa, and I think there are still people hungry in Africa today. And you have food crisis also. Another effect of growing population in Africa on the continent is the increased demand for food. And so with that intensification of production system, food systems, it's clearing new land, clearing forests, clearing pasture, so very detrimental environmental effect. It's loss of natural habitat, biodiversity, land degradation, and we have also polluted cities. I think the planning of cities in Africa is not great. Low agricultural labor productivity is also a striking example. I think people say, well, there's no employment. It's better that people work in the field. I don't think so. Especially that most of the artwork is done by women and children. So human energy is not used very well, talking about human energy in Africa. So mechanization is something that is quite critical. Another striking thing about agriculture in Africa is the low value addition of agriculture, and probably following the coca crisis now, the price skyrocketed, produced in Ivory Coast. Most of the value addition of African products is somewhere else. So I think it's really important that we work on that. Poverty is remaining prevalent, and the poorly planned urbanization and feeding the cities becoming a challenge as well. Few graphs, I will go quickly through that, but that shows the fertilizer use in Africa, 20 kg per hectare per year, while in Brazil, it might be 400 kg per hectare per year Europe and United States around 200, 250. And people say, well, fertilizer are not good for the environment. But I think without fertilizer, you'll not be able to intensify agriculture in Africa. Maize yield. Who knows the maize yield in the United States? Iowa, for example. How many tons? It's more than 12 tons. That's the maize yield that we have in Africa. You can see that South Africa, more or less okay. But a country like Zimbabwe is producing less than 2 tons per hectare. That's way, way too low. So it might be a bit small, but the map that you see of sub-Saharan Africa is the yield gap you can see on that map. So the redder, the more potential you have to increase the yields by improve agronomy, improve management perspective, by market incentives as well, because in many places agriculture is still subsistence agriculture in Africa, so there's no real incentive to produce more. One thing also that is challenging if we want to give value addition, have agri-food transformation in Africa, is the variability of production from year to year. You cannot size a transformation, ag transformation industry if your production is varying so much. How do you size it? So, in fact, that yield gap is a bit like a thermometer when you are sick. It shows the, but it doesn't give you the solution on how to do things. And, talking about global south, global north, I think Africa is not a monolith. It's very diversified. And I'm a bit afraid global south is a term I don't use, because it's 2 categories, north, south. And Australia is the global south? Probably not, no. You put Australia in the global north. But all those things needs are linked, and I think that's why the Noosphere is a very, I think, interesting concept, and I will go through that when we are talking about the education offer we are trying to build in this university. You probably know that UM6P has been funded by OCP. So OCP is a state company, phosphate. We have the largest known reserves of phosphate, and phosphate is life. Right? It's everything in energy. If you look at the cell, ADP, ATP, phosphate is used in our cells. So we are on the land of plenty when it comes to reserves of phosphates, and we are sitting on the top of the continent where, in fact, all the soils, or most of the soils, are deficient in phosphate because they are old soils, they are wetter soils. So, and if you look at the available phosphorus level, we are way below 10 ppm available phosphate in the soil. So that's really the response. So I worked 17 years in Niger, and I worked on fertilizer and I worked on phosphate because it was critical to adapt to drought, because it developed the root faster. So when I had the opportunity to come here, I was not coming to sell phosphates, of course, but I realized that Africa was really missing something, phosphate. But once you solve that, you have plenty of other things that will be limiting. So it's probably the most limiting element when it comes to food security and agriculture in Africa. But if you solve that, the phosphate and the access to phosphate, you need to solve the seeds, you need to solve the agronomy, you need to solve the water access, life-saving irrigation, all those things. So I'm 9 minutes, I think. I'm just checking my time because, no, I just started the thing, 9 minutes. 9 minutes, I was checking my time. No, but I'll go fast and I'll go to the last slide. Who heard about Norman Borlaug? A few of you. That's the only scientist working in agriculture and agronomy who got the Nobel Prize. He got the Nobel Peace Prize. And he got it because he just worked on what is called now the Green Revolution. And the Green Revolution was great at the time, but unintended consequences that we are facing today in terms of pollution, land degradation, and so on. But it shows that, and it was a combination of two innovations: fertilizer and improved wheat variety. In fact, wheat, when you put nitrogen on wheat, the stem elongates to the point that it lodges. So what Norman Borlaug did, he did breed, cross a dwarf wheat with a good wheat, and he got a semi-dwarf wheat, to which he could just put nitrogen. And that saved millions of lives in South Asia and also in Mexico. Norman Borlaug was working for CIMMYT. I worked for 10 years for CIMMYT as well, but I never met him. Agri-food systems, I think it's food waste is something that's quite important as well. FAO estimates that 30% of the food produced is wasted. And it's wasted differently in the United States or Europe than it's wasted in Africa. It's the end of the food chain where we waste food in Europe and in the United States. We empty the fridge because we bought too much and preemption dates. In Africa, it's usually storage and pests. The environment also is an important issue, and I think the footprint of agriculture on the environment is tremendous. You probably heard about the pollution in Delhi. It's unbearable. And it's usually in the months of October, November. And of course, there are other sources of pollution, but a large source of pollution is, in fact, rice straw burning, because people need to plant the wheat quickly after. You all heard about the Amazon and how things are getting degraded. You can see also the picture of a field in Malawi where you have erosions. And erosion, soil conservation is key, because once you lose a soil, it takes thousands of years to recreate it. It's not reversible. I'll go quickly now, and maybe one thing about, we're in a university which like innovation. And usually people say technical innovation, scientific innovation. And I think innovations, you need to, in fact, technical innovations are important, but you need social, environmental, financial, and institutional innovation as well. So it's by grouping all those things that you make a positive difference. And innovation is not new. I mean, if you look at the history of agriculture, and that's why we are so numerous on Earth today, is because we had agriculture. So it's good, it's bad, I don't know. One thing that will probably make difference is all the genomic work that has been done, which can engineer crops that have traits that can adapt faster or better to changing environments. Urban farming is also something that we start talking about very much. I think it's we're interested in developing that. So I'll go over that. Rafael, I'm 12 minutes in my talk. Okay, then I'll just go. I was mentioning mechanization. I was mentioning human labor in agriculture. That's something we worked a lot when I was in CIMMYT, and I think a lot of promising things there. But it's not that simple, It's not a question of dropping two-wheel tractors in African landscapes. You need a full ecosystem in terms of maintaining the equipment, selling the equipment, having spare parts and things like that. So it takes a lot of efforts for that, but it's worth. Especially that you have a strong gender dimension on mechanization. If you had a slide on Bangladesh, because we worked a lot in Bangladesh on mechanization, give more time to women to rest, that's important, to take care of the children, and to have more quality time. So it's very important. I go over that. Keeping youth in landscapes in Africa is a challenge. I don't think many young Africans see agriculture as something very sexy and a future. I think we need to transform the image we have of African agriculture to a positive manner, but also be sure that what we try to develop is something that's the respect of income generation, poverty reduction, gender equity, and employment for youth. So you might say $6,700 is not very much. It's a lot in an African village. It's a lot of money. So that was the slide with the gender dimension on mechanization. The bottom slide is for Bangladesh. Just a reaper, harvester, two-wheel, small one. I will go quickly over urban agriculture. We're trying to start a program on an initiative on urban agriculture because I think it's better to start working on that today. I think it's pressing issues. A lot of things linked to urban agriculture is, circular economy, waste valorization, both biomass, solid waste, and liquid waste. Adaptation to climate change. A few months ago, there were people dying in some West African cities because temperature was too hot. It's the same now in many places in the world. So the cooling effect of vegetation is something that maybe can mitigate a bit the increase of temperature. I will not go through that. That's a framework because I think sometimes people think agriculture, agronomy is a science. I mean, it's a series of science, both biophysical and human science. But that's a framework that we have been using for quite a long time to try to articulate what's needed in terms of research for development to improve African agriculture. The last slide, Rafael. Wonderful. Yeah. 15 minutes. I think we have to rethink how we teach young people. And I think this university has a clear mandate. It's not serving only Morocco, but serving Africa. When we look in the field of agriculture and environmental science, there's a big, big gap in terms of higher education. Not enough people are working in the field of agriculture. You imagine that 60 or 70% of the population depends on agriculture, but if you look at extension services in a country, it might be very, very, very small, not serving. So, and there are many reasons for that, but I think the structural adjustment plans of the 90s, forbid it, African countries to invest in agriculture, really. So, and I think that's World Bank is seeing that a bit differently today. So for us, I think the quality of education needs to mirror the research we do, so and the learning by doing that we do in this university. We want to build on a rich network of universities. We want our students to be able to see something else than just one campus. I think it's very, very important. We want to develop T-shaped skills, and that's where it reached the Noosphere, because you can see, the classical image of a scientist is somebody with a white coat, lab coat, and just in the lab. We want to have scientists having very strong disciplinary expertise, but being able to connect. So that's the horizontal shape of the T-shape. And that's very important because you can see that multidisciplinarity, trends, and interdisciplinarity are key to solve the problems of the world today. So we want to give that to the students. So right now we have 170 PhD students, or 160. We have just got 60 new PhD students, and we started not to send them to the lab the first day, but to give them a pre-doc year where all those skills will be taught. We are starting in September 2025, a new 5 years degree where all those will be embedded as well. So I think and I think somebody showed the same SDGs. I think agriculture is very important for most of the SDGs. So I think it's, and for food security also. So thank you very much. Sorry, I rushed you through too many slides, but finish after 18 minutes, Rafael.
You're wonderful. The floor is yours.
Je ne suis pas sûre. Je vais essayer. Alors, je suis désolée, je vais parler en français, ce sera plus simple pour moi.
Je vous remercie. Et je voulais dire aussi que j'étais très, très honorée d'être là. Et parce que aussi Pierre Teilhard de Chardin a été quelqu'un qui a énormément irrigué mon travail, notamment quand j'ai essayé de le synthétiser. Et la pensée de Vernadsky aussi, surtout la pensée systémique de Vernadsky. Et là, j'aimerais commencer justement sur cette représentation simplifiée, mais c'est ça que je vais développer dans ces 15 à 20 minutes. C'est le système imaginé par Vernadsky, donc au début du XXe siècle, qui offre une des premières visions systémiques de la pensée de la Terre, où il voit les différents stades d'évolution de la Terre comme sur 5 niveaux, où la géosphère, donc les roches, les minéraux, l'eau, crée la biosphère, qui va créer la technosphère, la sphère de nos techniques et de nos infrastructures, qui elle-même va créer cette noosphère, cette sphère d'une pensée globale qui recouvre la Terre. Mais surtout, chaque sphère, au fur et à mesure de son apparition, va modifier la précédente. Donc Vernadsky, qui est le père aussi de la biogéochimie, a une vision extrêmement imbriquée et systémique, en fait, de l'évolution. C'est-à-dire qu'une sphère crée l'autre, crée la seconde qui va modifier la première, etc. Donc quand on avance, on modifie toutes les autres en amont, et c'est exactement ce qu'on voit arriver. Ce qui est très intéressant quand on regarde en fait à côté de cette belle planète qui est la nôtre et l'image, on se dit, il est évident pour nous que la Terre est une planète vivante. Elle a cette couche de la biosphère. Quand on y ajoute la couche de la noosphère, on peut se poser la question si la Terre est une planète pensante. Et selon la qualité de la pensée qui va la recouvrir, qui naît en elle, eh bien, en fait, on voit bien que ces couleurs changent et on peut le voir de l'univers. Aujourd'hui, nous avons une extinction massive de la biosphère. On vient de le voir, la désertification grandit et nos couleurs changent, les couleurs de la Terre changent et elles se voient de l'univers. Et ce qui actionne cela, c'est bien une pensée où finalement, alors, pardon, j'ai oublié de mettre mon truc. Excusez-moi. Ah, c'est l'inverse. Voilà. Et c'est en fait, quand on regarde la dégradation de la biosphère, on s'aperçoit que dans les services écologiques qui nous sont fournis par cette planète et qui nous permettent notre vie, la formation des sols, l'équilibre du climat, des inondations, des sécheresses, la fabrication d'une eau propre et d'une eau douce, d'une eau potable, eh bien déjà 14 des 18 types de services écosystémiques que nous connaissons, que nous avons répertoriés, en fait sont en déclin et sont dégradés. Plus de 75% des types de services écosystémiques sont dégradés ou menacés. Quand on regarde en fait les équilibres de la Terre qui ont été matérialisés par ce qu'on appelle les limites planétaires en 2009 et qui permettent de voir en fait qui sont des facteurs à la fois distincts mais interdépendants. En 2023, nous avons passé 6 des 9 limites identifiées. Et comme elles sont interdépendantes, chaque fois qu'on en atteint l'une, on fragilise toutes les autres. Et au-delà de ces limites, nous ne savons pas comment la Terre va évoluer. Et on est en train d'en franchir une 7e. Et surtout, en 2020, une étude a montré que la masse de nos infrastructures et de nos machines est devenue supérieure à la masse de la biomasse du vivant sur Terre aujourd'hui. Donc en fait, nous avons, la biosphère a créé une couche, la technosphère, mais qui est rentrée en conflit avec la biosphère et qui est en train de la manger, littéralement la manger. Donc la question, elle est, en fait, quelle est la pensée qui guide cette technosphère pour que nous en arrivions à cette prédation de la couche de la biosphère. Je vais parler de Newton. En fait, notre pensée aujourd'hui n'est pas du tout, elle correspond à un moment et une époque donnée. En fait, au XVIIIe siècle, Newton a une influence extraordinaire. Il montre qu'il est possible de mathématiser l'entièreté du réel et du monde. Donc, à partir de ce moment-là, les pères fondateurs de l'économie néoclassique, c'est vraiment quand naît la science économique, se disent mais c'est merveilleux, on peut donc construire un modèle économique à l'image de la mécanique newtonienne. Les agents économiques, finalement, sont comme des particules obéissant aux lois de la mécanique et on va pouvoir créer des équations qui vont permettre d'expliquer leur comportement. Et c'est ainsi que naît l'économie, profondément influencée par la pensée newtonienne. Mais en fait, les lois newtoniennes expliquent quoi? Elles expliquent les systèmes physiques. Elles ne s'appliquent aux systèmes inertes. Elles n'expliquent ni les actions, ni les rétroactions des phénomènes en réseau, ni les phénomènes culturels, ni les phénomènes vivants. Donc, c'est-à-dire qu'en gros, si vous voulez, Newton explique comment est tombée la pomme, mais il n'explique pas comment elle est grimpée à l'arbre. Ça, c'est du phénomène vivant. Et ensuite, le fait qu'elle ne puisse pas penser, en fait, ces systèmes vivants, font aussi que jusque dans les années 1970-1980, les services rendus par les écosystèmes vivants ont été largement incompris des sciences modernes et les ressources étaient perçues comme illimitées. On était dans un monde physique. Je vais vous montrer aussi cet autre fondement de notre pensée actuelle. Ça arrive au XVIe siècle. C'est une gravure qui paraît en fait dans le livre de Sapiens, le livre de la sagesse, par Charles de Beauvais en 1509. Et c'est les fondements de la pensée naturaliste. La pensée naturaliste apparaît en Europe au XVIe siècle. C'est-à-dire que vous voyez bien au sommet, il y a l'homme, mais l'humain masculin, et surtout l'humain masculin qui étudie. C'est vraiment celui au-dessus de tout. Puis en fait, la femme et les animaux, et puis les plantes, puis les roches. En fait, les plantes, les animaux et les milieux de vie sont rangés, sont hiérarchisés, et l'homme humain est complètement séparé en fait de son milieu de vie qu'il va appeler la nature. La nature étant caractérisée par l'absence des humains. Cette façon de penser le monde est absolument exceptionnelle. Dans les autres continents ou en Europe avant l'époque moderne, les non-humains sont mêlés au tissu des relations sociales avec les humains. Alors, ce qui est très intéressant, c'est que quand on a séquencé le génome, on s'est rendu compte que l'être humain compte 26 000 gènes dans son ADN, mais que le génome du riz en détient 50 000, le double. Donc évidemment, ça a été un choc pour les biologistes, qui pensaient que plus un organisme était évolué, plus il comptait de gènes. Donc est-ce qu'il fallait tout revoir? Et le généticien Axel Kahn a eu cette magnifique réponse. Il a dit pas du tout. Le riz est plus évolué que l'homme. Essayez donc de passer l'hiver le pied dans l'eau froide à vous nourrir exclusivement de lumière, de soleil et de gaz carbonique. Vous n'y arriverez pas, car votre équipement génétique est insuffisant. Donc ça fera plaisir à notre ami Bruno, je crois. Ces deux pensées, en fait, ont été déterminantes dans la façon de voir le monde en Occident. Et elles vont conduire non seulement les sciences, mais aussi l'économie, la façon dont nous avons de gérer nos activités. Et en fait, si on regarde les points majeurs d'émission d'information dans ce qui est aujourd'hui ce qu'on appelle la noosphère, eh bien, ce sont notamment l'Occident, d'où ont été émises ces pensées. L'Europe est majeure dans les points d'émission de la pensée, de ce qui va faire la noosphère. Et là, je regarde que d'un point de vue qualitatif, on a regardé l'histoire, ce qui est contenu dans la noosphère. Maintenant, d'où est-elle émise? Donc, elle est émise en effet majoritairement de l'Europe, des États-Unis et aussi de l'Asie industrielle, Japon, Chine, Corée, Inde. Si on regarde les productions audiovisuelles, on s'aperçoit que, là encore, on trouve les mêmes points. Donc, ce qu'on pourrait appeler le global nord, avec une exception un peu pour le Brésil et l'Asie du Sud-Est. Mais si on regarde la carte des émissions de gaz à effet de serre, on s'aperçoit que ce sont les mêmes points. Ces cartes se superposent et en fait, ce qui est intéressant, c'est pas tant de parler là des pollutions, bien que, évidemment, si on pense à notre biosphère, c'est extrêmement important, mais c'est surtout que ces émissions de gaz à effet de serre témoignent de quoi? Témoignent en fait d'une activité industrielle et d'une gestion industrielle des sols ou des productions humaines. Et donc, on en déduit que finalement, les points d'où sont émis l'information et qui circulent dans le monde sont aussi les terres les plus industrielles, là où la pensée industrielle est la plus forte, là où cette pensée de la technosphère majoritaire ne cesse de grignoter les sols, l'atmosphère et les sous-sols. Donc on a un vrai problème, c'est qu'aujourd'hui, la technosphère, non seulement elle émet des gaz à effet de serre, mais c'est pas tant ça. La noosphère, pardon, non seulement elle émet des gaz à effet de serre, mais surtout elle est émise par des lieux qui ont une pensée de la technosphère, la sphère de nos industries et de nos machines, qui va à l'encontre de la biosphère. Si on remonte un peu, on se rend compte, quand on regarde cette carte des routes commerciales au XVIe siècle, que finalement tout cela n'est pas très nouveau, puisque on retrouve exactement les mêmes points de concentration et d'émission finalement du commerce. Or, ici, cette carte, ça a été le début de l'accélération de la pensée globale, puisque avec le commerce qui s'est accéléré à ce moment-là, bougeaient aussi les idées. Donc la question qu'on peut se poser, c'est quelle noosphère pour la biosphère? Je crois que c'est ça qui nous réunit aujourd'hui. Il y a deux pensées, en fait, puisque notre technosphère, si on regarde celle de gauche, puisque notre technosphère grignote notre biosphère, eh bien, il faudrait que notre noosphère grignote la technosphère, c'est-à-dire qu'en diminuant la technosphère qui diminue la biosphère, eh bien, on devrait pouvoir régler nos problèmes. C'est la vision majoritaire de la décroissance. C'est la vision majoritaire que nous avons aujourd'hui. Comment diminuer l'impact de la technosphère? Et puis, il y a une autre solution, celle que dont je vais parler aussi, qui est, mais quelle serait notre pensée, quel serait le contenu de notre noosphère pour que la technosphère change de relation à la biosphère après tout? Pourquoi elle ne pourrait pas être positive pour la biosphère qui l'a générée? Donc, nous allons d'abord étudier la première vision. Si on regarde comment nous gérons les problèmes d'avoir perturbé les équilibres écologiques terrestres, eh bien, nous avons une vision assez aveugle. Dans ce schéma, j'ai représenté en fait ce qui influe sur les équilibres écologiques terrestres. Donc, simplifié, hein, évidemment, la lumière du soleil qui nous arrive et qui nourrit, qui est à la base de toute l'énergie actuelle et stockée sur Terre. Les écosystèmes vivants qui produisent ces équilibres écologiques terrestres, hein, qui produisent notre oxygène. L'oxygène vient de l'eau. L'atmosphère primitive de la Terre était dépourvue d'oxygène, qui stocke le carbone, qui crée les brises, les brumes, qui stabilisent en fait nos lieux de vie et qui font notre qualité de vie. Et puis cette fameuse technosphère qui impacte ces équilibres écologiques terrestres. Quand vous regardez en fait comment nous traitons aujourd'hui la résolution de ces problèmes qui sont énormes, et bien en fait on n'a pas du tout dépassé ni la pensée newtonienne, ni la pensée naturaliste. C'est seulement en 2019 que nous avons eu l'IPBES et le GIEC. Donc l'IPBES est l'équivalent du GIEC pour la biodiversité, le GIEC pour le climat, qui ont fusionné. Le GIEC, dont les articles, qui analyse les articles principalement émis depuis les universités des pays industrialisés, ne se sont intéressés qu'à diminuer les impacts de la technosphère. Les articles, par exemple, qui étudient l'influence des écosystèmes vivants sur notre santé, un article dans les années 90, une dizaine d'articles dans les années 2000, et ça commence enfin en 2015 à être étudié. C'est-à-dire que dans notre façon de gérer la crise écologique, qui est pourtant une crise du vivant, nous n'avons regardé que notre industrie. Ce que nous fournit le vivant a été un angle mort. Nous avons reproduit la pensée naturaliste et la pensée newtonienne parce que tout simplement, le CO2 est quelque chose qui se mesure. Alors que le vivant à gauche, c'est peut-être le plus efficace, mais on n'arrive pas à le mesurer, donc on le met de côté dans nos études. Pensez quand même que sur les 77 000 articles publiés par les revues académiques les plus réputées en économie depuis 1970, seuls 57 contenaient le thème du changement climatique, soit une proportion de 0,074%. Et si je comptais la biodiversité, c'est 12 articles. 12 articles sur 77 000. Donc, par conséquent, en fait, 70% des types de solutions aujourd'hui prônées pour résoudre l'enjeu climatique détruisent la biodiversité, c'est-à-dire en fait le moteur à l'origine des équilibres. C'est bien cette pensée-là, aujourd'hui, que nous devons quitter pour résoudre notre problème que la technosphère grignote notre biosphère. Comment faire ? Alors, on peut regarder, en fait, comment nous gérons la maison et la maisonnée. C'est exactement le sens du mot économie. À partir du moment où nos équilibres planétaires sont liés au Soleil, sur lequel on ne peut pas faire grand-chose, liés aux écosystèmes vivants et liés, en fait, aux impacts de notre industrie, eh bien, nous pouvons dire, OK, nous allons maximiser l'utilisation du solaire, de l'énergie solaire, ça on sait faire. On va essayer de minimiser les impacts de notre technosphère, mais aussi de maximiser la production de la biosphère. Et puis, comme c'est gérer la maison et la maisonnée, le sens de l'économie, on va essayer aussi finalement d'épanouir les individus et la société, ce qui a été un peu oublié dans l'économie. Tu disais tout à l'heure, l'agriculture est majoritairement, et c'est un des problèmes, drivé par l'économie. C'est que l'économie ne joue pas son rôle et on ne comprend pas son sens premier. Donc, comment on va faire ? Eh bien, quand on regarde tous ces systèmes qui permettent de maximiser la production, minimiser les impacts et épanouir les individus et la société, on se rend compte en fait que finalement, il y en a plein. Des dizaines de pratiques aujourd'hui déployées par les êtres humains sur le terrain maximisent les services rendus par les écosystèmes vivants, cherchent à réduire les impacts de nos machines et de nos infrastructures, de notre technosphère, et cherchent à épanouir par la production les individus. Ça va s'appeler l'agroécologie, l'agroforesterie, la permaculture, l'ingénierie écologique pour l'urbanisme, dans utiliser les services écologiques dans notre production, ce qu'on appelle aussi les solutions fondées sur la nature. Pour réduire les impacts de notre technosphère, ça va être l'économie circulaire, l'économie de l'usage, les énergies renouvelables, et dans favoriser en fait l'inclusion sociale et cette pensée en écosystème et permettre aux gens d'accéder en fait à la décision, à la pensée collective et à la réflexion collective. On va retrouver les communs, les Creative Commons, l'intelligence collective, les principes de l'économie sociale et solidaire, etc. Et en fait, ce qui est très intéressant, c'est qu'on se rend compte, si on les regarde sous un angle fonctionnel, que toutes ces pratiques fonctionnent de la même façon. Elles forment en fait des écosystèmes. On peut identifier 6 principes communs à toutes ces pratiques qui vont former des écosystèmes et qui vont permettre en fait d'avoir des principes de régulation pour les maintenir et des écosystèmes durables. Si on regarde les principes de fonctionnement communs à toutes ces pratiques, on s'aperçoit qu'on peut aussi décrire le vivant. Est-ce qu'on aurait donc une gestion de la sociosphère, de la technosphère et de la biosphère qui permettent de se réinclure dans la biosphère et que cette pellicule de technosphère qui aujourd'hui grignote la biosphère devienne positive? Alors, quelles seraient les conditions de cette symbiose? Eh bien, on s'aperçoit que si on utilise les pratiques qui régénèrent la biosphère, eh bien, elles vont fournir de la matière, des biomatériaux, des fibres, de l'énergie utile, des fonctions de régulation, des paysages aussi, et des sources d'inspiration pour la technosphère. Elles vont fournir pour la sociosphère, nous, les êtres humains, là encore, de la matière pour se vêtir, pour se meubler, pour habiter, mais aussi de la contemplation, de la régénération physique et mentale, et aussi beaucoup d'informations, beaucoup de sources d'inspiration. Nous, la sociosphère, qu'est-ce qu'on donne? On donne beaucoup d'intelligence, on donne beaucoup de capacité d'organisation. Et que fait la technosphère? Ben, finalement, elle nous donne la puissance. Mais si elle est trop importante, si elle est trop importante en masse, et si on ne fait pas ces politiques de régénération des services techniques avec l'économie circulaire, etc., eh bien, en fait, elle devient un facteur de morbidité parce qu'on a besoin d'extraire énormément de ressources pour pouvoir la produire, mais aussi à l'usage. Pensez au nombre de morts qui sont apparus sur les routes depuis la voiture. Pensez à la difficulté d'étudier pour les enfants quand ils habitent à côté d'une autoroute. Pensez tout simplement au bruit de votre climatiseur ou de votre machine à café si vous l'aviez tout le temps. La technosphère, en fait, est facteur de puissance, mais aussi de morbidité. Donc, le moyen, en fait, pour que la noosphère permette d'avoir une technosphère qui ne détruise pas la biodiversité, la biosphère, c'est de penser à ce qu'elle puisse empuissanter, qu'elle soit un facteur de puissance du fonctionnement de la biosphère, du fonctionnement du vivant, de la société. Exactement comme le numérique va pouvoir nous permettre de nous rencontrer, de penser collectivement, comme une pompe va permettre de faire un jardin d'épuration des eaux et de pouvoir potabiliser l'eau ou épurer les eaux beaucoup plus rapidement que ne ferait la nature seule. Mais c'est cette condition d'équilibre. Et je terminerai, parce qu'en fait, je suis à 20 minutes là-dessus. Je crois que pour la noosphère, en fait, là, c'est une carte des hotspots de la biodiversité. Quand on dit il a été dit précédemment que Global South, enfin Sud global, Nord global, les choses sont plus compliquées, c'est fractal. Toutes les solutions que je vous ai montrées sont apparues dans le monde entier. Mais aujourd'hui, on a besoin que cette pensée-là de notre économie qui fasse dialoguer cette technosphère, cette noosphère et cette biosphère, en fait, elles partent des lieux du vivant, des lieux là où la biodiversité est très importante. Parce qu'on a besoin de basculer dans une civilisation du vivant. Et ce seront les lieux les plus propices aussi pour pouvoir les développer. Et j'aimerais aussi vous montrer cette carte des populations, des peuples autochtones qui existent encore aujourd'hui. Ils sont 370 millions dans le monde, plus que la population des États-Unis, presque autant que la population de l'Europe. Et ils ont développé une façon d'appréhender le monde, des connaissances qu'on a du mal en tant qu'occidentaux et en tant que newtoniens et naturalistes à comprendre. Les concepts ne sont pas les mêmes. Mais ils sont presque absents de la noosphère aujourd'hui. Or, l'humanité a développé des pensées qui permettent de s'intégrer aux vivants et on a besoin de les faire dialoguer avec les nôtres. Je vous remercie. Merci pour
Merci, merci beaucoup pour vous trois, en fait, parce que en vous écoutant, je me suis rendu compte, si je ne le savais pas déjà, que la question entre le lien entre l'esprit et la matière n'est, contrairement à ce qu'on pourrait croire, pas une question d'abstraction philosophique, mais une question hautement concrète, sachant que le mot concret veut dire croître ensemble. Oh, sorry.
He forgot his English. No problem. Thank you. I'm really sorry to have to play this game, but I have. So we'll resume at 2:30 and not 2. We will bring some changes to the program this afternoon. Since the panels are really interesting, we will ask every panel to shrink by 10 minutes their presentations this afternoon. So we'll resume at 2:30. Now we're heading for lunch. There is lunch for everybody here and at SHBM. And we will finish at 6:30 as we were planning at the beginning. Thank you so much.
Excuse me, everybody, just a little detail. For the lunch is not here, but it's at SHBM. It's what she told me to say. So I don't know. What do you want me to? Anyway, I don't know. I have contradictory information. So what do you want me to say? Okay. So lunch at SHBM, which is the big white building that is just follow us. Yes, just.
Hallo. Hallo. Billy, 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 Billy.
Bonjour. Hello. We're already 10 minutes late. So we're going to resume. J'ai oublié mon truc.
Yes, we're on.
So we're resuming. We're going to talk about anxiety, but don't be frightened. We have a very interesting panel with Raphaël Liogier, whom you've already heard this morning, who's the scientific director of the IAS. He's a philosopher, and he's also the author of a lot of interesting books, among them Chaos, which is the first of a series of 4 books. And you should speed in reading the first one, because the second one is coming on the shelves within a few weeks. Frédéric Bettinger.
I introduced them.
Okay, so Mrs. Shima is going to introduce herself and the others, and I'll leave it to her. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. So we have a panel of 3 distinguished speakers and thinkers with us, and my name is Shima Beji, research scientist resident here at IAS, and also senior scientist at Human Energy. And together with Francis Heil again on the other side, we're going to moderate this roundtable. So this roundtable is very important, because tomorrow we're going to have the interactive workshop that builds on the discussion that Frederick and Raphael will basically discuss. I have Raphaël Liogier with us, Scientific Director of Institute for Advanced Studies, also Chair of Transition. I also have Frédéric Bettinger with me, Associate Researcher at the Hôpital, GHU Sainte-Anne in Paris. And I have also Johan Bollen, Professor of Informatics and Cognitive Sciences and Chair of Informatics Department of Indiana University. To begin with, one of the most misunderstood questions of, I think, collective anxiety is the misunderstanding between anxiety and anguish. And I know, Frederick, you have worked extensively with Raphael on the distinction between anxiety and anguish. And I would like to, maybe the 2 of you start by really letting us know what is the difference, what it is anguish, what is anxiety, and why it's important for us to understand this within the concept of Noosphere. Thank you.
Yes, usually both in English and in French, for that matter, people usually don't make the distinction, any distinction between anguish and anxiety. The proof is that the translation of the very famous French psychoanalyst Jacques Lacan into English, when he's using angoisse, which is anguish in English, it's translated into English with anxiety, which is anxiété. And I had the same problem actually in a chapter of a book that just came out in English. It's called Anxiety Culture: The State of Human Affairs. And I insisted to distinguish anguish and anxiety, but the editor basically didn't want to. And like 3 times in a row, I said again and again, and the book is published without this distinction, which makes it a little bit nonsensical and somehow, at least in a paragraph where I explain the difference. I think, I mean, that just to say a little word about where, in my view, this idea of anguish, what I call anguish of the void, that I distinguish from anxiety of emptiness. I think anguish of the void is something that is structural. It's directly related to the condition, the human condition. I will not enter into details for what paleoanthropologists are saying and this very famous thesis of neoteny, the fact that human beings were born too early, and so they have this feeling of incompleteness. And so I elaborated my theory about this theory of, this idea of incompleteness, to think that that's the reason why human beings, unlike other animals, they feel so much fragility. And it is the only animal that makes this fragility some kind of an evolutive, selective advantage. And so it is this feeling of incompleteness has driven, that's my hypothesis, has driven human being to feel this anguish of the void. So that means that there is something that is not complete in the world, and individually, even physically, and it becomes some kind of also the metaphysical, we could say a metaphysical feeling that something is missing in the picture. And that's also the origin of science. Like something is missing on the picture, I'm going to try to complete it. And it's also the feeling of infinity and so many things. So this anguish of the void, when it is felt by human beings, it's like some kind of a thrill. It's positive. If you are able to stand it, it becomes some kind of an energy, the energy of human creativity, in fact, that create what I call the third layer of desire. Not only the desire to survive, not only the desire to live, like to survive better, like comfort, but the desire to be, meaning the desire to be more than my organism, more than what I am. So the desire to be greater and not only bigger. And also it's related with what I call transcendence and all these kind of things that I'm not going to elaborate on that because it will be too long. But we need to understand what I mean when I mean anguish of the void. I mean, it's something really positive that even is helpful to love other people, to want to complete other people with the narrative you are constructed with other people, with the collective, and in every aspect of life. It's actually the very strong meaning of even creativity in civilization, in human civilization, right? The fact of the matter is that the very specificity of modernity is not the bet, it's a bet. It's a direct bet on the anguish of the void, because this anguish of the void was, how can I say, was administrated by religion, by representations in religion, by rituals to make it something that you can stand, that becomes this energy, this dynamic of civilization. But the originality of modernity is to point directly to the anguish of the void and to call it collectively liberty. So you're free. There is something missing, but so you do whatever you want with it. And to call it individually subjectivity. And let me remind you that the technical, philosophical way to name what we call human rights, it's actually subjective rights. Right? And so our entire society, modern society, is built on that, on this direct involvement of the anguish of the void, except that it was too great for us to stand. So we repressed it. That's the reason why we needed psychoanalysis, right, from the beginning of the modernity, to be able to stand it. But because we couldn't stand it, we invented a way to feel this void, what we don't want, even if it is the guarantee of our freedom, if it is the energy of our very desire. And it became materialism in the 19th century, rationalism, and all these kind of theories that theoretically wanted to fill the gap, like if this void was to be filled. Well, it is not to be filled. It is void not because something is missing, but because it's actually too big to be embraced by representations. So it is the very idea that there is something that is missing that is the guarantee, as I said, of freedom. But when you try to feel it, you feel it with what we have. You feel it with technology, you feel it with identity, you feel it with money, and it's part of what is capitalism about, like to feel this anguish of the void, instead of using it positively. But as you know, when you repress something for too long, it comes back. But it comes back in a different way, in a way that you can't control. It comes back not as something that gives you the desire to be greater, like a positive feeling, but it becomes, on the contrary, something negative, and it's what I call anxiety of emptiness. So you see, Anguish and anxiety, in my hypothesis, are actually the opposite. And void is the opposite of emptiness. Emptiness is there is something missing, I have to feel it. Void, there is nothing to feel. It's bigger. So it's just the feeling that there is something bigger that gives us the energy to actually act as human being. And I think one of the problems in our society today, even with the environment, with ecology, and with all that, is that the anxiety, of emptiness has taken all the room. So people are becoming negative. They are in a situation of what I call mythical depression. So that they are unable to talk about themselves positively, so they're unable to desire to be. And you can see that with collapsology, and you can see that when you talk with young people today, they say, what's the point to live? What about the future? Do we even have a future? And at first sight, we think it's about the environment, and it's true. It's very problematic, but I think it's mostly and firstly about what is inside, our way to see things. So instead of being active, we become reactive, which is more and more passive, and in the same time, we are more and more scared. That's the anxiety of emptiness.
And here, I think if we can connect it with anxiety and then elaborating on the points that you just made, Raphael, after we move towards the research of Johan, because I think that really is the question that we have, how we can use this distinction of anxiety and anguish to really create positive change in the noosphere. So I park that question with you, pondering on that, while get your feedback on anxiety level that he posed.
Yes, absolutely. So I think the distinction that Raphael is making between this anguish of the void and anxiety of emptiness is also very interesting when you look at it closely at a psychoanalytical level, because basically, as Raphael started to remind you, the human being is born in a state of neoteny, which means a state of helplessness. And that's the very basic analysis from Freud of the state of anxiety. Anxiety as anguish first is a signal given into the body of the infant at first when the relation to the caregiver is at stake, when the mother or any form of caregiver is no longer there first to bring food, but also to bring comfort. So there's at first two things at stake: the needs, the second stage of desire, but also the question of love and thus of relationality, which is what is at stake also in the noosphere. And this deep anguish of the primordial separation that leaves the infant in a state of unknown, uncertainty, and deep fragility is what is signaled through this anguish. And this anguish will accompany our lives throughout the stages that Freud outlined. You know, the oral stage when you have to separate from the mother, but then the anal stage when you need to learn cleanliness and also obey the demand of the other that is taking care of you. And then the phallic stage, which is when you encounter sexuality, which is really the most anxiety or anguish building first situation, where you have to deal with the other not only in a sort of like a regulated mode, but what is at stake is your libido, the love relation to the other, and your sexuation or your gender, etc. So we know all those points each time are deeply anguish building in some sense. And so Freud outlined first that in order to regulate one, the movement of the mother, and then the access to the food, mankind built a form of big other. What is this big other? The big other is this force, this godlike force that will order the world and secure the fact that you will have the food, that you will have the love. So, of course, throughout human history, you had a form of evolution of this big other. You have animism, you have totemism, you have then, the goddess, but you have the godfather, the big god of the father, but you will have then, the world that can be regulated for scientists, etc. Any form of principle that can bring order to the world will ease this deep anguish in face of the void. And so one point that is important in the work of Raphael, and I think also, and he mentioned it in the history of psychoanalysis, is that what happened at the moment of modernity? A break, a vacillation within the form of the big other, within this principle that was organizing the world. There were like a sort of a barred other that took place.
That's also very important for the noosphere, because we're heading into the sphere of interconnection.
Exactly.
And that's the connection.
Exactly.
I think
And just one quick comment, then it's that at this moment, when the big other of tradition that was supposed to sort of like give a pre-answer to this anguish of the void by dealing in terms of like ethics, of morality, if you do this, then you will get that, you will secure your position in the world, in a cosmological world organized, then you have your, etc. That was tradition, any form of tradition gives you this answer. When the tradition is questioned in the name of science, then opens up a new void within the void. Within the void of the anguish of separation, opens up a new void within the organizing principle. And within this, so you have a sort of crisis of the symbolic order that was regulating the relations to other in terms of love, but then you have the scientific discourse that gives, that forms an alliance with the sort of the master discourse in order to implement a new form of order. And so where symbolic relations were organizing, let's say, the love relationship, the scientific discourse will provoke a shortcut. The shortcut of not having to deal with love in order to satisfy your drives and your needs, but the scientific discourse will provide gadget that if you conform yourself to the demand of the market, you will have the money to get the gadget and then ease your anguish and turn it into anxiety, but without having to face a true relation to otherness, to someone else. So there is this moment where, and in some sense, I think for me, it is the wager, or at least the paradox that we are facing today with the noosphere, is that since the break in the history of otherness introduced this alliance between science and the discourse of the master, we've become addict or hooked to scientific gadget-like solution to fill up the void. And so that's how we've learned how to manage anguish into anxiety. But now it's as if, as a global culture, we need to go to in a form of rehab, which is like to let go of the gadget-like scientific solution to ease anxiety. And then, and I think that's what we're going to do in the Robinson workshop tomorrow
in the cave,
to
actually.
have a chance to reclaim some form of symbolic solutions that sort of helped mankind throughout history without resuming the civilization war between the different kind of ontologies. And maybe I stop here for now.
Thank you very much. Johan, you shared really interesting ideas during lunch about this automatization of how social media is actually detaching people from the embodiment aspect of life. And I know also, like Francis knows, that we collaborated together on techno-social dilemma. So I think we can connect this idea of distinction of void and anxiety to your scientific discoveries on the meme propagation and social media impact on the youth. And then we can connect with also after Francis' points. Thank you.
Sure, and I mean, first of all, Raphael, I'm really surprised that your editor refused to acknowledge the distinction in English between anguish and anxiety. Because, I'm actually surprised, Raphael, that your editor refused to acknowledge the difference in English between anguish and anxiety, because the two words are not synonymous. They mean something very different. And in my world, at least anxiety has sort of a third meaning, if you will, a non-colloquial, non-intuitive meaning, but a meaning as a clinical disorder, as a mental health disorder. And it's striking that, and I think this has been the case for most of the history of humanity, anxiety has been rife as a clinical disorder. Anxiety has been quite prevalent. Its prevalence has increased over the past 10 or 20 years among our young, noticeably, which is which is strange. But it's a very, its morbidity is very high in any population. It's very strongly comorbid with depression as well. So if you look at the DSM-5 sort of diagnostic criteria for anxiety or generalized anxiety disorder, I mean, it intuitively makes a lot of sense. It's excessive worry, the inability to control one's thoughts, continued excessive fear about perhaps matters that are not as life-threatening as they seem. And so this is a mental health disorder, again, that is very prevalent. And the question, of course, then is, why is it so prevalent? Why has it always been so prevalent across all sections of society? So the anxiety is, if I understand it, along with depression and a number of other mental health disorders, according to the most recent taxonomies, is called an internalizing disorder. It's when sort of the cognitive apparatus of the individual turns upon itself and leads to a loss of control, becomes perhaps unanchored in a sense to reality. I mean, in my own research, we've looked a lot at sort of the notion of cognitive distortions, which are a very well-known symptom, but perhaps also a causative factor in the development of the anxiety and depression. Cognitive distortions, I'll talk about a little bit on Wednesday, are essentially thought patterns that are exaggerated, excessively black and white, and unrealistic, that people that suffer from depression, but also anxiety, maintain about themselves, the world, and others. And these thought patterns are quite characteristic, even to the degree that our computers can detect them in tweets and a variety of other languages. But they're characterized by the inability of the individual to see the world for what it is, and rather make assumptions about the world, themselves, and others that are unrealistic, that are essentially fed by their own thoughts. And as a system scientist, this, of course, is sort of reminiscent to me about sort of the feedback loops that you very often find in dynamical systems, where there's a branch of psychology, network psychology, I'm referring to the work of Donnie Bosboom at University of Amsterdam, that essentially claims that these disorders aren't real as disorders. I mean, of course they exist and they can be diagnosed, etc., but they're essentially systems of self-reinforcing, mutually reinforcing symptoms. So instead of saying the depression is not real, it's the symptoms are real. Like the lack of sleep will induce a lack of energy. The lack of energy will induce excessive worry and rumination. Excessive rumination will lead to a lack of sleep, etc. But the depression itself, the generalized anxiety disorder, does not exist. They're symptoms of self-reinforcing symptoms. And so we look at these disorders, we can look at these disorders to a degree as sort of parasitic modes, as sort of equilibria, pathological equilibria that occur whenever we speak of minds in the individual. When we have cognition occurring, it's possible for these dynamic systems to drop into equilibria that are very stable, they're very high hysteresis, they're very difficult to get out of, and that seems to be an almost inevitable aspect of a thinking system. And so when I think of the individual then, and I try to translate this to the noosphere, I think it's intuitively we all feel that something has changed over the past 15, perhaps even 20 years. Our societies right now, and especially our young, they're like almost like a canary in the coal mine, have...
I think that's quite one of the research tracks of human energy technosocial dilemma really speaks to that, and I think I want to ask also Francis to elaborate a little bit on that dilemma that was developed, that we developed together for the collaboration we had with human energy.
Yes, a few years ago, Shima and I worked for human energy on trying to better understand what is collective consciousness. And so we started from the notion of the noosphere as a medium which to some degree resembles the human nervous system, not to say the brain. In previous research, I had
You
used
can
the
speak
term,
a little bit louder, I think.
in previous research, I had spoken about the global brain, and so the idea was we kind of have some theories about what consciousness is in the human brain. Can we apply these theories to the noosphere as a medium in which ideas circulate? And there we had the hypothesis, which we didn't develop very far, but which fits in with what Johan said. that is that you get certain pathological patterns of self-reinforcing ideas, and the best example of that are conspiracy theories. Conspiracy theories are not invented by one person. It's different people in different places on the internet which each add a little bit to it, and the different bits reinforce each other, and the theory continues circulating, and it can lead to very dangerous effects, like for example in the case of the COVID pandemic, where there were all kind of conspiracy theories saying that vaccines were dangerous and you should never get a vaccine. I'm sure that that specific conspiracy theory has killed a lot of people who refused to take the vaccine that otherwise would have saved them. And now, I just half an hour ago with Johan was discussing these things, and we actually had the beginning of what may be a great idea, so let me formulate it here. That is that a healthy mind or a healthy brain is one that is embodied. That means it's not just busy with its own thoughts, it's busy interacting with the real world. To have a healthy mind, you need to have a body that senses, that acts, that perceives, that gets feedback, that experiences. And what we see now more and more is that because the internet, in particular social media, have become so interesting and so attractive that you get people who get completely locked up in this virtual world. And that virtual world may, for example, be one big conspiracy theory like the famous QAnon community, which becomes self-reinforcing, which means it loses all contact with the real world. And that contact, for me and for Johan, I think is necessary to combat anxiety, because the moment you lose contact with the real world and you start on a negative route, the negative thoughts will reinforce each other and the one will reinforce the other, and everything gets filtered to this negativity view, and everything looks frightening, and you only hear bad things about the world. You don't even dare to exit your house. It's apparently a syndrome. The Japanese have given a name for it. I don't remember what the name is, but it's a syndrome that's more and more common. People who stay in their room and never come out. They order all their food via the internet. They don't even come out in the streets. So that is kind of the extreme form of this cutting off yourself from the real world. And I think it is one of the pathologies of the noosphere that creates a lot of needless anxiety.
So
Actually,
here
Francis-
we are a little bit, apologies, gentlemen. I think we are 7 minutes over time. So I think just to wrap up, I think the purpose of this panel was about encouraging a positive noospheric engagement. Just in one word, in your mind, what it takes for a positive noospheric engagement. And after that, we have to close this panel. Thank you very much.
Building on what I said before, the real noospheric engagement is that you connect the noosphere to everything else, the biosphere, technosphere, geosphere. You should have two-way channels that are very high bandwidth.
Thank you. And Johan?
I was asked to provide one word, and I would say embodiment.
Embodiment, great.
I think it was said by Francis, and it was also said by Johan, and also by Frederick. It's just this thing about realism, being realistic or not realistic. Anguish is about realism, and that's the reason why, like Carl said, that the only feeling that doesn't lie is actually anguish. But as you said, anxiety is unrealistic. So how come that we are so unrealistic? So, and we become passive because we're unrealistic. So we have to work on being realistic.
Thank you very much.
And I would say also, quoting also Lacan, that in some sense there is like a noospheric wager, and this noospheric wager would be to bet our mode of what Lacan called surplus enjoyment. So when we accept to alienate ourselves to this system, we get this extra enjoyment of techniques. So if we bet this, we put it on the table, then we can reclaim symbolic relation and this form of noospheric journey towards new modes of relationality.
Thank you very much, everyone. This is the end of this panel. So make sure that tomorrow you're attending the interactive workshop, because the interactive workshop will take you deeper into these concepts And it's going to be used with WOOC Lab, so you will have the direct, basically, engagement with the question. Yes, it's kind of like a game interactive workshop. Thank you very much, everyone, for your time. Thank you.
How did you manage to have your computer? Hello. So thank you for this presentation. And now we're going to talk about technology and science in the Noosphere. I would like to call Natasha Vitamore, please. Olivier Servet, Michael Jacob, and Parham are already on stage.
Yeah.
No, you're next. I'm just introducing you.
Please take a seat. We will be
So-
introducing you along the...
So it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Natasha Vitamore, who is a futurist and creative innovator, recognized for her contributions to cryobiology, the first AI nanorobot body prototype, and a co-pioneered philosophical worldview. She is faculty at Geneva College Longevity Science, distinguished senior fellow at the Center for Future Mind, and founder of NVM Productions. A former filmmaker in residence at the University of Colorado, she has been featured in documentaries and media exploring ethical technology and longevity science. Her work focuses on advancing healthy longevity and addressing social issues shaping humanity's future.
Oh my goodness, I was so involved in the world of anguish and anxiety, I lost pace of what was going on. Wow, I have to tell you, that was an amazing panel. I truly enjoyed it because I did have anxiety before the panel, as my friend in the back noticed. I get nervous when conferences are not on schedule. That's part of my anxiety. And then I'm the next speaker and I get jet lag, so forgive me. I truly apologize. Merci beaucoup. Okay, not using that. Yeah, I think I want to give my presentation backwards because I end with some points that the panel was making, but I'm going to have to think on my toes here. A clicker, how does this work? This is greens forward. Okay, there. All right. I didn't think about the global South until I was sitting here and going, well, yes, I work in South Africa. I've worked with Afro-longevity and building Afro-longevity for the entire continent of Africa, looking at aging and disease and the rise in obesity, diabetes, and cancer, the diseases that we've been facing in the global North to a great extent and still struggling with, and I have great concern about that. I've also been working with Ethiopia in education on artificial intelligence with the Singularity Net, and Ben Gertzwell is the brains behind that, as many of you know him, dear friend and one of my deepest colleagues for many years. Our project there is started out Girls Can Code, and now it's Anyone Can Code, and it's the digi-truck that travels through Ethiopia to remote areas teaching people of all ages, all genders, all whatever, how to code so they can have a job, something to do, and to learn about being part of the whole global North-South. And I wanted to say that because, yes, I do have an affinity with Africa. I love it very much, all 54, 55 countries. I'm still not sure how many countries there are. And I know it's difficult to travel through Africa, getting visas, et cetera. So I've experienced that as well. So thank you very much for that. One thing I do want to say is I had planned on talking about the human mind because I'm so in love with it. My mother had dementia. It's tough, and I want to talk about that because our brain, is the most precious organ we have. This is not going the right way. Hold on just a moment. Where do I point this? Up here? Here. Okay. Forward. There. The human mind is our most precious organ. If we don't take care of it, what the hell? What are we going to do? What is the point of anything else? And within our brain, the chemistry, the connections, the synapses, the dendrites, the axons, they're all functioning. 98 billion of them. And they're not only functioning in each human being's brain, they're functioning in the 8 million people on planet Earth. So you multiply that and you're getting a huge number of neurons. So what makes up this human mind? And why am I so concerned about our human mind and not looking at it as a north or a south across the parts of the brain, right, left brain? In order to be creative and to use our brains, we use the whole entirety of the brain. Creativity and mindfulness is not in either section of the brain. Certainly the hippocampus is our memory location, we know that. But it's in the prefrontal cortex that creativity is. And it's in that narrow space, that nano space between the cortex and the prefrontal cortex that the push-pull, the action-reaction has given some space so that our species of humans, who we are as modern humans, I'm not sure I like that term, but let's say modern humans, evolved separate and survived beyond all the other humans, and there were many humans along with the Neanderthals after the Australopithecus, and we intermated, and we survived our section of the species, and how glorious is that? And it really, really touches me to listen to anxiety and anguish. And why are we stuck in this? For goodness sakes, we have this beautiful mind. So I just had to say that in tribute to the recent panel because it really, really touched me deeply. It's not going forward, I'm sorry. There. What is this mind that we have, this beautiful thing? Well, is it consciousness? Is it the brain? What's going on there? No one knows what consciousness is, and you can get into the hard problem or the real problem, but it doesn't matter to me. I'm conscious, and that's all I care about. And I'm here with you, and I'm looking at you, and you're probably going, I'm really embarrassed for her because she started to cry. But that's okay. We all have foibles. You pick yourself up, and you dust yourself off, and you get back in there, right? So why are we letting our college students sit around with teddy bears and blankets and hot chocolate because Trump won, or because they're not getting what they wanted, or because they couldn't do this or that or the other thing? Come on, nonsense. We grow and we evolve through a strength. One of my dear friends, David Eagleman, who had a TV show on the brain, very dear friend of mine, I asked him, my mother has dementia, what can I do? She's so brilliant. She's 99 years old in her 100th year. She doesn't know anything. She thinks she's pregnant and married to a Frenchman. You know, what do I do with this? Why did this happen to her? And is it hereditary? He said, no, Natasha, it's not hereditary. Not this type of dementia. Alzheimer's is, but not this type of dementia. And yes, your mother was very bright. She did puzzles every day. She read avidly. Really crisp thinker. Yet she did crossword puzzles every day. And I said, why? He said, don't do the same thing every day. Challenge yourself. Stress yourself cognitively. Do something that you do not want to do, that's difficult for you, and then adapt. I'm studying French because I can't pronounce French words. I can speak Japanese and Italian, and other languages come easily to me, but not French. So I'm making myself study it for at least 15 minutes every day. You gotta do things that are tough. Okay, now with that said, the brain, yes, lovely that it is, and the prefrontal cortex, as I said, it gave us that newness, that evolutionary leap 100,000 years ago. And how glorious is that? And all the different chemical reactions going on from the molecules, from the atoms, to the chemistry, to the electrical charges, from the axons and the synapses that don't really touch, they just send chemical messages. That's so much activity going on in our brains. 20% of our body's energy, of human energy, of your human energy, goes to your brain. So use it. Okay, now let's take a look at history. Oh, I've got it right there, thank you. Okay. 100,000 years ago, yeah, the prefrontal lobe. Oh, that wasn't supposed to happen. Anyway, I'm just going to go off. It's not working for me, but we got the Stone Age, and then we started thinking, then the Industrial Revolution was the next big leap, tremendous leap, because we learned to wash our hands, to be clean, to take care of people. Social structures changed. Education changes. The Industrial Revolution was a major evolution for the human brain as far as cohesively, as far as connectivity, as far as collaborations. And then the internet. Oh my goodness, the World Wide Web in the 1990s. I was on the first email list on the future of humans and philosophy called Extropy. In the early 1990s, I'm sure Greg Stock remembers that, and we talked about all things interesting about the future in AI and what are we going to become and what is going to happen with humanity. And here we are. The different evolving actions that we have created through industrialization, through creativity, through doing it, through picking ourselves off, wiping our tears, and getting things done is what makes the human mind so precious to me. A friend of mine, another one, who is a world-renowned geneticist, said, one day the computer will probably become biological. And here we're spending all of our time trying to make AI and make ourselves the computer. So what's going on here? I don't think it's one or the other. It's neither north or south, right or left brain, black or white, binary thinking. I think it's the composite that we must integrate with artificial intelligence. If we don't integrate with artificial intelligence, we may be at a loss, because some of the problems that we're facing that previous speakers have talked about so articulately and diligently and passionately are things about the world that we care about: sustainability, connectivity, human energy, the noosphere. It's all about us, and we're part of it. So let's make it something great. No complaints, please. And the anguish and the anxiety we all have to a degree, but let's get over it. Let's get out of the victimhood mentality that has been surmounting by leaps and bounds. I mean, I sit with friends of mine, world-renowned entrepreneurs, who are talking about, oh, I've got this cancer and I've got that. Well, who doesn't have cancer today? Each one of us will have one or two. I've already had 3 different types of cancer. Get over it, get going. Deal with it. And if you're in enormous pain and anguish and anxiety or fear, ask your loved ones to help you. Asking for help is one of the greatest things that we can do. The second greatest thing is to say, I'm sorry, my fault, my bad, I did it. Okay, now let's see if I can go to the next slide. Okay, where is the brain going with AI? Well, brain-computer interfaces, University of Illinois, many, many, many decades ago. And then what did we have? The smartphones, okay, brain went outside our body there. And then neuroprosthetics, taking a look at OpenAI chat, and I use it every day. I have Claude over here and OpenAI over here, and I often have them debate each other when I ask questions. I try to correct them and teach them. I don't know if they're learning from me or not. 2030, there'll be human AI. For goodness sakes, we're going to integrate with it, so let's snap to it. And also, the exo part of the brain, the exocortex, will be an extension of ourselves, hopefully, to increase our level of intelligence, problem solving, compassion, empathy, and love, and respect for our human brain. So this whole network, the noosphere out there, the connectivity and chemicals and electrical charges and thinking and problem solving, all that stuff that's going on in our brain, how marvelous is that? But I do have an issue. And one of those issues that I have is that while we look at the first molecule here, I wrote it on my arm so I wouldn't forget, NGC 7027. Does anyone know what that is? It's the first molecule after the Big Bang. It was born 100,000 years after the Big Bang, and it is the first molecule to be detected by an observatory called SOFIA. Well, interesting enough, 100,000 years ago was the prefrontal cortex. So I found an interesting analogy there with the outside dynamics of molecular structures and chemistry and compositing and moving and evolving to where we're going with our brain. While we may be running on operating system of the body and the software in our brains, there's also something going on that I planned on talking about, but I was really triggered by the anxiety and anguish mode and my deep concern about our health and longevity, not only in this room, but of course in everywhere in the world. Could I have my phone if it's sitting in my chair? I'll see if I can remember this. Every day, 10,000 people, or 5 to 10,000, let's round it off to 8,000 people in the global north are turning 65. In the global south, approximately the age of people 60 is going to double by 2030. Okay, so that's a lot of old folks. Now, I'm in my mid-70s, so I'm not frightened by that. I've already been through it. But let me say that that number of people increasing in age is not about aging. It's not about numbers and chronological years. It's about the wear and tear on our brains and the lack of nutrition, the lack of warmth and fuzziness that we're getting from each other, and a lack of can-do ability that is eroding, causing what we call entropy of the brain. And that's really important to us because, along with that, just looking in Africa, between 2030 and 2050, dementia is going to double. And so you don't have as many turning that age living as long as in the northern global portion of our world. It's still serious. And in the northern portion of our world, dementia is going to triple by 2050. Now, that dementia includes Alzheimer's. Alzheimer's is a disease of dementia, and it's a life-threatening disease. You don't survive dementia, and your neurons don't survive. They're gone. Once they're gone, they're gone. That is today, not tomorrow, but today they're gone. With most dementias, the memory's lost somewhere. The hippocampus is not working properly, and it's lost. There is some medication, but not enough. So this is a serious problem to me. The human mind, again, comes our brain, that's my belief anyway, and that chemical electrical charges are being deteriorated, they're eroding, they're causing entropy as we age. Thank you. This is very serious. So you put that with another serious issue that I'm going to tack onto that. That's just food for thought about your own nutrition, brain nutrition. There's 3 things that I think are really important. The first off is language. We lack a definition, an understanding of what our future human is going to be. In academics and in the mainstream, there's a wrestling pull and tug for words like cyborg, transhuman, posthuman, upload. And the theoretical approaches and philosophical approaches to these terms often overlap and often diffuse what our future human is going to be. My love is for the human. Although I am a transhumanist, to be sure, I am a humanist transhumanist. But we ought to be very careful about how we use the term cyborg, transhuman, posthuman, upload, etc., as well as other. The other point I wanted to make is that there's a silo going on with the relationship between the human and artificial intelligence. And here I'm going to give you 4 different theoretical philosophical approaches that are coming out of groups of friends of mine, which I argue with constantly about it. We have the singularity, or the technological singularity that dear Ray Kurzweil is espousing, but it came from Werner Vinge. And we need to go back to the original idea of Werner, because he talked about hitting a wall, and he talked about human nature and what that could do. Rather than pontificating about future, this is going to happen, it will happen maybe, or probably, but not maybe as a wall, but in surges. Another term is existential risk. Okay, so existential risk has become so popular that there are so many new organizations that are finding risk management and creating hyperbole about existential risk. And I could name them, but I won't bore you with them. You already know what those groups are, including Oxford University, the Future of Life Institute, and the list goes on and on and on and on. There are risks to be sure, but we need to be careful about how we bandy around terms like existential risk. Existentialism is a philosophical term. It has nothing to do with extinction risk. That is a different concept. It's extinction risk we need to be very careful about. Effective altruism, another term that's bandied around when looking at the silo of the human and the AI, creating fear and some hope to be sure. Long-termism is another newer term that is espousing why we should care about the far future and not today. We're too selfish. It's too human-centered. We're too human-driven. Well, for goodness sakes, our human mind created the world that we have. We have created so much good in the world. Let's stand up for it and be proud of it, not ashamed that we're humans, especially white humans or human men. Men have done tremendous work over the many, many centuries. So have women, so have all groups, sizes, shapes, brain size, etc. So let's be proud of being humans and adorn our human brain, because for goodness sake, it's all that we have, in my view, and I hope yours does well. Thank you. The last point is to back up on, thank you, Arnold, to back up on the previous session that kind of lost my brain because I was so into it. Oh my goodness, confirmation bias. That ties into everything that I've tried to say, and I hope that we can continue checking ourselves on how often do we say, I know, and I'm right, and you're wrong, and this is the way it is, and my theory and my philosophy is better than yours. Well, let's forget that. We're humans in a world where we need to do everything possible to make it better. For each of us, everyone. Thank you.
I just want to mention that Natasha's latest paper was published in France Forum, and it's in French. It's called Le cerveau aujourd'hui et demain, l'intelligence artificielle générale, l'évolution consciente et l'émergence d'Homo sapiens.
So yeah, to continue with the session, I will introduce Olivier Servet, pronounced in French. He's a historian and anthropologist and a full professor at the University of Louvain, where he serves as a dean of the Faculty of Economics, Social, Political, and Communication Sciences. He specializes in the anthropology of symbolic events and the connection to natural and artificial environments. Servet chairs at the SHS3 panel at the European Research Council and researches virtual universes, video games, online sociability, youth socialization, and digital religion. His recent books include Dans la peau de gamers jouets vidéo, Nouvel opium du peuple, wow, both published in 2020 and Disasters 2024. So thanks, Olivier. Please join us. Thank you.
Is it okay like that? Okay, you're hearing me. So, thank you for all the team that organized the conference and for inviting me. I will speak in English because it will be better for the schedule aspect, even if I'm French speaker. And so after the brain, I will switch to what human energy is creating, and we call them metaverse or virtual worlds or even online gaming. In connection with this morning, it's a kind of new exoplanet, but it's not far away, it's inside our computer. And so for this talk, I try to explore the tension between digital technology's role in fostering individualism and its potential to enable new forms of collective life. And this question of how inside digital world, collective life, new kind of collective life, new kind of communities emerging is the main backbone of my research for 15 years now. And it's not a single research, but I work with my team, so thanks also for all my master and PhD students. And many books on that. So when I began to work on gamer and gaming and online gaming, that was the idea of hard gamers. So that was the idea of hard gamers. You see the computer is very old, but it doesn't change a lot because we have with the Wi-Fi this ID and this picture. And we called them 20 years ago, no life. That means they're no real life. I prefer the term digital hermits because for me there is less judgment in that term, but the idea was not very positive at that time, and especially because in Japan there were at that time, so 15 years ago, around 300,000 hikikomori, that means people, young people especially, mainly men but not only, that were retired from the society inside a room. You have to provide them food, and they were just connected to the real world with a computer. And so this case was the mediatic case that appeared, and so we have at that time this idea of a hard gamer, no future, bad future, and then the COVID time came, you remember, lockdown and the digital. And so a large part of the humanity discovered remote working. Researchers know what is remote working, but they discover remote entertainment, they discover remote conferences, hopefully it's a real one. And during that time and just after, hard gamers appear to be the most resilient social category during the moment of the lockdown. And it's very important because you could see on my slide, today, nowadays, there is around 3.8 billion gamers across the world. Of course, they are not gaming every day, but imagine, and we know that next year we will go to 4 billion. So half of humanity is gaming. So it's not just nothing. It's a huge number, and so it's a huge practices. And during that 15 years, and with that team, and in connection with many universities in Sweden, in California, in China, we try to answer many questions, and for me, mainly two questions. What kind of group can generate a social life only at distance? And which kind of belonging behind the remote and online practices? You have seen that initially the view on that kind of belonging was very, very bad, not so positive. But after the COVID and in my work, I was completely convinced before, it's more balanced. I come back to what is my main field work for 15 years, what we call video game universes. So I call them a kind of exoplanets, but it's a digital and technoplanet. So there is two dimensions I have to deal with as anthropologists, with the constraint of the machine, so what we call affordance, how the machine suggests its use, how does the software constrain its use, but also the human dimension. And as anthropologists, I'm more focused on that. So the social world, and all behind this social world, the self-aspiration, creativity of the human, how users create a social world inside that technological or digital world. So I spent 10 years of field work, like all the other anthropologists, and before that I was a classical one in a subarctic field work, but for 10 years I spent time and time to observe players inside their worlds. The main worlds I observe, you know, maybe probably the name is World of Warcraft, so it's an online role-playing game, a massive game. During the time of my observation, there were around 8 to 12 million players. Half of them were daily players, imagine. And I spent personally 7,000 hours of observation, and I was not a player, so imagine it was exactly like an anthropologist in a otherness world. So I create my avatar and many other because I observe many other worlds. I immerse inside the world, and the most important for me is I enter into interaction with all that people, male, female, sometimes I don't know, and discuss with them and observe their practices. And the idea was to try to approach this new kind of human energy inside the digital with an observation inside the world, that was the map, but also an observation in reality or in offline world. So I joined my players in all that point. It was a French-speaking server. That means during that time, I joined them in their place, so in Quebec, in France, in Belgium, in Switzerland, even in Mauritius, in the Philippines and many other countries. And I spent hours of observation. That was in the Philippines. I spent many time with what we call guild masters, so the people who are managing the community online. And with my student, we explore many, many other worlds. So it took times, but we arrive at the conclusion that, in fact, there is the emergence of new way of being together, but inside that kind of world. We call them, in picking a imic word, which is the guild. So the guild is, sometimes they use team, sometimes they use other words, but the word mainly used is the guild. And a guild is a virtual community between 10 to 1,000 of avatars. It's a persistent group, so it's not just a group of seconds or minutes, but it could spend, there is a duration of months, even years. And I focus myself on what we call deterritorialized group, so people who never met before. And they create something together, and sometimes for years, imagine that. So how they will organize themselves, how they will manage themselves, how they will create something to live together. And so here are two examples of this guild. The Fallen is a French and Belgian guild, a very, very hardcore guild. That are the main character of the guild. And the second one, which is my main guild, is the Immortal Dragon. And for me, it's more interesting because this guild is not a hardcore gamer guild. It's a social guild. People come together, firstly, to be together and to build something together. So there is no pressure to efficiency. They want mainly to be, to explore that world together. That was the idea. And so the social guild has purpose and governance. Two questions came to me. How can I have a social life despite my schedule? How to belong in a liquid society? And that was what the players are seeking inside that kind of community. Sometimes they say also how to stabilize everyday relationship. Do not cut yourself off from others, but connect in a different way. I remember I met a train driver, and when he came back around noon, nowhere and no one to discuss with. And so he connected, and at that time he was in relationship with the other. So here is the Immortal Dragon. Here is also the Immortal Dragon in my house. They came from Canada, they came from France, they came also from Africa, some of them. And so we met, we make focus group, we discuss a lot during a small week, and I invite them twice. And we arrived to this idea that the guild is like a remote substitute affinity family. fully remote link, no one know the other before, but freedom of entry and departure, no classical socio-economical filter, kind of anonymous CV, priorities to guilt attachment and the image of the group as a totem of the self. So there is a kind of collectivity that's emerging from individualism. And it's a selected group. I couldn't choose my family completely. I could choose my guilt. The guilt with sharing my value. As anthropologists, I found three main characteristics that all the anthropologists found in indigenous group. There is alliance. I found some wedding. There is a management of the power, which is very different than offline group. And there is a guild economy, especially based on sharing everything. And so you could see here the marriage. And sometimes the online marriage is before the offline marriage. And look at here, the dressing is exactly the same offline and online. And so there is also many kinds of other ceremony, funerals, collective ritual that have been created together. On the point of governance, it's a community of value, and that's the main point. In an online community, you could quit by one click, ciao. But you choose your community based on the values you are looking for. And so the first idea is on the power dimension, on the governance dimensions, the main idea is values. Shared values, reputation, trust, responsibility are central in the choice of a community. And I refer to the work of Nick Yee from Stanford in the Proteus Paradox, who say, inside that community, the role of the guild or the game master is completely central, even if you have no power. If he's a dictator, everyone quits immediately. So he needs all the time to manage the community, to be careful to everyone. And so this crucial role is a role of accommodating all the time with charisma, with humor, having a vision, the totality of the individual. And so the authority is not an authority of power. The authority is an authority of charisma, of ability to animate the community. So that means wisdom, selflessness, working for the common goods are completely central in such a community. And I will finish with guild economy. In such a community, there is all the time many activities, and with these activities you could provide many goods, many things that you could keep for you, but you could also share them in the purpose to strengthen your community. And in the main guilds I observe and my researcher observed, we have seen that this idea of common goods, and so good shared together, is the main law of this strange economy. I arrive to my conclusion. The guild model as a sociological model is emerging a new way of being together. Remote group without physical presence and without geographical border. So the language at that time is the new border. In my case, it was the French. The method of recruitment seems to be inspired by the world of work, but collective rules for the distribution of individual property are all the time negotiated. Collective rituals are commonly built together. There is an agile distribution of the function among the members, and the power is ruling between all the members all the time. a key and charismatic character is the guild master, but it's not master, it's animator, it's facilitator, it's a person of a guardian of the common good together. And I finish with this idea that, in fact, there is a true horizontalization of the power of the organization, because everyone could quit the society at every moment. Thank you so much.
Thanks. I propose that we can take one question because you finished well on time. So does anybody have one question? Yes?
Merci, Olivier. And I just thank you for this presentation. And if you'd like to share with us this experience that you had between the link between this real world and this world. You mentioned the strike that was made by some gamers, and you also mentioned the funeral. If you can come back on these 2 points. Thank you.
Yeah, to respect my schedule, I switched the funeral, but it's very interesting to know that if you look at the anthropological community, 2 rituals are quasi everywhere. Marriage as an alliance, and so we found them. Of course, it's not religious marriage sometimes. It's just a way to make an alliance between the people, and funerals. And what is the more interesting, that I found funeral everywhere. So in China, in Korea, in Taiwan, of course in the US and in Canada, in Europe, even in Africa and South America. And they were absolutely more creative than marriage. So marriage, weddings were very normative, but funeral, there was something very, very strong in the collective emotion shared by these people. And so it's not a funeral of the avatar, it's the funeral of biological people. So they have learned that some of them die, and so they decide to celebrate online because they don't know them physically. So there is something great, because they never met him or her physically, but it was someone important for them. And so they decided together to celebrate in one sense. Yeah. I published on a very strong moment where it's a war game, so there is struggle. And sometimes a community wanted to celebrate a funeral of one member of the community. And another community, another guild, arrive and kill everyone inside the game, because it's a war game. And at that time, there was a very, very huge polemic, because, okay, the rule of the world, of that world, is a kind of war, a permanent war. But for them, no. At that time, we have to respect that. And so we have to make a pause and to respect that moment. And so behind this polemic, it was very interesting to analyze this, okay, what are the values, the signification involved in that event? Thank you.
Thanks again. It's now my pleasure to introduce Michael Jacob, who is an MD, PhD, a neurobiologist and psychiatrist specializing in the interplay of biology, mind, and the noosphere. He's an assistant professor at UCSF and director of mental health clinics at the San Francisco VA. He leads interdisciplinary research integrating neurophysiology, brain metabolism, and humanities-based theories. His work emphasizes experiential meaning-making and connects computational brain models with the essence of biological systems using narrativity, music, and poetry to guide individuals in finding purpose. Michael, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Clement, and especially thank you to UM6P conference organizers. It's been wonderful to be here so far with you all. I have the pleasure, I suppose, now of speaking in the middle of the afternoon when everyone's starting to feel a little bit tired, perhaps. And so I thought I'd start just with a question for you all. And at the risk of eating into my time a little bit, if you could just take a minute, reflect on what brought you here today, and just take 20 seconds and share with somebody nearby. I warn you, I'm going to interrupt you. Just turn around, go ahead. If you can't come up with why you came here today, just say what got you up this morning. Maybe it was the coffee, the food. Turn around, go ahead. Take 20 seconds. Share with your neighbor. What brought you here today? No choice. Okay, make sure you switch. Let the other person have a chance. Okay, I warned you I would interrupt you right when it's starting to get good. I anticipate this is the energy you get in the coffee break. You know, you're engaging with everyone. How do you feel right now? Do you feel a little more alive maybe than you did a few minutes ago or before the exercise? Yes, okay. If so, you got the whole point. There's nothing more that you need from me today. This is what I'd like to explore for the next few minutes, the idea that human energy is just what you experienced right there, that feeling of being alive. But the question is this just a metaphor? And of course, Teilhard de Chardin was the one who developed this term. He referred to human energy as a physical, organic, even moral force, described that human energy as beneath this turbulent power, which is nevertheless well known to be the inspirer of genius, the arts, and all poetry, a formidable creative urge lies in reserve. And that creative urge, what's in reserve, that's what I'll be focusing on. So this project has its origins with human energy and the work that we've been doing to explore the biological nature of the noosphere. Is it a unified living system? And it's occurred to me with my teammates in working on this project that perhaps we were maybe getting a little too conceptual, a little too abstract in focusing on the noosphere biologically, that we needed to find a way to think about our own experience, human experience. Can we actually experience our connection to the noosphere? And as a result of that, can that help us to consciously evolve the noosphere? And I think in order to understand this, we need to understand the role of human energy and how it works. Following the words of Teilhard, I will say that human energy underpins the relationship between our individual lives and the noosphere. And I'm going to paint it in two total extremes, but to make the point that we could view our role as individuals sort of like algorithms in a massive machine, that society is just this giant computer, and this gives us what we've been talking about so far at the conference and at Human Energy, this idea of the technosocial dilemma. It leaves us with this meaning crisis. What is meaningful? What is value if we're all just ones and zeros and bits? What I would say is this vision is lacking in human energy. Can we instead consider a more organic vision of the noosphere, one where we see our role as individuals, as creative, evolving, sentient, contributing to what we've been calling the third story? I think in order to understand this, it really hinges on our definition of what it means to be alive. So the radical hypothesis, I would say, of human energy is that when we feel metaphorically alive, the noosphere is biologically alive. What could I possibly mean by this? Well, human energy describes a sort of meta-level aliveness of flourishing, what Teilhard called the zest for life. This actually is not so much of a surprise. Life is always about more than just mere survival, more than just being alive, but is the ability to create and adapt. This is the basis of what evolutionary theorists refer to as evolvability. Evolvability is the capacity to enhance one's very own evolution. In the words of scholar Rachel Brown, we have jettisoned the perspective that evolution is a random process. We must instead emphasize a generic capacity for evolvability that can influence the outcomes of evolution. In other words, this living systems, life, evolution uses creative energy in reserve to increasingly complexify and increase in its scale of aliveness. Where does this creative energy for evolution come from? What I'll explore now over the next few slides is the idea that biology leverages serendipitous, synchronistic interactions to yield creative innovation, our very creativity. And this will occur across cells to brains, and I will briefly explore human energy in the noosphere. So I use the word metabolism. I hope I don't scare you all away. Perhaps that will invoke this image of one of these biochemical diagrams that you had to study if you ever took biochemistry. Of course, that is what our energy is, these pathways, and of course it's massively, hopelessly complex. This is what complexity theorists often refer to as an autopoietic system. These chemicals is what enables a cell to create itself. These are the metabolic networks. But there's a surprise here. This is really just a fraction of what we know of the actual chemistry that occurs in a cell. Well, what else could be possibly going on than all of this? Well, as it turns out, no enzyme is perfect, no enzyme that catalyzes these reactions. There are a host of myriad side products that have the potential in the background to interact with each other. And this is part of the serendipity that I'll be pointing to. Biochemists refer to this cell as the cellular dark energy. Dark because they don't know what it is. 30 to 90%, this very wide range of metabolites, have no known function for a cell. How could this be? Is this just waste products? Or is this the source of plasticity, of adaptation, of metabolic changes that might occur within a cell? In the words of biochemist Nora Garcia, this pathway evolution is actually initiated from latent, underground reactions from so-called promiscuous enzymes in the cell. That is the very underground activity. These side products is where new creative innovations come from a cell. And this is the basis for evolvability. That is the capacity of the cell, of an organism, to increase the probability of an evolutionary outcome in the future. This is what I would say is the meta-aliveness, that higher level aliveness beyond just survival, to creatively explore new spaces. And in a story I don't have time to tell, it is this meta-aliveness of a cell that creates the capacity, the possibility of multicellular life that we know today in more complex organisms. Okay, if creative cells is too much for you, how about the brain? We saw earlier the organ of our creativity. We know it is carefully networked, the sensory organs and the perceptual motor networks, cognitive networks. Well, the same thing occurs in the brain. There are all of these reactions between the networks, connectivity that is not based on the standard wiring diagram. Not surprisingly, when we don't understand it, as scientists refer to it as dark energy. Neuroscientists refer to this as the brain's dark energy. In fact, something like 30 to 60% of the metabolism of the brain is dedicated to so-called spontaneous activity. Well, is this just background noise? Or perhaps, like the cell's ability to evolve new pathways, is this a source of generative change and neuroplasticity? And in fact, I think it is the latter. Spontaneous activity, we've come to learn, it's like an evolutionary process. Neuroscientists refer to this as a microevolutionary process, that as activity moves through the brain, the signals are shaped as they emerge in consciousness. It's a selection, a balance between this creative process and selection, just like as in evolution. This allows the brain to have control over its own plasticity, metaplasticity. Just like evolvability, then becomes the capacity of the brain to increase the probability of a behavioral outcome in the future for the organism. This is the meta-aliveness of the brain, not merely its ability to process the standard information, but to creatively come up with new ideas. And in another story I won't have time to share, it is this creative metaplasticity, meta-aliveness of our brains that has allowed us to complexify as a species socially. So thus far, I hope I've at least given some sense that cells and brains utilize this creative energy in reserve to move beyond their standard diagram, their standard model. But what about experience, conscious evolution? Here, I'm going to ask you to take a little bit of a conceptual leap. That is, if we are to, as we know, our brain is the very organ that is our organ of experience. And if our brain operates through this microevolutionary process, might it be that we are experiencing evolution? That our very experience, what we go through on a day-to-day basis, is something like what it's like to evolve. In fact, neuroscientist Terry Deacon, who unfortunately could not be with us here this week, describes it just this way. He says, the experience of being sentient is what it feels like to be evolution. I think this is a radically Teilhardian ontology of evolution. It's what we are, an experience of the unfolding story of increasing aliveness, but as we experience it as sentient beings through our brains. So now to bring that to the noosphere. So now it's a level up. I would riff off of Terry's phrase and say, to experience human energy, the experience of human energy, is what it feels like to be the noosphere becoming alive. That is, the noosphere is a natural extension of this evolutionary layering of increasing complexity and aliveness. But as humans, we are not only sentient, but we are sentient of sentience. We know that we know. So this creates a new layer of meta-aliveness. And unlike the enzyme in the chemical reaction or the neuron in the brain, as humans, we have the capacity to imagine what is possible. But I think in order to understand the role of this creative energy, of human energy in humanity, we have to look beyond our social connections and social networks, which of course is true, but to look to the more imaginative, serendipitous, synchronistic interactions, the exchanges we're having in the coffee breaks that are occurring outside of the standard networks that we live in. So I'll ask the question, are we the noosphere's dark energy, our source of creativity? Well, we sure spend a large fraction of our time in social and creative efforts that are well beyond what's necessary just for survival. Is this just meaningless play, or is this the source of our social and technological innovation? I think everyone here knows that this is where the creativity comes from, that our imagination drives human evolution, that innovations that shape the future of humanity. So now I'm going to link, and I've used perhaps one too many different terms today, but conscious evolution, evolvability, metaplasticity, these are all the same ideas. The capacity to increase the probability of an outcome through evolution. So not just this is not just randomness, but can we generically direct where evolution is going? So for us, conscious evolution is the capacity of the noosphere to increase the probability of a planetary outcome for the future. In this way, our meta-aliveness, where we are most feeling alive metaphorically, is where the noosphere is born, where it becomes alive. But what's with all this darkness, you know? Scientists, we don't know something, we call it dark. But I think that's precisely right, because we don't know what the future holds. We don't know what we are evolving toward. These terms, they represent the ability of organisms to just increase the probability somehow in evolution. And if so, then how could we consciously evolve? Do we have any hope to direct this if we don't know where it's going? This is where I think we have to step out and outside of science and yet retain some science. So I'm going to try something a little impossible. But to put the poetry back into autopoiesis. That we need to embrace the darkness. This is a dark creativity. It's what the poet Keats referred to as negative capability. Negative capability is the capacity of being in uncertainties, mysteries, and doubts without any irritable reaching after fact and reason. This may sound crazy, but I think this is the basis of perhaps where the next talk will go, the conversation about awe and wonder, transcendence. We have to be open to and not know what's going on. Or in the words of the poet T.S. Eliot, I said to my soul, be still and wait without hope. For hope would be hope for the wrong thing. Wait without love, for love would be love of the wrong thing. There is yet faith, but the faith and the love are all in the waiting. Wait without thought, for you are not ready for thought. So the darkness shall be the light, and the stillness the dancing. In other words, there's no biochemistry, there's no physiology that I can articulate that would explain this in any other way than these great poets. Okay. So I'm getting towards the end here. I think Teilhard was pointing us towards something in his shared physical, biology, and moral connection, that we need to build a bridge between biology, the sciences, and the humanities. And I'll point one other synchronicity. The great scholar of the Muslim world, Ibn Arabi, nearly a century ago, was talking about creative imagination, teaching at a university not far from here in Fez, and talked about the importance not only of imagination, but the creative evolving. He did not use the word evolution, but saw that knowledge was layering one after the next. And he emphasized the centrality of experience, of human experience in that knowledge. So, words of caution. I recognize here that human energy may be boundless, but our ecosystems are not. I am not trying to propose a spiritual bypass into the realm of transcendent mystery exclusively. We must be aware. But we cannot also fall prey to what the scholar Jeffrey Kripal calls moral bypass, which would be to ignore the transcendent, our creative transcendence, and stifle our human energy. I think we need transdisciplinary studies of creativity, compassion, and ethics. And in the next talk, my colleague Parham Portavood will talk a little bit about thinking how technology and AI may help with us in this bridge. So in summary, life is about more than just being alive. It is about increasing the probability of further evolution through creative discovery. That when we experience aliveness metaphorically, the noosphere may be becoming alive. We may be birthing the noosphere as an organism. And conscious evolution must include, we must bridge these paths of science, poetry, and darkness. Thank you. This is dedicated, of course, to Ben Kassira, who was these are, so many of his ideas are woven throughout this, that he planted the seed for this work. So I'm forever indebted to him and all of my collaborators and colleagues through Human Energy. Thank you very much.
So, well, great talks. Now it's the turn of Parham Portavood, who is a cognitive science with a background in computer science and artificial intelligence. He completed his undergraduate studies at California, Berkeley, where he engaged in theoretical neuroscience and AI research. Currently research assistants at the Neuroscience Lab at the University of California, San Francisco, focusing on dynamical systems modeling of the brain and physiological signals. He also serves as a data scientist and researcher at Human Energy, working on projects centered around AI, as well as modeling and visualization of planetary intelligence. His research aims to uncover how geometric patterns of communication and their energetics give rise to meaning in biological organisms and societal systems. So, something we now can understand after the previous talks. Great. Yeah, please.
Well, thank you so much for having me. It's been wonderful. Thank you everyone for organizing. I'll try to be 10% as eloquent as Michael is here. That was amazing. Okay, so artificial intelligence. Two words there. Let's see if we can define each and to see what we mean by each. So intelligence. I think when we talk about intelligence, we think of certain principles that support intelligence. And I think that's regardless of the material that's used to do that. So I think that's what the word artificial is there. That means if we can understand what principles support cognition and intelligence, then we could create a man-made version of that. I think that's possible. The same way with flight, for example, we understood the principles of flight, which is aerodynamics, and then we create an artificial version of that, and now we use it for planes, we went to the moon with it. So there's value in understanding principles of a phenomenon. And I think intelligence is similarly, it's valuable to know what those principles are. And I want to argue here that what we have so far with AI is actually not artificial intelligence, meaning I do not think that artificial intelligence has gotten down the principles of cognition and intelligence. And I think what it actually is simulated intelligence. And by simulation, I mean it behaves the same way. So, and maybe that's what the Turing test was about, right? He said if talking to the machine and if you can't distinguish it from a human, then that's, you can assume it's got intelligence. So I think that's where part of the problem is. And this is inspired by my colleague Terry Deacon. He describes this simulated intelligence process as being under the category of behaviorism, meaning it doesn't matter what the principles are, thought, emotions, whatever that's powering intelligence doesn't matter, as long as you learn the behavioral patterns and it's acting the same way as an intelligent being would act, that's enough. So behaviorism is the theory that human and animal behavior can explain in terms of conditioning. Input, output, learn some sort of compressed feature space of that system that you're interested in, and you're good to go. But I personally think that intelligence is more than that, more than conditioning, and more than just having a system that would behave the same way as an intelligent organism. I think principles of intelligence come out of the principles of life and biology. I think it's tied to selfhood, preservation of self, energetics, as Michael touched on. And also in line with Antonio Damasio's theory that, I quote him, we're not thinking machines that we feel, we're feeling machines that think. So I think thinking comes out of feelings and emotions. But whether you agree with that or not, that's those are the principles that one could argue that exist there. And now, do I believe that AI currently, what it's doing is figuring out those principles? I don't think that's the case. I think it's in a behaviorist model. Learning the patterns of behavior. There's a black box, and just input, output, spitting out. And it looks impressive, right? It's an impressive simulation. It's not to say that it's not useful and it's not impressive, because you can learn behavioral patterns of a system, and it might look really impressive, and you couldn't even distinguish it from the actual thing. So an example, again, going back to aerodynamics, you could think of flight. So you could build a plane, and you've learned the principles of aerodynamics. Okay, planes flying around, good. Now you could think of another scenario where you don't know about aerodynamics, but you want to have a flying object. So you could have a toy plane and create and attach an invisible line to it. And you're moving around the plane. And you add another line, invisible line. And you keep observing how an actual bird, for example, would fly. And it keeps getting better and better and better. By the time you add thousands of strings to the toy plane, flying around the room, indistinguishable from aerodynamics. Okay, did we get flight, right? And by the way, both are artificial. They don't have wings like birds. So why not stop there if we got something that looks like flight? Well, I think there's value in understanding principles, because once we understood aerodynamics and flight, not only did we use it to for planes and things like that, we used it to go to the moon, and there are all these different applications. So it affords some sort of flexibility when it comes to technology and improvisation, and helps with unforeseen scenarios. Even though there are thousands of strings attached to that toy plane, there are probably edge cases where if you don't have aerodynamics down, the system would fail. So uncertainty. So I think getting down the principles matter. Now, do I think that it's possible to create artificial intelligence, meaning silicon-based machines that have the principles of cognition down? I think yes, it's possible. But is what we have right now with neural networks and AI, is it that? I don't think so. I don't think it's an emergence of a new mind. As Jaron Lanier put it, it's a human correlation finder. So it's still in the behaviorism field, but it's useful. It's a great tool, and should we dismiss it, or is it not organic, or is there not a way it could be used harmoniously with us? Is it at odds with our existence? Is it going to replace us? And this is inspired by Teilhard de Chardin here as well. He argues in chapter 10 of Phenomenon of Man that whatever technology is organic. It's part of the organic process. And I kind of want to delve into that a little bit. So I think this actually simulated intelligence, or finding behavioral patterns and features of a living organism. That's what AI is doing, getting all these inputs, finding correlations in humanity. Is that organic? Is there some biological example for that? Yes, it's actually something that biology uses, cells use. And they use it to be more efficient and creative. And I'll explain what I mean by that. So my argument is that what AI is to humanity is what a DNA code is to a multicellular organism. Okay, why do I say that? So let's compare DNA and AI. So I'll start with the DNA, going back to the simulation story. So DNA code is a compressed recipes of our behavioral patterns as well. The code itself is not what you call intelligence. It's actually by itself is not interpretable and it's useless. It's not a blueprint of the organism by any means. It's not even close in terms of how compressed it is. It's influenced by the environment and doesn't know anything about physics or chemistry or biology or the principles that drive biology. And it depends on the interpretation and extraction that cells do. So what happens during development is cells come together, collaborate, and extract the genetic information. And out of that collaboration and creative extraction and interpretation of the genetic code, that's when you get an organism. So I want to argue that intelligence is not in the genetic code. It'd be kind of silly to call the DNA intelligent or say it has cognition. But as we can realize, when living organisms that already have wholeness, when they come together and interpret the genetic code and collaborate, that's when you get wholeness at a new scale. So that's why we have cells, they're extracting our DNA information, and we are a whole organism. And why do organisms do that? If you already have living organisms, what's the point of learning behavioral patterns in a compressed way and learning the behavioral patterns of living things? I think it affords flexible transmission, efficient transmission, collaboration among cells. Cells come together, the genetic information is extracted in a unique way with each interaction. And it's an evolutionary tool for creativity and evolvability. There are known mechanisms for that, duplication, mutation, genes enable that. So that's already an organic model of how the behaviorist version that we talked about is being used in biology in the form of the DNA. And this happens in the brain too. Memories, the structure in your brain, they're compressed forms of your actual lived memories and experiences. And your neurons, when there's a stimulus, they come together and interpret the compressed patterns in your brain. So similar logic also happens between your neurons and the compressed form, the patterns in your brain. And again, notice intelligence is not at the level of DNA. It's actually when living organisms come together, intelligence arises at the level of the collective. Okay, now let's consider AI, or neural networks, LLMs, the current AI models. They also learn from our behavioral patterns. And they store them in a very compressed, compact form. They don't understand anything about our actual physiology, thoughts, emotions. As long as it behaves the same way as you talk, it's enough. And I'm sure you've interacted with it sometimes. Even though it's very intelligent, it makes mistakes that kind of baffled by why an intelligent system would make such a trivial mistake, even though it's solving quantum mechanics equations. Why would it make such a silly mistake? And what you call hallucinations, you could frame them as compression artifacts in the behaviorist way, because the principles aren't down in the systems and make silly mistakes like that. So it doesn't have the context that the living organisms already had, just it's in a very compressed feature space of learned patterns. And unless we come and use the AI with our intuition and with our creativity and with our play and with our consciousness. Unless we come and use it and give us our, what Michael called human energy, the AI code itself is not intelligent, the same way the DNA is not intelligent. But notice, we talked about how when the cells in your body came together and interpreted the genetic information, that you got wholeness and intelligence at the level of the collective. So my argument is that by us collaborating and using that compressed form, which is AI, there is a chance that wholeness and meaning can arise at the level of the collective, at a planetary scale, and the noosphere scale. And I want to argue that this harmonious relationship between two opposite poles, which is one is the lived experience, one is patterns and form. That's already discussed in metaphysics and biology, and it's a very common complementarity process that happens in nature. As an example, I can point out to work of Ian McGilchrist and hemispheric differences. He describes the right hemisphere, for example, as this intuitive, wise, creative, that understand context, and the left hemisphere as analytical, compressed, discontinuous, rigid. And I think in a societal level also we have that model, like the president is not usually the smartest, especially now, but that's besides the point. You know, the cabinet, they're the knowledgeable, they're the ones that execute, they're smart. But the president, we deem it as this wise person that understands context and makes very few good decisions and sets the tone. So this sort of yin and yang, fragmented versus holistic, analytical, intuitive, precise versus accurate, imaginative versus literal, dark energy, light energy. And Jung also talks about this in terms of union of the opposites. So I like to quote from him: if a union is to take place between opposites like spirit and matter, conscious and unconscious, bright and dark, and so on, it will happen in a third thing, which represents not a compromise, but something new. Great energy springs from a correspondingly great tension of opposites. And so Jung has this idea that that tension between those opposites is important as generative and creative, and makes me wonder if this tension that now we're feeling with AI, or what we call it the techno-social dilemma, that's actually an important organic feature, and it's going to lead to something generative and creative, and if there's any way to embody that, so that's like a more positive. And in terms of last thing I'll say, the ethics of it, we know that even when cells, there is that simulated world of representations, cells lose some autonomy, but they gain efficiency, speed, increased creativity. And I think that's what's happening now, that with AI we're losing some autonomy, things are getting distributed, but we should also focus on the fact that it's affording us something and it's at the service of our creativity. And that's what, so now, because that would be depressing if we were losing autonomy and we were getting replaced, like we should have the notion that we're losing some autonomy, but we're gaining collaboration, we're getting creativity, and we should talk about how to navigate that. So, as closing statement, I would say that AI shouldn't serve as an independent mind, shouldn't be thought of that, should be a catalyst for collaboration and creativity on a planetary scale. and we should use this model this harmonious organic model that's already figured out in biology. Should be inspired by that, and that should get us closer to that more harmonious relationship that we're going to have in the future. Thank you.
So with this, we've finished the round of presentations, and we would like to invite you for a coffee break and ask the speakers there whatever questions you have to respect the schedule. So coffee break is ready, and I'll see you there. Thank you.
Like the fireside chat, like the conversation, like invite everyone in this room.
Yeah, hopefully it was me. I've never done one without slides for the first time.
Yeah, how did you like it?
It was cool. I liked it.
Very cool. Yeah, it's kind of novel.
Test and check. Test and
If you want to take your seats back, please, we're going to resume. مروان اجي سي مروان دابا انت عندك ساعتين اليوم عندك من 5 6 ونص دابا شحال سي بون دونك 5 6 ونص you can squeeze it there's no problem دابا راه 5 وربع مع 6 و 6 نحبسوا صافي حسين واش زدتي في الصوت على اللور ولا لا حسين يمكن تطلع شويه الصوت على اللور Est-ce que vous pouvez me dire si vous entendez bien au fond? Can you hear? And at the back, can you hear? Amin, can you hear me or can I ask? It's okay? Okay. Merci. No. Ah, parfait. Merci. So to finish this first day, we are having Marwan Jawad, who's a postdoc within the chair of transitions within the IAS with Professor Raphael Yogier, and Francis Halligan, whom you've heard of earlier today. They will take us to some OW in the Noosphere. We'll try to squeeze their presentation so we can finish on time. And the floor is yours. Thank you.
Shall I start? Yeah, well, thank you. You guys are awesome. Well, first of all, thank you so much for your presence. And I want to just send a noospheric thought to Ben again. We won't do it enough, but thanks to him, we're gathered here. And thanks to all the organizers who are here, who are not here, all of them. And thanks to the Human Energy and the IAS and this university. Each time I visit a part of it, and I am in awe, which is the the subject of this presentation. So I just want to start with, and this is a warning as well. I will be quoting a lot, and it's not because I choose to, but because I have to. In other words, once I see some people out there, those intellectual heroes who can articulate the ineffable, who can capture like a truth bomb, or a mindgasmic ideas, I cannot just not quote them. It becomes a part of me. It's a window, a lens through which I see the world. So mindgasms are something really real. It's those kind of moments when all the dots are connected, or you find a line, you find a poet that fit the world in a sentence, right? And it has been defined actually what a mindgasm is. It's an exhilarating neurostorm of intense intellectual pleasure. So if you ever stumbled upon a line that made you hold your breath for a while, you were in a mindgasmic state. So that being said, and once I warned you that I am a quote junkie, my dear friend Jason Silva talks about the state of a wonder junkie. We're always after new sensations, after new metaphors, after new ways of verbalizing and languaging the fleeting moments. I just want to talk about this idea of Terence McKenna, who was a psychedelic philosopher. And by psychedelics, I don't mean the substances that makes you trip or whatever. I'm talking about the Greek roots, and I take this fetishism of etymology from Raphael Yogier, professor here present. It's mind manifesting. And he actually said that the future of humanity, the destiny of us, is stepping inside our own imagination. And I think that this kind of dome has been an idea once, and now we are in our own imagination. We are sitting in the chairs actually made of our own imagination. And I find that awe starts with mental models of the world. And And my idea or my thesis is like we're all inclined or predisposed to feel awe and wonder. When we were children, we were feeling it all the time, but we forgot because the jadedness of the adult mind, the been there and seen that, the sense of a lived life, holds us from seeing beauty everywhere. We have emails to answer, we have appointments, we have kids to take care of, and we forget actually about how awesome the world is. And we have this intrinsic natural predisposition to breathe in beauty, to have these awe states of consciousness. Because if we were just looking for facts, we would go to the phone book. It's full of facts, and those facts are real. That phone number corresponds to that guy, the name is exact, but we don't have those goosebumps when we read this. But poetry is something else, but awe experiences are something else. And now let's see what awe really is. I won't go deeper in that because I will let Professor Francis Heiligen go deeper in explaining what awe and what wonder is. But the University of Stanford, I think back in 2012, the researchers there made a lot of experiments, a lot of clinical trials. And they describe awe as a state of a perceptual expansion, a perceptual vastness that the individual has, and he is forced to reconfigure his mental models of the world to assimilate those kind of perceptual expansions. And, you know, when you first visited, I don't know, or seen the Grand Canyon for the first time, or you went to the Sagrada Familia and you saw the light coming through the colored glass, and maybe you're listening to some phantasmagorical music that's tripping you out, everything that is for the first time you did and took your breath away, that's how awe strikes us and stops us on our tracks. And I remember Aldous Huxley in his book, The Doors of Perception. Actually, he was under mescaline. And just to let you know how poets, when they were in awe, how they verbalized things. He said, for a while, I was no longer looking at an unusual flower arrangement because he found himself lost in an aesthetic contemplation of a flower for an hour. And he said, I was no longer looking at an unusual flower arrangement, but I was seeing what Adam had seen in the morning of his creation, the miracle moment by moment of naked existence. Another guy called F. Scott Fitzgerald, he actually described what the first Dutch sailors experienced or felt once they sailed or landed upon the New World. He said that for a transitory enchanted moment, man must have held his breath, compelled into aesthetic contemplation he neither understood nor desired, face to face with something commensurate to his capacity for wonder. So these are some experiences that I want you to feel that awe when I first stumbled upon those lines. And I stumbled upon an article. By the way, it's not about publicity or whatever, but there is a magazine out there called Aeon. So they gathered just great minds to write essays, academic essays. And Kirk Schneider was a completely serendipitous intellectual encounter. And he made this difference between a quick boil awe and a slow simmer awe. So the quick boil is that moment when everything is shattered on you. So you feel that sense of first sight, unencumbered by knowingness. Before you know it, you're in awe. So it's like a lightning. So, and the slow simmer awe, maybe it's less intense, but you find your quotidian, your day-to-day life infused with beauty, with godhood in a way. So if the quick boil is something so intense, I think slow simmer is like that fire that warms your soul kind of thing. And James Joyce talked about this moment when you're shielded from your expectations. He talked about aesthetic arrest, when you are aesthetically arrested. And now I want to talk about this relationship because I think beauty and awe are intertwined. Actually, I coined a term, and that's again being close to the close to Raphael Liogier's philosophy to try to create new words to describe new things. I call it biotherapy, and that's one of my theses is actually that awe is really undervalued. We think it's a nice feeling, whereas it's necessary, it's sustenance, it's vital. And encounters with or incidents with awe can be therapeutic, and they are therapeutic. So the idea here is to try to understand how a PTSD unfolds in a human psyche, and it's pretty much the same. So once you have a trauma, now you see the world through the lenses of your trauma. You see the world in a dark lens because you have been traumatized. But it turns out that encounters with the beatific can reforge those lenses, and now you see the world with more grace, equanimity, and beauty. And in those moments, I chose this line that I really love from William Blake. When you are in an awe state, you see the world in a grain of sand and heaven in a wildflower. You hold infinity in the palm of your hand and eternity in an hour. So now let's talk about the prerequisites of awe and wonder. How can we tap into those moments of wonderment and awe? I think the first aspect is try to work on our attention. These are scientists who talked about it. Darwin, he said that attention, if sudden and close, graduates into surprise, and this into astonishment, and this into stupefied amazement. Henry Miller said, even a blade of grass, when given proper attention, when you see it through the microscope, it becomes a magnificently incredible world in itself. And there is another thing about attention. It's not only paying attention to what is at hand, but maybe try to have this qualitative attention. Blake put it even more beautifully. He said, the same tree that moves someone to tears could be just like a green thing in the road for another. So it turns out we don't see the world as it is, we see the world as we are. The second thing is more intellectual. When you have this tendency of associational thinking, Carl Sagan said that understanding is a kind of ecstasy. Isaiah Berlin told us that to understand is to perceive patterns. And that's what I was talking about. The therapeutic aspect of awe is the people who have been in a psychotherapy sessions where awe were there, awe-inducing experiments. They report an increased feeling of well-being, an increased feeling of pattern recognition, an increased feeling of altruism, an increased feeling of general well-being. So, so the second or the third prerequisite, I would say, it's courage, is the courage of taking the road the less traveled by. Jalaluddin Rumi, who was a Sufi, a mystical Sufi, said that the cave you fear holds the treasure you seek. The bumper sticker is real. It's not just kitsch or something. The real life starts outside of your comfort zone. But we have this kind of biological bias. We try to intellectualize. Once we have this habit, we can't get rid of it very easily. And to give you an awe-inducing or awe-evoking quote again, Terence McKenna, again, he told us that the noosphere, the world, nature loves courage. You make the commitment, and nature, the noosphere, the world will respond to that commitment by removing impossible obstacles. Dream the impossible dream, and the world will not grind you under, it will lift you up. This is the secret. This is the shamanic dance in the waterfall. This is how magic is done. This is what all the professors and philosophers who touched the alchemical gold, this is what they understood, is by hurling yourself into the abyss only to realize that it's a featherbed. But first you have to be willing to do the leap of faith. And this requires a kind of curiosity, childlike curiosity. Picasso said that we all children are artists. The problem is how to remain that way once we grow up. And Walker Percy talks about this notion of the search. He said that the search is what anyone would undertake if they were not sunk in the everydayness of their own lives. And to become aware of the possibility of the search is to be on to something. Not to be on to something is to be in despair. You know that line that all men lead life of quiet desperation? So the jadedness of the adult mind is the real enemy of awe-inducing experiences. Now I'm going to talk about unlearning, which is really essential to have this kind of first sight, the virginal noticing of the sensate world, as I think Michael Pollan talked about. And you see, once we learn something for the first time, we cannot relearn it for the first time. We can learn it for the second time. We can have this experience for the third time, but never for the first time. That's where unlearning is really important, because I think there are a lot of learning in learning how to unlearn. And Jerry Garcia said it best. He said, to get really high is to forget yourself. And to forget yourself is to see everything else. Simone de Beauvoir said that absolute and unmixed attention is a form of prayer. Even Aldous Huxley, who paraphrased William James, he said, when the doors of perceptions are cleansed, everything appears to man as it is, infinite. So that's why we have to work on those lenses of perception, to become aware that in the first place we have a lenses of perception. And finally, I'm going to talk about the mystery, to be reacquainted with the unknown, as we say. Rudolf Otto talks about this kind of feeling of the mysterium tremendum e fascinas. You don't know if you're excited or horrified. The first time you do skydiving, you are scared, but at the same time you're excited. So those in-between moments are something that induces awe and wonder. So let's talk about something that I really love. I'm kind of addicted to this. And this comes from a lot of experiences and exchanges with my dear friend Jason Silva, who is a performer philosopher. He loves to spread ideas. Even his YouTube channel, it's called the Shots of Awe. So if you want to get high on intellectual ideas, I really recommend his content. And he popularized the notion of flow, but the first one who first coined this is a guy called Mihail Csikszentmihalyi. He's a psychologist, and he wrote a lot of books about optimal psychological experiences. So first, we thought that flow is something that rappers can tap into, but now it's starting to be studied very seriously by neuroscientists, and we want to know what's happening in the mind or in the head of someone who is on a flow state. I'm sure a lot of you have been on a flow state, but we didn't recognize it in a way. So I think that flow state, and that's why I love Venn diagram. Instead of putting a lot of text, it's just two circles, something that overlaps, and you can get the idea of what I'm talking about. So it's when you tow, actually, chaos and order. So chaos is an explosion of possibility, but it's overwhelming. A lot of chaos, it's like you're drowning into a lot and a massive amount of information, but there where creativity can seep in. Order is something necessary, because without order, we cannot have this room. You guys couldn't be here on time, and I couldn't be just improvising about these ideas. So we need them both. We need order and we need chaos. Too much chaos, it's a feeling of overwhelming, and too much order, it's like a cold prison. You're suffocating. And the flow state, again, has been described like a perfect balance between challenge and skills. And so the flow state oscillates between boredom and frustration. So we need that sweet spot, that perfect balance between challenge and skills. If the challenge is too high, the difficulty of the task is too high, and you don't have the skills for it, you will be frustrated. It's like you don't know how to snowboard. I was talking about a friend with Devin last night and Abe. You don't know absolutely how to snowboard, and then you go do it, you're going to get frustrated. But if the challenge is not as high as your mastery, you're going to get bored. It's like you have been playing Sudoku for I don't know how many years, and then you choose the easy mode. There is no feeling of excitement or enjoyment. It's too easy for you. That's why the challenge needs to meet the skills. So the flow state, again, is when you feel your best and you perform your best. And the best people the most people who feel the flow state, who are in the flow state, who can tap into it are the athletes or those virtuosos, or people who can master an instrument. They got into a flow state. So of course they have 10,000 of hours of practice. So it's something that comes after the mastery. And it has some hallmarks, some main characteristics. So the first one, those characteristics have been summarized by Stephen Kotler and Jamie Wheal in their book, Stealing Fire. So they had this flow genome project where they really want to understand what's going on in the brain. So it turns out that the notion of self disappears. So the monkey mind, the Woody Allen that we have inside of our minds that is responsible of self-editing goes dim. It literally shuts down. We did fMRI scans on those people who are on flow state. They found out that the dorsal lateral prefrontal cortex goes dim. And it's interesting, it's uncanny how by using less area of your brain, you can do some crazy performances. You can outperform yourself. So there is this kind of feeling of oneness with something larger than yourself. Your sense of self dissolves. The notion of time gets distorted. Hours feel like minutes, and you lose track of time. What the Greeks called the kairos, they made it really clear, this distinction between chronos and kairos. Chronos is mechanized cognition, is time by the clock. And kairos is a time outside of time. It's the realm of the reverie. It's the realm of the imagination. And then you have this notion of effortlessness. Whatever you're doing, because you mastered what you're doing, it doesn't feel like a labor. It is effortlessness. It's a seamless experience. So what's interesting is like the people who play basketball, they're talking about being in the pocket, or jazz musicians being in the zone, or the surfer when he's catching that perfect surf. He got this feeling, and there is those kind of words they use to describe the same feeling while doing different activities. And then, last but not least, is this kind of information richness. There is a great download and automatic pattern recognition. The French philosopher, French poet, Nicolas Boileau, he said it best. He said, "Ce qui se conçoit bien s'énonce clairement, et le mot pour le dire arrive aisément." What is well conceived is expressed clearly, and the words to say it comes easily. So it's a kind of flowless, it's a kind of flowy and seamless experience. Now, I just want to finish these lines, but by a quote that I really love. Howard Thurman, he said that instead of asking what the world needs, ask rather what makes you come alive, because what the world needs is more of us who come alive. So I heard a presentation before me about this kind of aliveness that we need to awaken the mind's attention of the lethargy of custom and the film of familiarity, and to redirect it towards the wonders of existence, because it turns out that the world is full of magic things patiently waiting for our senses to grow sharper, as Yeats said, or Nisargadatta, who said that the other world is this world rightly seen. So to sum it up, I'm gonna leave you with the words of Robin Williams, the Dead Poets Society, who said that a science, engineer, medicine, law, those are noble pursuits and necessary to sustain life. But poetry, beauty, love, romance, those are the things we stay alive for. So find your passion, find what makes you come alive, because what the world needs and what the Noosphere needs is more of us who come alive. Thank you very much. So I'm going to leave the floor for Professor Francis Heiligen for his presentation. And then I'm going to ask him some questions for our roundtable. And if you have any questions, you'll be welcome. The floor is yours.
Okay, so I'm going to try to make the connection between these very nice feelings of awe and wonder and the noosphere, but only at the end. I will first go a little bit deeper into what is this awe or this wonder. And so let me first repeat what emotions are. Emotions is more than a feeling. A feeling is something that can happen just inside your mind. An emotion is something that also affects your body. Typically, when you have an emotion, your heart rate increases, you start transpiring, your face changes, you have an expression. So why do we have emotions? Well, from an evolutionary point of view, emotions are the kind of drives or forces that make you change your behavior. When do you have an emotion? When something happens that was not the usual thing. For example, somebody said something bad and you got angry, or you saw something that frightened you, or you succeeded and you are very happy. All of these are situations where you are challenged to change your behavior. And I describe it as a force. Force, like in physics, is something that makes you start moving, that stops you from moving, that makes you change direction. So emotions are the equivalent of mental forces or drives that get us going in a different direction from where we were. So the emotions that most people think about are emotions about something that happens that's either good, you get angry or afraid or disgusted, or something bad. You're happy, you're joyful, you're playful. But there are also emotions, so-called epistemic emotions, that are emotions about your state of knowledge. When you have an epistemic emotion, when you are kind of considering whether your state of knowledge is the right one. You can have the emotion of confidence when you're pretty sure that what you're saying, you know what you're speaking about, or you can have on the opposite, the state of doubt, where you're not sure that what you know is correct. But the emotions I'm going to speak about are the emotions that drive you to expand your knowledge. So most generally, these emotions are driven by a challenge which I call a mystery. So a mystery is some situation that drives you to acquire knowledge. So what's a mystery? A mystery is a gap in your knowledge. And a gap does not mean something I don't know. Like Marwan said, if I open any phone book, there will be plenty of data in there that I don't know, but I'm not interested to know them. A gap means something that you would like to fill. You have a kind of a general understanding of the situation, but something is lacking in your understanding. So I also define a mystery as a promise of deeper understanding if you manage to resolve that gap. Now, I distinguish three emotions that are all driven by this mystery: curiosity, wonder, and awe. And I put them in that order because it's kind of a continuum depending on the size of the gap. So mystery most generally is that some part of the situation you know and some part you don't know, and you want to expand the part that you don't know. There is light somewhere and there is darkness somewhere, and you want to expand the light. Mystery, here's a famous quote from Albert Einstein. He wrote a kind of an autobiographical paper in 1930s about what he believes, and he said, the most beautiful thing we can experience is the mysterious. It is the source of all true art and science. He to whom the emotion is a stranger, who can no longer pause to wonder and stand wrapped in awe, is as good as dead. His eyes are closed. So what he's saying is that basically this capability of feeling wonder, of feeling awe, is what keeps you alive. So in my theory, I describe the differences as the position and the size of the gap. So the light blue on this picture is the domain of the known. Everything light blue in this ellipse is things you know. In the first case, curiosity, there is a small gap inside the domain you know. The white arrows, they represent these forces. I said emotion is a force. It drives you to go somewhere. It drives you to fill in that gap. In the case of curiosity, there is a local small gap. There is something you don't know about the situation you want to know. An example I give in my paper is you hear a noise, you turn around, you see a broken window, you see a ball, you understand what has happened. The ball has shattered the window, but you don't know how the ball got against the window. So you are curious. You want to know how did that ball end up against that window. You look around, you see some playing children, you say, I know, I understand. The gap is filled. That is how I define curiosity. Let's go to the other extreme, awe. You have a gap, but the gap extends without limit. There is a gap, but it's at the border of what you know, and filling the gap, there is no simple way to fill it. You can try to expand the domain of the knowledge, but there is an infinite space behind it. And then I define wonder as something in between. That is, you see a situation, there is something you don't understand about it, you start wondering about a thing that you don't fully understand, and you start understanding that actually there is much more behind it than what you thought. And the example I give is Newton with his famous apple. He saw an apple fall down the tree. He was wondering, why did this apple precisely go in the direction of the center of the earth? It gave him the idea of gravity that explained much more than falling apples, of course. So, awe versus curiosity, there has been quite a lot of recent psychological work about the emotion of awe, and one of the ways it's defined is that awe requires accommodation, while curiosity requires assimilation. Assimilation and accommodations are two terms from cognitive psychology. Assimilation means there is some new information, you fit it into your cognitive schema, into your understanding of the world, and that's it. I know that balls can break windows. The moment I see that there are some kids that kick the ball, I understand it. The problem is assimilated. The mystery has gone. While awe is defined as an emotion that requires accommodation. That means that you need to change your actual cognitive structure. You need to change the way you think about the world in order to understand that awe, in order to understand that mystery. It's because that mystery, in the case of awe, is required by made by something vast. So here is a nice quote from one of the psychologists who has done most about that, Dacher Keltner. So he defines awe is the feeling of being in the presence of something vast that transcends your current understanding of the world. So that's a very nice definition. So some examples of situations that typically call up awe: astronauts looking down at the Earth from space. They feel awe. Awe is something, as I said, an emotion that changes your body. It has a particular physical expression, typically with open eyes, open mouth. Oh, and you make a sound that sounds like oh or wow, wow. Another example of a typically awe-inspiring phenomenon is a waterfall, a thunderstorm, a volcanic eruption. By the way, most of the photos that you will see here are photos that I made. That is, for example, one of my photos. And I have noticed that in the photos I make, I'm an amateur photographer who can make pretty nice things. Typically, I see that there are the elements of awe in there. So, Marwan already mentioned this guy, Rudolf Otto, who was a German theologian writing in the 1920s. He wrote a book about the holy, about what it is, this feeling of sacredness, holiness, something that transcends our normal understanding. And he called it the numinous. So the numinous is a term for a mystery that is so big that we really don't understand it, and he called it a mysterium tremendum et fascinans. Tremendum is Latin for something that makes you tremble. It's frightening, but it's also fascinating. You're interested in that. So awe is an emotion that's often associated with religion, with spirituality. But on the other hand, awe is also an emotion that is associated with science, and some scientists have actually written a paper titled Awe as a Scientific Emotion. And how do we know? Because lots of famous scientists, I already cited Albert Einstein, but people like Jane Goodall, Richard Feynman, Richard Dawkins, Carl Sagan, all, when they write about their motivation, why they started doing research, it's always experiences of awe. And so there is this kind of general idea that awe motivates people to get interested in science, and some guy recently, Jonathan McPheeters, did an experiment. He brought two groups of people. Let the one group watch a video that was awe-inspiring with typically these kind of views like I showed you of waterfalls, mountains, the Earth seen from space. And the other group, as always in a good psychological experiment, you need to have a control group. They looked at a funny movie. And then afterwards, he tested the two groups, and the group that looked at the awe-inspiring video, they had become much more aware of gaps in their knowledge, and also they were more interested in visiting a science museum than the other group. Another concept that we often hear in a connection with awe is this notion of transcendence. But yeah, what does that mean, transcendent? It sounds nice, but it's not obvious to define. So I define something is transcendent if this goes beyond the categories that we use to understand the world. All our cognition is based on categories. We tend to put things in particular categories. That is a cat, that is a road, that is a ball, that is a person, etc. When you can't put it into a category, that's when I would say that it is transcendent. Now, there are two concepts of transcendence I have borrowed a little bit from my friend Raphael here. I'm not using exactly his terminology, so he may not completely agree with me, but it's close enough, I think. So there are two types of transcendence. There is a transcendence that is confined. I call it confined. Raphael calls it refined, which is a transcendence that is kind of encapsulated. It's like you go to a cathedral, it's all very awe-inspiring, you listen to the mass, you listen to the beautiful sounds, but it's a ritual. It's all fit into well-known ritual symbols, etc. You know there is something that you don't understand, there is some God beyond the cathedral, but you're not directly in contact with it. It's mediated. There is a priest that will explain to you how to do it. You're not directly in contact with the transcendent. So what Raphael then suggested was that we also need this idea of role transcendence. That means unmediated transcendence, the transcendence that comes from being directly confronted with something for which you don't have the categories to classify it, something that's boundless, something that's infinite. But when we speak about awe and science, many people will say, yes, but science is quite the opposite of awe, because science puts everything in boxes. It reduces everything to mechanisms, to spiritless material things. But that is not science in general. That's a particular kind of science, which is known as Newtonian science or mechanistic science. And people have noted that Newtonian science has so-called taken away the enchantment of the world. That means it has taken away all the wonder, the surprise, the emergence, and it reduced it to some mechanism where you just have material objects that are moving according to fixed laws of nature. It's just a clockwork. That view of science, that's not what I mean by science. There is a new science, and that's a new science which, among others, Teilhard de Chardin was arguing for. That is a worldview of science where you see the world as something evolving, emerging, self-organizing, where there is an unlimited potential. We don't know what will happen. We cannot predict. The world is creative. Just a few more of these pictures I made, which I think illustrate the feeling of awe. So now we are in this situation where we are confronted with an awe-inspiring phenomenon. That means something that goes beyond the bounds of our understanding, and we need to perform what the psychologists call accommodation. What does it mean, accommodation? It means creating a new kind of cognitive structure. That means in that chaos, in that complexity, we need to find some patterns in there. Patterns that are not explaining everything. It's never possible to explain everything, but we want to find some kind of a order, some kind of a harmony, and that is indeed what we all do, what our brain does, what science does. We are looking for patterns. In science, we describe these patterns typically by mathematics, concepts such as symmetry, recursion, fractals, geometrical forms. There are many techniques, many ways of representing patterns. But for me, the simplest things to explain a pattern is you have a certain motif that repeats. It repeats without any limit, but it repeats with variations. It's not just the same thing again and again. It's something that is similar to, but not exactly the same. So this is an example of this kind of repetition with variations. All these tree trunks are similar, but they're not the same. Each tree is different. Each tree is a little bit bigger or thinner or narrower or more farther away. That's typically the kind of patterns we find in nature. We find patterns which repeat, but with variations. And that's, of course, also what art has been doing. And, of course, here we are in Morocco. This is a photo I made in Marrakesh in Dar el-Basha. Islamic art in particular uses this kind of repetitive patterns, patterns that repeat, but that are not completely the same. And these are, of course, the most famous examples in science, the fractals, where you have indeed a simple mathematical algorithm that repeatedly is applied, but each repetition adds something and it's not always the same. Another aspect of understanding this infinite vastness is perspective, or the vanishing point. When you are looking at something that extends without limit, you see that parallel lines seem to converge. And this idea of converging towards a single point, what it actually says is, if you would follow these lines, if you would go on in that direction, it wouldn't stop. It's infinity. And one of the great concepts in science and mathematics is the concept of infinity. Before science, people thought that infinity was some kind of a property of God, something that people would never be able to work with or to understand with. Thanks to mathematics, we have a concept of infinity that we can work with. It doesn't explain everything, but infinity is not something to be afraid of. And together with this notion of things that go towards infinity, you have the notion of a path. It's one of the things that most fascinate me. That's, again, one of my photos. What is so fascinating about a path that goes to the horizon? It invites you to travel. It invites you to go further. There is a potential for infinite exploration, infinite discovery. That is what fascinates me in these paths. And now we are starting to go into the domain of the singularity. We all know that technology, science, culture are evolving ever more quickly, that they are accelerating, and that has led a number of people, among others Werner Vinci and Ray Kurzweil, to speak about the singularity. The singularity is a mathematical concept. If you have a curve that describes some process of growth, and you see that the growth goes faster and faster, for certain types of growths, you will have a singularity. That means that the growth seems to go to infinity. So there is a curve that is going up, and it goes up so fast that at a certain point it looks as if it will be infinitely fast, and that means something drastic is going to happen. We are at the cusp of a transition to, yeah, we don't know, but we will know, we do know that whatever comes afterwards, it will be more complex and it will probably be more conscious. That's the ideas of Teilhard de Chardin. Evolution is the growth of complexity, growth of consciousness, and the singularity seems to imply that we are reaching a point where this process, this transition to this higher level of consciousness or complexity is pretty near. So my interpretation of what would be the singularity, most technology philosophers think that it will be the emergence of an AI that is smarter than humans. I don't believe in an AI as being something separate from humans. I think always in terms of this collective intelligence. The noosphere, or what I have called the global brain, is this network of people and machines, computers and knowledge bases all together forming this super conscious entity. So it's of course very difficult to say what will happen after that singularity. We are knowing that we are moving towards something that looks as if it's going to be infinite, something maybe that Teilhard might have called the omega point, but what will we find beyond? So my answer is, whatever it is, it will be the noosphere, but it will be a different noosphere from what it is now. We don't yet know what it will be. So I come to my final slide, which is more kind of an invitation for the discussion that will follow afterwards. So we can define the noosphere as a pattern of collective thinking. It is extraordinary, it is vast. That means it has the kind of properties that would normally elicit this notion of awe. It is something that transcends any individual consciousness. No individual human, no individual AI can understand the whole of the noosphere. We know it's getting smarter, more knowledgeable, more data, ever more quickly. So it seems to be going towards this kind of a limit, this kind of a singularity. So what is now the role of awe and wonder? Well, awe and wonder are basically positive emotions, emotions that open our mind, that make us curious, that make us feel attracted by this transcendent, by this thing that we don't understand yet. So what I'm hoping for is that we, as human energy, can mobilize these emotions of awe and wonder to make people first become enthusiastic, be optimistic about this idea of the noosphere emerging, what we have called the third story, but that it also will hopefully make us feel that we are just a part of this whole thing. We are not mindless atoms being thrown around by all kinds of random forces. No, we are participating in that. We are part of it. So that is also, awe is an emotion that creates what psychologists call the small self. It tells you, you're not as important as you think you are. You're just this little thing in this vast world. But this vast world is interesting, it's fascinating, it's something to look up to. You're not alone. We are all part of this big thing. So awe is an emotion that can help us to understand this transition, that can help us to find patterns, to find harmonies in this whole. But how it's going to do that, that's the question. So I hope that maybe also from the public, some people will have suggestions about that. So I can here go and sit down and then we can have the discussion.
So now, if you have any questions for Francis or or even for me, we would be happy to answer. If not, I can maybe just start asking Francis, but I'm just gonna.
Just a comment in the discussions that actually is addressed to both of you. I think there is an interesting distinction in Immanuel Kant's philosophy, to refer to what you were saying, between beauty, when regarding aesthetics, between beauty and sublime. And sublime is about infinity, and beauty is about harmony, so something that is finite and you can actually grab. And now to comment also, and related to that, with what Francis said, I tend to distinguish in my work between mystery, and mystery is related to infinity, and so it doesn't have to be filled. It's not made for that. It's just, you know, and so it's this feeling of mystery, the sublime. And on the other side, beauty is not a mystery, but it's an enigma. So I distinguish mystery and enigma. And enigma is something finite because you can actually solve it. And sometimes I say it's to make people understand that, like with literature, you have train station novels. It's with enigma. Once you have solved the enigma, you don't give a shit about the novel anymore. It's just go into your bathroom and you don't read it again. But if you are reading, for instance, someone that I love, and I know you like it too, like Marcel Proust, there is no enigma. I mean, you can start to read at the end, at the beginning, in the middle, anything, doesn't matter, but it's all about mystery, so it's sublime. Just what I want to mean.
Well, this very nicely illustrates the point that I made, except that when I made this difference between curiosity and awe, I defined curiosity as solving enigmas. So the example I gave of the ball that shatters a window, if you see some kids playing, the enigma is solved, you're no longer interested. But suppose now that you don't see anybody playing and you ask a person that was there in the street, where did that ball come from? And the guy tells you, well, I don't know, it came flying from the sky and I don't know how it happened and it flew into the window. Then it would have been a mystery because then there would be some big gap. So that's the difference between a local gap, what you call the enigma, and the infinite gap, which is then the mystery.
Yeah, and another analogy is someone called James Picars. He wrote a book called Finite and Infinite Games. And he said that the finite game, the goal is to win, of course, or the other option, you're going to lose. But he said that the infinite game, the goal is not winning or losing, is to keep the game going. He said that the finite game, we play within the limits, but in the infinite game, we play with the limits. And I found it kind of analogy of mystery and enigma.
Okay, so I had a question about sort of the awe as a sort of a driving force, you know, and you alluded to this a little bit, like a sort of instantaneous awe and sort of slow simmer awe, of which I'm a big fan. But you know, thinking about sort of the awe that Francis feels when he sees, you know, when he sees a waterfall or you know, when people see the Earth from space, emotions have a lifespan. And are you still in awe after you've seen the waterfall 3 or 4 times? Yeah. So what's sustainable? And my question is, how do you see awe as a sustainable driving force for human good? I guess that's a little, perhaps too philosophical even.
That's a very interesting question. Jamie Wheel, who co-founded the Flow Genome Project, he said after the ecstasy, the landery. That's the problem with human existence. And with hedonic adaptation, it's the same. Huston Smith has this beautiful line, which it's a question: how much might we turn our passive illuminations into abiding light? And that's maybe where slow simmer awe could just induce and infuse some kind of idealization of experience. We don't see it that way, but I don't know. We have to, yeah, I don't know. You have an answer to that?
Yes. A person that quite inspired me for my work on awe is a former colleague from the VUB, a philosopher called Helen de Cruz, and who, by the way, has written a quite nice book about wonder, because practically everybody speaks about awe. Very few people speak about wonder, except as a kind of a synonym or a softer version of awe. And what she says is that one difference between the scientific awe and the religious awe is that the scientific awe, you have to generate it yourself. That means if you're a scientist that is interested in, let's say, in waterfalls or in the earth seen from space, you need yourself to gather the data and to convince yourself that it is infinite and interesting, etc. In religion, there are all these rituals, there are all these artworks which create the awe for you. So religion mobilizes awe and does that very effectively. If you have, for example, prayer 5 times a day, each prayer is a little moment to take you out of your everyday worries and have a little bit a moment of awe. So I was thinking that scientists should make something different, create some kind of rituals that remind people of the vastness of the universe, of all the mysteries, of all the wonders that we are surrounded by.
I just want to say I really appreciate both talks, but Francis, yours in particular reminded me of Teilhard and the way he really sought to overcome the division between science and religion. In the fact, he was saying science is not just cold, brute fact, and religion is not some kind of awesome ritual, that science itself has built into it the capacity for wonder and awe. So his notion that, awe and scientific measurement, I mean, you really can't separate the scientist's observation, especially in the first time experience of a new scientific insight. There's a tremendous ecstatic experience in that. That's no different from a ecstatic religious experience. And so Teilhard is saying that we need to bring, it's kind of a new epistemology. Like, you're pointing to what could be a complexified epistemology. We have separated these ways of knowing for so long. We have to categorize them as awe and wonder on one side, and here's scientific measurement on the other. But what Teilhard was saying is these are two aspects of the same act of knowing, that the scientist who is discovering is also unifying, is being drawn, by this experience of wonder and awesomeness and mystery itself. So I think this is a very important area for continued research. So thank you.
One thing that occurs to me thinking about this is what parenting is like. Because if you think about the birth of a child and what it is to be a mother and grandmother over time, I think there's an analogy there, because it's somehow you're being faithful to the promise of life that you experience in a moment of newness in a very dramatic way, including all the panic associated with it. And then you discover that newness in every moment in relationship to that child if you're alive and paying attention. So maybe it's more like that as a common experience.
Yes, I think that awe is also generated by situations, as I said, that are infinite, that have repetition with variations. And in the case of a child, the child, each time it reacts slightly differently. So there is indeed this kind of infinite development. There is no limit to what the child may learn. So you will constantly have surprises. You will constantly have new things to learn. And I think that's in general like that for the world. And I think the biggest problem with this Newtonian science, this clockwork universe, is the idea that once we have written down the equation for the universe, then it's done. Then everything there is to know is known. And I mean, that's an extremely unsatisfying worldview. It's an extremely boring, depressing worldview. This is just a clockwork, and once you know how the clock functions, that's it. The clock just continues turning and nothing new happens.
Thank you for your intervention. Hello everyone. So my question will start from the point shared by Mr. Francis about that mystery is a gap of knowledge, and that emotion is the driver for us to fill that gap. Talking about the advancement of technologies of nowadays, we say, or we generally say, that AI have no emotions and cannot develop emotions. But here we're talking about an AI that can develop or that can fill that gap of knowledge independently using the curiosity, the wonder and awe that human beings have. And also from the point shared by Mr. Marwan, saying that finding the beauty of the world is about developing arts and poetry and so on. And also we have to develop the other fields such as medicine, engineering, and so on, so that we can be contributing actively to the development of world. Now we can see that AI can do all of these things, develop emotions too, starting from the points I shared before. And we can see that tomorrow or after tomorrow we'll have an equivalent AI that can do all the things that we can do today. I would like to have your point of views about this topic, and thank you so much.
Well, that's one of the typical difficult questions. Will AI ever have real emotions? Well, it's definitely not difficult to simulate emotions. I think we can definitely program AIs that will behave as if they feel awe and wonder, whether they are really feeling them. I think it's not in principle impossible, but I just think that there is still so much that AI lacks that we shouldn't really think about it too much at this stage. I mean, my view of emotions, feelings, consciousness is that these are the experiences of a living organism, and that living organism, that means an autopoietic system that is being affected by what's going on in its environment, while AI, the way it functions now, it's not being affected. It's not biologically, chemically, physically interacting with the world. So in that sense, it can mimic experiences, it can mimic feelings, it can mimic emotions, but the embodied interaction isn't there yet. It may be there eventually, but it certainly isn't there yet, I would say.
Yeah, I am more with the side of someone like Kevin Kelly or Eric Davis. I think that technology in general, including AI, is just the scaffolding of the mind. So it's the literalization, the embodiment of the human imagination in the world. And sometimes it's a false question to ask if it's going to act like this or like that. And Raphael Liogier, in his latest book, Chaos with a K, talked about this openness of new possibilities. We don't have to make it match our own anthropomorphosis, if I may say, but just keep it open, and maybe we will engender new sentience that's going to be something else. So in the realm of the unknown unknown.
There we go. I just wanted to make a brief comment, which is, it was encouraging to hear so many people this afternoon call out poetry, the arts, as crucial to our imagination and understanding. And I just want to issue a call to everyone in the room and on the live stream who has a creative bone in their bodies to help us imagine and articulate a vision, a story, an imagination of the noosphere. I think we have great resources in our artistic and literary traditions, and we do not have yet the visions of the future of a healthy noosphere that we need to inspire us to build it, to make it. We have a lot of dystopian views of the future, and there is a gap to be filled with our human energy and imagination.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sheila, for this. And I just want to, based on your call, saying that, as I told you, awe is therapeutic, and you have to know that the numbers of United Nations are alarming. 800,000 people a year commit suicide because they cannot live in this story, because they are filled with these bad ideas, and the media follows the line, if it bleeds, it leads. So they are unable to get rid of the monkey mind, and the personal crisis starts when we no longer send the story that we tell ourselves about ourselves. And by the way, 800,000 people, it's a lot. It's that amount of people who died from suicide exceeds by large the victims of armed conflicts and natural disasters combined. So our own minds are our first and worst enemy. And that's why developing a story that uplifts us and readdress the image that humanity gives to itself, it's something so important.
I completely agree, and I remember having some conversations in the car of Ben Kassira when he was driving us to one of his favorite restaurants in Napa Valley, where I was there also with some colleagues, and we were discussing about the need to have good stories, concrete stories that would be inspiring, that would be uplifting. And then I'm also, of course, thinking about those fantastic videos made by Brian Swim and Monica de Rasper-Bolles that are on the YouTube channel of Human Energy, which are also really awe-inspiring. I think that's the strength of Brian. It's a pity he can't be here in person, but he will be here, I think, tomorrow on Zoom. That Brian manages to transform these scientific stories about cosmology into really awe-inspiring stories.
We have the companion book, The Story of the Noosphere, on display, display copy only on Human Energy's booth out here. It's a beautiful new edition, so take a look.
Thank you. We're gonna...
I just had one comment, or a question. It feels to me that there's a focus on we can tell this beautiful story and it'll inspire awe. And it feels that attention and focus are really kind of a necessity for awe. And we have so many demands on people's attention now that, I mean, the story of the noosphere, what's going on in the world, and the awe that it evokes if you sort of stop and look in any major city, in any place. There's just such amazing things that are going on. And so I wondered if there was much that you're aware of in terms of research on that notion of attention and, you know, the duration of what's required in order to inspire that awe. Because as you mentioned, you only have to look at a flower or anything, and when you focus on it, you can have the wonder of what's going on. And, you know, and we're guilty of that as well when we talk a lot about all of the challenges and what we're going to do in order to protect ourselves from this and from that. And there's the field of appreciative inquiry that I was talking about with at lunchtime, and the sense of, you know, all of the amazing things that are going on that are being done right, rather than focusing on the negative things and the apocalyptic possibilities, leads to that kind of positive association with the future that exists. So, any thoughts?
Yes, I think that at the moment our biggest challenge is probably the fact that our attention is being monopolized. I mean, we speak about an attention economy. Everybody is trying to capture the attention of people, and most of all, of course, companies that want to sell you something, or politicians that want to convince you to vote for them, or activists that want you to support their cause. Everybody is constantly fighting for the attention of everybody, and that is a very dangerous development, because our attention is so scattered that we can no longer feel these feelings, and the net effect is that after a while your brain just gets overtired, and then you get into these states of anxiety and depression simply because your brain can no longer cope with the information overload. So one of the first things I think we should try to do is to combat this, what I call the pathology of the noosphere, by reminding people to just disconnect, especially from social media, and to be mindful, to take up healthy habits like meditation, mindfulness, sports, going to nature. All of these things, they help you. Sleeping enough, all of these things help you to combat these negative effects and make it much easier to feel awe and the positive feelings.
So there is a question online. Maybe we're going to take it. So Faisal, he's asking if Noosphere, if it exists, requires coherence. I mean coherent thinking and coherent consciousness. I think he's asking about what place coherence can take in this noospheric reflections.
Well, that's one of the things that Shima and I, in this paper that I mentioned earlier, did on collective consciousness. That is that consciousness in the human brain is described as a coherent state. That means that different neurons are communicating with each other to some degree of synchrony. But what we see at the moment in the noosphere is not very coherent. I mean, there are coherencies, but that are not necessarily good. Like coherencies like the example I also gave earlier about a conspiracy theory that spreads, and lots of people start adding details about it and start getting convinced that that's the kind of a negative coherence. So coherence in se is not necessarily good. The brain, lots of things in the brain also happen in the background. They are not necessarily coherent. But one general principle is when people think about the state of the world, there is something called the bad news bias. Everything that goes wrong gets into news. Everything that goes right remains in the background. Nobody pays attention to it. If we look at what's going on in the world, actually most of what's going on in the world is very coherent. Food gets to the places where it's needed. People get education. People get care. People with health problems are being treated. All of that is happening all the time in billions of places in the world. It's going on in the background. Most of it is quite coherent. It's the cases where it really goes wrong, like when there is a war or there is a natural disaster. That's what gets in the news. And the news is only these incoherences. There is a very strong background coherence, which I think we tend to overlook.
Just, I'd like to come back a little bit with what Jan Bollen said about sustainability. I think sustainability in front of the enigma or the mystery has to deal with enjoyment, because we haven't pronounced this word, enjoyment. It's like the way we enjoy it. the way we enjoy this thing. And I have the feeling that somehow Natasha Vitamo wanted to talk about what I'm just talking now about orgasm. Yes, I heard you when you were, exactly. You know, I pay attention, even if I'm here. And I think when you are enjoying something, but you see it as something finite, and you enjoy it to possess it. So even like with knowledge, and with sexual orgasm, for that matter, but you think you will possess, for instance, the person with whom you're making love. You're not making love, you're actually objectifying something through your fantasy. So you are enjoying it like, I possess it like something limited. And so, of course, because you preconceived it like something limited, like an enigma that you haven't solved, like there was nothing left. But if you consider the other is the mystery, you don't enjoy like the orgasm on a very physical point of view is the end of things, like what's happening next. You're not creating something that will be about deal with frustration, because your frustrations come from your preconception, meaning your fantasy and your projection that is actually limited. You know, it's like the difference between program and progress, what I make in my work. When you think about, you misunderstand what is progress and you make it into program. A program is like you are negating the very reality of time because you want to secure the future, so there is no future. So in fact, you are creating the condition of unsustainability when you are doing that, because you are creating frustration, because of course the future will not be what you have actually preconceived, and you will go just beside what could have actually happened that is maybe better and more. But if you are ready to be open, like openness, as you said, because you didn't make a program, you're ready for progress, even in love, even in knowledge, even in science.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Wait, I wanted to react to that. I've also done quite some research in happiness. What are the factors that lead to happiness? And it's very easy to summarize the lessons. It's happiness is in the journey, not in the destination. That means achieving a particular goal, obtaining a particular thing will make you happy, but for a short while. The happiness is really in the process of developing, going forward. That's also this idea of the flow state. The flow state is a state without an end point. When you're playing tennis, you're enjoying not the fact that you scored a point, because the next point you may lose, but the fact that you are continuing the game. So it is really the process, the openness to always finding new things, which implies infinity. That is what you need for happiness. And people fool themselves if they think that happiness means buying this nice new car or getting this new villa or buying this particular person. It's not a single thing, it's a process.
Well, thank you all very much, and thank you to those people who are online. One last question, maybe? Yeah.
Non, je n'ai pas de questions, je vais parler en français, excusez-moi. Je voudrais mettre un petit peu, tout à l'heure, Newton a été mal traité. J'en ai parlé à Isabelle Delannoy. Je voudrais dire que Newton n'a jamais fait d'économie. Mais Newton était un grand mathématicien, un grand physicien. Il a laissé de belles choses à l'humanité. Donc, et la loi fondamentale de la dynamique, c'est lui. La gravitation entre deux corps, c'est lui. Et que jusqu'à maintenant, on ne sait pas résoudre le problème de trois corps. Et quand même, la mécanique newtonienne est toujours valable, parce que la mécanique newtonienne, elle traite les corps qui ont une masse assez grande, et qu'on a voulu passer à la mécanique moderne quand les corps sont très petits, ou à l'échelle de l'atome. Mais c'est toujours vrai. Et ceci dit, ce que je voudrais dire, je suis mathématicien de formation, que nous, en science, on a toujours des problèmes ouverts. Et on le dit. Et d'ailleurs, même quand on a voulu passer de la mécanique newtonienne à la mécanique moderne, les grands physiciens avaient beaucoup de problèmes. Et même le grand Max Planck, prix Nobel 1918, il a trouvé une formule, une très belle formule, et il n'a pas créé lui-même. Et il a laissé tomber, il a laissé la mécanique quantique, alors que c'est l'un des fondateurs. Ensuite, le grand Einstein s'est trompé dans la mécanique quantique. Vous savez que le prix Nobel de 2022 c'est dû à une erreur d'Einstein, à l'inspect quand il a eu ce prix Nobel, parce que c'est lui qui a corrigé. En fait, il y avait un conflit entre Niels Bohr et Einstein, et finalement, c'est Niels Bohr qui a raison, et il fallait montrer ça par l'expérience et à l'aspect. Comme quoi, on peut se toujours tromper. Et je vais finir par ceci. Vous savez que suite au conflit entre Niels Bohr et Einstein, la relativité d'Einstein s'est développée, d'une part, la mécanique quantique d'autre part, et que jusqu'à maintenant, on ne s'est pas passé de l'une à l'autre. Voilà, vive Newton, et je vous remercie.
Merci. Thank you, Hashmari.
Let me just make one small remark. Newton was not a Newtonian. Newtonian is an adjective that has appeared somewhere in the 19th century to describe this particular view of the world, the clockwork universe, which was then also developed by economists, etc. So now the word Newtonian is used to describe a particular type of science in which Newton himself would probably not have recognized himself.
Well, I think Newton thanks you from the Noosphere for taking his defense. Thank you all. We had a great day, and we're looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. But before you leave, if you can stop by the booth and take a photo, please. We're trying to get a wall with the photos of all the participants. It's just on the left when you leave the room. And we'll see you tomorrow morning. Thank you so much.